Welcome back, everyone, to our pack battles. Leo and I are midway through picking our team of 6. I have a Gastrodon, a Trevenant, and a Gligar on my team.
And I have a Cherrim, a Gardevoir, and a Medicham.
And I believe it is your turn again to pick.
Thank you very much. I just gave her the Trevenant, which is maybe not the smartest move as I have Gardevoir and Medicham, but I think I'm going to make it work. Okay, so let's draw another card. Ooh, Escavalier. Well, that is a phenomenal steel type. It is a counter user. So you have Gligar and you have Trevenant. What was the last Pokemon again?
Gastrodon.
Gastrodon. Okay, so you know what? I'm going to pass.
I am most likely going to pass on that as well, just because since it's steel typing as well, it hits pretty hard by that Medicham. You have a good core going with that Gardevoir and Medicham going on. I'm really holding out for a good steel, hoping that I can get it. This is a Finneon, so it is not a steel type at all. It is a water Pokemon. Leo, would you like it for your team?
I don't think I want a Finneon or a Lumineon, so I'm just going to take the next card. Let's draw another one. And this is Magneton. And actually, this one is not too good into Trevenant or Gastrodon or Gligar. So I'm going to give you the opportunity to take the Magneton.
You know, it is actually like a fun pick, and especially since you have that Gardevoir, it's really like a dangerous pick. I know that you are most likely running Charm on it, and Charm with that 20% extra damage from being a Shadow Pokemon is something that is a little bit dangerous, but Magneton in the Great League does not have a lot of bulk to it either, sadly. Speaking of another Pokemon that doesn't have a lot of bulk, but is a lot of fun to use, is a Zangoose. But again, it is a dark type, and with that Gardevoir on the team, I'm pretty scared.
I'm also going to pass on it because I think I need some more bulk for myself as well. But maybe I'm just going to take whatever comes next because we haven't picked a Pokemon in quite a while.
That's true.
It's a Buffaland, and I have no idea why I could get one of those, so I have to pass again. I'm really sorry.
All right. I will take this one. This is it's a Horsey, which can evolve into either a Seadra or a Kingdra. I will tell you for sure I'm going to use it as a Kingdra. However, I think it's just giving even more play to that Gardevoir, but it is such a strong pick because, you know, Dragon Breath is a very oppressive fast attack.
Yeah, this Pokemon is for sure strong, and I wish I had it on my team, but hey, I'm gonna get something even cooler. An Inkay. And I think that I could use a Dark type against your Trevenant, so I'm actually going to take this one.
That is great. Yeah, the Evolution Malamar. If you don't know how to evolve it, everyone, just think on it a little bit and maybe put your world upside down.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, next up we have a Mareep. This is sort of interesting. The Ampharos is a nice, unique pick. You sometimes can even see it in the Play Pokemon circuit as well. I gotta think of what you have on your team, though. I mean, there's not a lot of targets for it, to be honest. Most of your stuff is either grass or like a fighting, so maybe it's going here, but I'm a little scared now because I have two waters.
Ground types.
Yeah, I have two ground types as well. That's true.
Two ground types as well, and also Kingdra resists or is not hit super effective by the electric type attacks. However, I really like Ampharos, so I'm going to take it also as a tribute to Zwilus, who was a fantastic interview partner in Liverpool.
That is a good point as well. He's given a little masterclass of how to use Ampharos as well, so maybe you'll be doing a little bit of studying before our battles. Let's go ahead and see. I mean, Chatot, it's a regional. It is sometimes available during like the Pokemon events, the global events. It is not really much of a competitive Pokemon as well, though. Do you have a Chatot?
No, I don't have a Chatnot. And I would rather say, I mean, I have the option to pick it now, Chatnot. So I'm going to go for the next card, which is a Torkoal, which is a fantastic Pokemon. I have one from an egg from the Hoenn Tour Day. However, I already have a Fire-type charge move, and I think I'm going to let you have the opportunity to pick Torkoal.
And you know what? I am definitely going to take that opportunity because I think I maybe need some Fire-type coverage on my team as well. So, and I have a Torkoal also from the Hoenn Tour. So, onto my team. I think we're both at 5 now, right?
Yeah, I think so.
We're on to our final Pokemon. Do you want to, should we make it interesting somehow? Like, should we implement some sort of rules so we're not going through the whole deck? Let's say we can each only do 3 more passes.
Okay, all right. 3 more passes. Perfect.
Okay.
I'm drawing. This is a Shuppet. And I'm down to 2 passes.
This is a Leafeon. Ooh, I'm also down to 2 passes.
All right. That was 2 cards. This is a Porygon 2. And I'm going down to my final pass.
Ooh, we're making it interesting. I almost want to go down to my final 2 just so we're like stuck with whatever we get
I
left,
saw the
right?
card. You're probably going to.
Yeah, probably. It's a Bibarel, by the way, which goes into a Bidoof, Lord Bidoof.
Oh, you can use Bidoof.
Yeah.
That is a fantastic Pokemon. Actually, Bibarel has some play.
Bibarel does have some play. It has Hyper Fang, and there was ones that were did a while ago that have special charge attacks. So you won't know what I'm throwing at you. What do you got over there again? No. Okay. I kind of like the idea that we're both down to we're stuck with whatever we pick up at the end.
One more pass.
Here we go.
It's a Ducklet. And even though I like the water flying type, I really want to go down to the last card that I'm going to draw.
Oh, I might not even go down to my last one because this is a Electabuzz, and I think it is kind of fun. Talk about glass cannons here. This is one that gets to his moves very quickly.
Yeah.
But you know what? Do I want to risk it like you?
We can do this simultaneous reveal.
Let's do a simultaneous reveal.
Okay.
It's going to bite us both, but let's see.
I haven't seen mine. It's a Crocodile.
I actually can't do mine because it's the same. It's a Meditite, which goes to a Medicham.
And I have no way of getting a Crocodile.
Okay, let's flip one more.
Let's go for one more.
Right. Ready?
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Okay.
This is a Cupchew.
I have Piplup, which turns into an Empoleon with the Community Day move Hydro Cannon.
And I have an Ice type.
Good.
So
Okay.
I think we can take a few moments to strategize and to team build, of course, to find the way to break the opponent's core or just straight up find a win condition that your opponent can't beat. And we will prepare a little bit, and then we're going to have an amazing Leo Burger battle. Stay tuned.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to day 2 here at the Malmö Regional Championships. It is going to be an epic day of Pokemon Go action, I can guarantee it. I am Lou Josh Cromie, joined behind the desk by Adelian to kick things off today on this beautiful Sunday morning. How are you feeling?
I'm all right, thank you very much. Welcome back for today 2. I'm super excited to see we have a top 8 cut ready for you. They're just getting set up. They're having their briefings. The pressure is on. 2 of these amazing players are going to go to Yokohama. I cannot wait to see which one of these 2 manages to pull that off.
That's the most exciting part about this, right? Not only are we going to crown a regional champion today, but we're also going to have 2 more players qualified for those elusive spots at the World Championships later on in August. I mean, the key thing for me was, yesterday we started, I think it was 101 players were registered for this event, and now we've whittled it down to just 8 remaining.
Yes, and so it just goes to show there's been a lot of players that have been have been knocked out who I actually thought might make it to top 8, and then there's been a few surprises that have also jumped into the top 8, which goes to show that you can be you don't necessarily have to have a reputation or anything like that, and still surprise people and get all the way to right to the touching point of Worlds. crazy.
Exactly. And I love seeing these storylines being built as well. I mean, we will definitely dive into our players a little bit deeper across the morning as well as we start to show the matches. But I think one player I really want to talk about is the Yellow Ripper.
Yes.
Because he was a player who's come all the way from Portugal. He's brought his family with him as well to cheer and support him. And he really wants to represent Portugal to the best here on the regional stage and try and get that invite to go all the way to Japan. So he's one that I would definitely watch out for.
Right, and for me, my eye is on. I've got two players that I'm quite keen to see how well they do. One is a Mind Joke, who I've been a fan of for quite a while. He's a lovely guy. He is remarkably strong on his confidence levels today, which is something that I'd really like to see, because normally he's a little bit more tentative, shall we say. So I'm hopeful that he will do well. He's been trying quite a bit to get to Worlds. And the other one is a relative unknown. This is a player that I mentioned that didn't have, until recently, didn't have a lot of reputation going for him, and that's Danky Chan. He had an absolutely stellar battle against, I think it was against Galaxy Bolton, who unfortunately he lost to and went into losers bracket, but still fought his way into top 8. This is the perks of double elimination.
Exactly.
One loss doesn't mean that you're all lost.
Exactly. You're still in the competition. You just can't take that second loss. Otherwise, then you are quite indeed knocked out. And that's one of the key things that you get from this tournament. The pressure starts building up. But speaking of pressure, let's take a look at Amanda and Leo, who are doing their pack battle that you got to see earlier on. Oh, it looks like it's a ferocious start.
Yes, so Gligar is staying in on Amanda's side as Malamar comes in to defend against that. So Gligar here going for, I wonder if this is an aerial ace. Yes, sorry, my memory failed me on the moveset then. Then now there's a swap in into the Empoleon from Amanda's side, but she has to be careful because Malamar is rocking that superpower, which while it won't KO with 1, it'll certainly KO with 2.
Exactly, and you can see the shield coming in here on that Empoleon, I think quite wisely staring down against its opponent, able, I think, to get the knockout there. Leo not happy at all, and now has the option to bring in that Ampharos from the back, applying a lot of electric pressure down onto that little penguin on the other side, but it's got a Hydro Cannon primed and ready.
Oh, and unfortunate there that Amanda throwing on alignment there on the move, so it means the Volt Switch does slip in, which isn't ideal in this case, but is able to get another Hydro Cannon off, which I wonder at this range would it KO? Leo says absolutely not. I'm not going to let my Ampharos go down. He may be looking for a farm down with his Volt Switch, and I do think he can do it. Excellent work.
There we go, Ampharos getting a knockout. You can see the Gligar here coming in, just trying to chip away at this opposing Ampharos that's going to be able to try and get one of these charge attacks off. I wonder if we're going to see the shield from Amanda.
I think with the first brutal swing, Gligar can't survive. It's reasonably bulky, but it will be able to get one more off as well. This will bring Gligar very close into the red here, but I think it might make sense for Amanda to no-shield this as well. And now you can see a swap into the Gastrodon, your favorite, I think.
There's my little buddy on the field going as hard as it can here to try and deal with this Medicham, one of the staples of the Pokemon Go meta at the moment. But Gastrodon can hold its own, getting that body slam charged and ready, and I'm hoping this does some good damage.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure Leo will be very pleased to have picked a Medicham out of his pack battle. Out of the cards that you selected for his pack battle. But this is going to be an Ice Punch, which is neutral on Gastrodon. But Amanda respecting that it could have been a potential Psychic here and shielding nonetheless. And now the Mud Slaps are coming in. Who's going to be the first to throw? And it is the Body Slam from Amanda, which at this range, I reckon it may KO the Medicham. Leo's shaking his head. Maybe he also knows this as well. Oh, no, it survives!
Oh, little Gastrodon, just that little edge needed. Fortunately, of course, the Medicham able to go for a Psychic here, and I think we'll be able to get the knockout onto Gastrodon, but it certainly put in some work.
That was so close, but the Gligar is here, and one fast move, and down it goes. And now it's a race. Who's going to get that move off? It's just about making it. The brutal swing just about getting to the Gligar. Leo is very, very happy here. I think Amanda was only one wing attack away from dropping the dig.
Yep. You can see the outrage on Amanda's face. They're so close, but just, not enough at this point. But this is what we want to bring you to start off our morning. A little bit of a warm-up match, not only for us, but for you guys at home as well, to get hyped and ready for what is going to be a fantastic day on this Championship Sunday.
Yes, so the other nice so in the Pokemon anime, they often refer to when you have just the odd battle here and there as an exhibition match, and I think that's quite. I think it's quite a nice thing to start off with. The start of you can see Arsenio on mine. These are some of the top 8 that are here. You can see a Mind Joke on the right, Arsenio in the middle, and Snorec on the left on the screen here. These are going to be 3 of the players that are going to be competing, so we are definitely going to see more of them. I am really excited just to see what unusual plays some of these players come up with. Do you know what? A Mind Joke is actually going to be running his Alolan Sandslash that we've seen.
Yes.
That's what I really like about his team. It's different. It's spicy.
Yes, and I think that's one of the nice things that we've seen coming through. Obviously, we've had the Malmö Regional Championships here, but there's been the Hartford Regional Championships across the pond as well. And it's been interesting to see some of the creative choices that are coming through over there. I thought we had a few spicy choices with things like that Sandslash, for example, but I also saw a Victory Bell on the opposing side, and they were at least able to run that Charizard over in Hartford as well to make it into their top cut. The sun wasn't shining on Charizard here, and unfortunately as well, you can see from our match there, the sun was not shining on Amanda and the Gastrodon either. Leo was victorious. I'm sure he won't hold that over Amanda all day long. Maybe just a bit.
Yeah, maybe just a bit. Just like maybe it'll be referred to once in every time that they're on. But no, another thing that it's always nice to see when you see the differences in what players select. You can start to measure patterns between the American regionals and the European regionals. I think there was also, if memory serves, there was, I'd say 24 different species of Pokemon used across the top 8s from Hartford as well as Malmö, which is quite a sizable amount of variation in the Open Great League meta. So I think therefore it's definitely worth seeing both streams and then judging for yourself. Okay, which Pokemon I'm more likely to see, which Pokemon I'm more excited to see, and what spicier picks I'm going to be more entertained with as well. So all to watch. This is Championship Sunday. We're not just going to have 2 Worlds invites churned out of Malmö, but 2 Worlds invites churned out of Hartford as well. I couldn't be more excited. Yeah,
it's all about the Pokemon Go action here. And speaking of those picks, Zephy running that Gliscor, I think has been a key Pokemon, particularly for him. I mean, yesterday he was saying in his interviews that this is his tournament. He is feeling the most confident he's ever felt coming into an event. He feels like there's nothing that can stop him. And if he just plays correctly and keeps that Gliscor by his side, then he's going to be able to get the knockouts, and he's definitely one to watch with that, I think, more unique pick out of our kind of plethora of Pokemon. We've still got a lot of Sableye, a lot of Lantern as well has come through really strong here, I think, in comparison to Hartford as well. So I think keeping an eye on those really standard meta picks, but also the nice choiced ones like that Gliscor, we can do that.
Yes, lovely stuff. So we now actually have a pre-recorded interview with one of the top 8 players, Biblicious, who has already qualified for Worlds in Arlington. So let's have a look at what he had to say before this tournament.
Welcome back, everyone, to the regionals in Malmö, and I'm very excited here because we're here with one of our featured players, someone who this is our first time meeting, Biblicious. Welcome in.
Thank you so much.
So I wanted to say, to begin with, congratulations. You have already qualified for Worlds, but you did it a little bit different than other Europeans. So maybe, do you want to walk us through how you've already got your ticket?
Sure thing. I actually qualified in Texas, Arlington, and I did that around Christmas. And it happened to be around the time I was celebrating Christmas with my wife and her family. So we figured we would do a little detour, take a little road trip from San Antonio up to Arlington, and it went well.
Yeah, obviously, right? I mean, I would say that one of the great things about Pokemon Go is that you can play against people globally, right? But have you noticed any difference when you were playing in Arlington of the play styles, perhaps, of the North American players versus what you usually come across in Europe?
I think at the top level, it's all kind of similar broad strokes, and then you have individuals that'll have their own play styles that can differ. But if you just look at the big picture, I think it's pretty similar, honestly.
When you so I've been over to the US to compete in Play Pokemon tournaments as well in the past, and I've been always very happy to see how welcoming the Pokemon Go community is wherever you go. What were your experiences when you went to Arlington? How were you welcomed by everyone?
So well. It was my first in-person competition, so I didn't really know what to expect. And I can only say good things about how the tournament was run and the people, both staff and competition.
No, it's great. No, it's great to hear. The other thing as well is we have had comparisons made by various analysts in the Pokemon Go world about how there's certain Pokemon that you see more in Europe compared to the US, and in UIC that was talked about a fair bit, for example. Do you feel that's the case?
Except for the Swampert in Germany, I don't know. I think we have a pretty defined meta that's roughly the same all over the world. It can differ a few Pokemon here and there maybe, but I would not be able to specifically tell you which ones, sure, honestly.
So after that tournament, you actually really haven't played in any of the Play Pokemon tournaments since then, right? But now you are kind of a hometown hero, let's say, because we are here in Sweden and this is where you're from. How do you feel the competition is going to go this weekend?
Well, first of all, I'm very happy that we got to have a tournament here in Sweden. So, of course, I had to come here and represent my home country. I think the competition this week is very tough. I know there's a lot of good players, not only from Sweden, but the whole Scandinavia and also the rest of the Europe. So for myself, I mean, I'm curious to see if that was a one-off for me in Texas or if I can do well again, but I think it's going to be tough overall.
I mean, I think that you are a player who everyone in the grassroots tournament circuit knows who you are, but I mean, maybe because you haven't done as much tournaments otherwise, that you are a lesser known name, let's say, but obviously the skill is there. Is there anyone that you're really looking forward to facing or maybe scared to be facing in the tournament this weekend?
Well, that would be probably the first opponent I actually faced in Arlington, my teammate Lavris. He's an extremely good player, and my closest game that tournament was against him the first round. So I am definitely scared to face him again, even though I got the upper hand last time.
That's all we have time for at the moment, folks. So we'll get back to the battles, and the second part of the interview will come at another point later on in this stream.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to day 2 of the Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Malmö. My name is Koning Lionheart, and I'm sitting here with Lou.
It's great to be seated next to the champion of the pack battle, Caster Showdown. I mean, it was a tremendous win. I'm a little upset that you destroyed a Gastrodon on the broadcast, but you know, you can't be perfect.
I mean, I didn't destroy it. The problem for me was I had no idea about the counts of this Gastrodon. I could have looked them up. We pulled the cards on Thursday. But yeah, that was a bit problematic. I have more respect after this for every player who is playing against rogue Pokemon that they have never seen before in their life, because you have just no idea what is going on.
Well, this was something we were talking about a little bit yesterday as well, when there was some Pokemon like the Slurpuff that appeared out of nowhere. Suddenly you're thinking, what charge attacks does it have? What are those counts? And then next thing you know, the match is over and you're in game 2. So it's really about, you know, having those adaptations and learning in game 1. We have got our very first match for you today on the Sunday broadcast between the Yellow Ripper on your left-hand side and Zephy Mastix on your right-hand side.
Yes, both players have performed almost perfectly yesterday. The Yellow Ripper, the only player in top 8 without a Noctowl. on his team. And Zephy Mastix, of course, from my city, and he also shares the last name with me.
Oh, well, there we go. You know, that's always a nice connection to have as well. And Zephy certainly is on a tangent at the minute, thinking this is his tournament, really confident, wanting nobody to stand in his way between this and the qualification for Yokohama, Japan.
Yes, and if we are looking at the team, we can figure that Gliscor actually looks kind of decent depending on the moveset of the Lantern. So Lantern, if it is a water gun Lantern, you have Lantern and the Alolan Ninetales to play versus this Shadow Gliscor, which would be kind of strong. If it's only the Alolan Ninetales, you can try to avoid it with the Gliscor.
I mean, Gliscor can power off some really strong ground-type moves into something like the Registeel, something like that Lantern as well. But like you said, if it's that Water Gun variant, you're going to have to watch out. I believe Zephy is running the Water Gun variant. My memory escapes me on the Yellow Ripper. It might indeed be that Spark one.
Yes, and of course in the mirror match, Spark is a gigantic advantage because you are charging up so much less quick, but the Spark one, you're also not doing damage with Water Gun in the mirror match.
That's true, yeah. Lantern's not going to worry about a few splashes from a Water Gun, but it is going to worry about that Spark coming in with the electricity. Of course, Zephy as well got some really interesting Pokemon choices with that Sableye as well, that has been the #1 used Pokemon here in Malmö. But let's jump into the match, Registeel versus Lantern.
And the Registeel versus Lantern is a really interesting matchup because it really depends on if you want to throw a shield, and also very important, the attack debuffs of a Zap Cannon. Ideally, as a Lantern, you want to throw your first Surf before the Zap Cannon comes out, though.
Exactly, you can see as well it is indeed that Water Gun Lantern on the Yellow Ripper side, so that's something that the Gliscor has to worry about. Some good damage going down into that Lantern, though.
No attack debuff, and that is going to be kind of important here. Let's see if this Thunderbolt will go unshielded or shielded, because look at this. The Zap Cannon connected, one of the most powerful charge attacks we have in Pokemon Go, but due to the Water Gun pressure, this Lantern is almost at the same HP, and we are getting to the Surf quicker. This matchup is actually looking like it's won by this Lantern, but can it take out the Registeel with the Surf? Yes!
This Lantern's not messing around here in top 8. It's now going to face down against the Sableye. It's going for those Shadow Claws, getting up a lot of energy, wanting to apply some pressure with something like a Foul Play and get a knockup, but Lantern's going to go first with another Surf.
Yeah, and that is a really bad spot for Zephy Mastix, because yes, this Lantern was put a bit low by the Zap Cannon. However, this is way too much HP to be farmed down without getting a Surf off. And look at it, like the Sableye is at a crazy amount of energy right now. However, Lantern, it just almost took out the Sableye as well.
Yeah, Lantern's certainly putting a dent in Zephy Mastix's team. The Sableye going to have something to say about it, though, trying to go for a Foul Play, but the absolute bulk and HP remaining on that Registeel means it's not fearing it at all. Just going to be farming up some energy here, trying to get a powerful Zap Cannon off.
And I think it's kind of bold by the Yellow Ripper to bring in the Registeel here, because you almost have to throw another one of those charge attacks into the Sableye because the damage is just too much, and now he decides against it. Takes another Foul Play off the Sableye. Apparently did not know, when I'm judging the look on his face, that Zephy Mastix had another one loaded. Now we're firing it off. We are going into the Gliscor already. So this is kind of a neutral matchup. Let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, you can just see the Foul Play on the Sableye coming through here into this Gliscor, forcing another shield to come out here from Zephy. I think the key thing as well, I think that Registeel was very near a Focus Blast, and that's something you're going to want for that Gliscor towards the end of this match.
The good thing for the Gliscor is that it has 2 shields. Now it only has 1. We are wing attacking and night slashing down the Sableye. Let's see if there is an attack boost. There is an attack boost! Zephy Mastix is acknowledging it, and he is super happy about this. This looks like it is a deciding factor in this game. We are 100% going to shield that. The good thing for Gliscor against the Registeel is as well, it resists those Focus Blasts and those Zap Cannons as well. This is a commanding spot for Zephy Mastix, having the next Night Slash ready.
Exactly, what a commanding spot here. The Gliscor is able to go for another one of these moves down into the opposing Registeel. Of course, it's going to go for a shield against that Night Slash, but there's just not a lot, like you said, with the resist to get the damage, and particularly when the Gliscor is able to nip in just ahead and get another Night Slash off.
Once again, Gliscor being the absolute MVP for Zephy Mastix, coming in clutch with this charge attack Night Slash that boosts the attack sharply. There is a slim chance that this happens, and now we are going to see Sableye do the trick with a few Shadow Claws. What a finisher!
Exactly. What an absolutely amazing game 1 to start. That Lantern coming out so strong at the beginning for the Yellow Ripper, I think almost trying to steal the game straight away out of the blocks, but then Zephy getting that attack boost as well and just capitalizing on it.
I think actually, even though this Lantern put in a lot of work, the backline for Zephy Mastix was really decent. He had a lot of energy on the Sableye because he could actually farm down the Lantern, taking a lot of damage from it. but you could farm it down. And that's the biggest problem. I think that if the Yellow Ripper sent in the Sableye, yes, he could have done a lot more, had some fast attack pressure as well after investing some shields, but then you have the Registeel in versus the Gliscor. So the decision to bring in the Registeel onto this 20% Sableye was the correct one. However, that's really not the matchup you want to have as a Registeel. You want to have something that you can absolutely farm down, or something that is at a really high HP total where it makes sense to throw like a Zap Cannon or a Focus Blast.
That's the thing, you want to still be able to pressure. Although Registeel can have that longevity on the field due to its bolt, you need it to be doing something with that time while it's sitting there getting that energy up as well. I think there was that one turn as well where the Yellow Ripper brought in the Sableye, not realizing there was another foul play charged on the other side, and that was just, again, more unnecessary damage to go down into his team.
Yeah, he had to invest a shield against the Sableye, and then this attack boost. I don't even know if it mattered, to be honest. Maybe the foul play of the Yellow Ripper, the Sableye of the Yellow Ripper would have found another foul play somewhere.
Possibly.
Before it got farmed down. But I think that actually, I'm not sure if it mattered. I completely forgot how it looked, again, to be honest. Everything's happening so quickly.
Oh, definitely. And it is the morning. This is why we've got to wake up, get ready for the top 8 here in the Malmö Regional Championships. Interesting as well, you know, we didn't see Pokemon like the Noctowl come on Zephy's side. You might have a little look, think there's a Trevenant on the opposing side, something that you want to try and counter. But there's so many good options on the Yellow Ripper side with that Alolan Ninetales and the Lantern as well that can just really be a threat to that opposing Noctowl. I like the 3 Pokemon that Zephy was bringing. Again, applying a lot of pressure with things like the Lantern and the Sableye very early doors, allowing that Gliscor to come in at the back and just close out the match.
I like that if you're talking about the Noctowl matchup of the Yellow Ripper. His Pokemon were ordered. Like on the left side, there were all the Pokemon that really lose to Noctowl in the matchups, being Trevenant, the Medicham, and the Sableye. And on the right side, we had the counters for it. We had Lantern, we had the Registeel, and we had the Shadow Alolan Ninetales.
That's maybe how you order your team. It's like, where's my Noctowl counters? Where are they? So that in the moment, no matter how long the day has been, you're like, that's the Pokemon I pick. I know where it is.
But what's really interesting as well is there is no neutral matchup against the Noctowl. So if Zephy decides to bring in the Noctowl, he's either going to have a really good time or a really bad one. And I think that's maybe to scare away some of those Noctowls.
Yeah, possibly. I think you have to make that prediction on what your opponent is going to bring and how they want to play out this game too. We're going to see the Sableye coming out here for Zephy, and that Lantern once again front and center for the Yellow Ripper. Yeah,
and we know that matchup. I doubt that Zephy Massix is going to be able to bring to farm it down from here. But we are going to see Sableye and Registeel in the back for Yellow Ripper again. And no Gliscor this time.
Yeah, it's just been benched for a turn here. We're going to see the foul play come out from the Sableye instead down into this Lantern, taking a huge chunk of damage very early doors, but getting these Surfs and Thunderbolts all charged up. It's going to be the Thunderbolt here on the switch-in.
Oh, and the Yellow Ripper must be kind of happy that he went for the Thunderbolt instead of the Surf, because a Surf would have done next to nothing. But by the way, I've realized this is a complete mirror match.
Yes, it is. Both Water Gun Lanterns here as well, just powering away at each other. We're going to see a switch, though, for the Registeel coming in for the Yellow Ripper.
I like that one from the Yellow Ripper, because this Lantern is almost at a point where one Zap Cannon and a few more lock-ons is going to take it out. So that is really good. We are having a slight issue with closing the app of Zephy Massix. However, this was in the animation, so doesn't really matter. Hopefully it just doesn't affect his mind.
Exactly, and we can see now the pressure coming down from this Lantern with a Surf into the Registeel. Going to be able to take it like a champ, however, and that Zap Cannon is ready to try and deal with this pesky fish.
Yes, let's see if it is going to take it out. I think it's going to leave it with, oh wow, that really big undercharge. That is going to be a attack drop, really important, but this is going to take some time to farm it down.
Yeah, just maybe wanting to use those lock-ons to get a bit more energy up while Lantern's on the field, trying to capitalize on it. But there's going to be no shield coming out in the face of this Surf. That's going to get the knockout on that Registeel.
Yeah, and the switch timer is down for Zephy Massix, so he can immediately switch out, so there is no farm being given to the opposing Lantern or Sableye, or we are just not going to do that. So we are giving the Yellow Ripper 2 extra Shadow Claws.
Yep, just maybe letting the Sableye just get a little bit of energy regained up here. We're going to see a Sableye mirror, however, Shadow Claws apiece. They actually look so happy to be here in top 8, but maybe not so happy to have a foul play coming down against them. I think a wise shield here coming out from the Yellow Ripper.
And I think that Zephy Massix is going to be really happy about those shields. I was just going to say, this is a difficult position for Zephy Massix because both shields are up, and he basically has the Registeel in the back, while Yellow Ripper's Registeel got a move off.
Yes, exactly. And you can just see these Sableyes trading the foul plays, just trying to use up the shields on the opposing side to leave their Pokemon in the back, able to clean out the game. There's going to be another foul play coming down and another shield on that Sableye for the Yellow Ripper.
Oh, and this is going to be crucial. I think he might actually go for an instant switch. Zephy on his side here is giving the other Sableye a little bit more energy. He keeps one shield. He knows that there is a Lantern in the back. The Lantern is not at full HP, so he basically just needs 2 charge moves on this Registry, and the Yellow Ripper is really sad about using 2 shields against foul plays, while Zephy has this Registeel in the back. You can protect the foul play if you want to. There is no reason to, unless... Okay, well, I mean, there is a reason you don't want to take the damage, and you know that the Lantern is in the back. So you want to preserve some of this HP. We are going to throw the Zap Cannon here before the Sableye reaches the foul play. We are going to see how much damage how much energy this Lantern has in the back.
Let's see, we've got Surf ready to go, and the Thunderbolt just getting charged up here, wanting to apply pressure to this opposing Registeel, but it looks like a really tall order for this Lantern.
This Lantern is going to Surf, however, this is not going to deal close to enough. Registeel is incredibly bulky. It's really beefy. We are charging up quickly. We are going to reach not the Focus Blast because the Surf is coming in from the Lantern. This is actually getting kind of close. If this was a Thunderbolt, this could be really close to knocking out. However, it just deals half. Zephy is reaching the Focus Blast. He is hitting all of those bubbles, and he is preparing to move on to the next round.
Absolutely fantastic play. Registeel was not the Pokemon the Yellow Ripper wanted to see in the back as soon as it came out. I think the Yellow Ripper knew it was curtains, and Zephy once again showing why this is his tournament this weekend.
A really strong 2-0 by Zephy, getting the attack buff of Night Slash in the first game, and then phenomenally bringing in the Sableye. There was 2 shields left remaining with the Registeel in the back. This looked really uncomfortable, but then the Yellow Ripper decided to put so much protection onto his Sableye. To be fair, he kind of had to. The Lantern in the back was really weak. He did not know that there was another that there was a Registeel in the back. Could have been any Pokemon, so he kind of had to protect the Sableye there.
I think he might have thought it was that Gliscor again, and you had your Surf almost ready to go. You could go for that fast attack with the Water Gun as well and just apply a lot of pressure, but as soon as you see the Registeel, it's a bit like, oh no, this is not the Pokemon that I wanted to see come out front and center. I mean, the Sableye on the Yellow Ripper side was allowed to get a couple of extra Shadow Claws off as well, so it was actually kind of trying to gain some advantage against the other Sableye as well. And I think maybe that's why the Yellow Ripper wanted to put those shields in place, protect it, have it there as a critical Pokemon, but Registeel just ruined the day.
Yeah, Registeel was phenomenal in both game 1 and 2. Such a fantastic Pokemon. I love the sound of the fast attack animation. Just going beep, 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 beep the entire time. Really good Pokemon right there. Zephy looking like a tournament favorite right here.
Oh, definitely. What a commanding victory as well to kick off our broadcast with. I mean, this was still the winner's bracket, so the Yellow Ripper will drop down to the loser's bracket. It's not out of the competition yet and could always have that Cinderella story running it back up into the finals. But Zephy, honestly, on a tear right now, doing so well.
Yeah, especially with this Gliscor, we have seen it so many times on stream. Sometimes when you see those players bring those spicier picks, you don't always see them on stream. First of all, they sometimes don't want to reveal the attacks that they have on it, and sometimes it just doesn't really fit, right? Because if you're in the featured match, there is a good chance that you're really over-preparing for the Pokemon you don't know.
Yeah.
Because you see them on their opponent's team and you're like, I think they're going to want to show it off, and I'm just bringing everything. But Zephy brought it so many times.
Exactly, and I think sometimes when you see that team preview and you're like, oh gosh, what does this Pokemon do? And you almost spend all your pre-game time thinking about trying to counter that one Pokemon. You forget about the other 5 that maybe have a more balanced strategy that then will be able to sweep through you because you're so fixated on one particular Pokemon. So it's a great strategy to have. Of course, as the tournament goes on, we learn a little bit more about what our players are running. So again, that information game is very critical on the Sunday.
Yes, and we have just got the information that Adelian is ready to ask Zephy about this fantastic win. So Adelian, take it over.
Hello, trainers. I'm here with Zephy after this amazing battle we've just seen. It seems like deja vu. We're back again, me and you, in this interview area. But now you're one step closer.
Yeah, one win away from Worlds, and even it doesn't have to be my win because Biblicious already qualified. So the next winner's match, I'll be rooting for him. Well, Mindchuck also deserves to win, of course, but if Biblicious wins, that's already my ticket to Japan. So I'll be watching that very carefully.
There, sat there in front of the stream going, oh. So, how do you? So you have So go through this situation with me. You were the first battle on for day 2. Is there an element of extra pressure that you have to get out of the sticks early, as far as they say, and make an impact?
I don't think it really made a difference. Actually, maybe it helped a bit because I was more chilled, because I thought the losers bracket would be played first. So it was all of a sudden you play right now, and I tried to keep my mind off the match and think about other things. So I wasn't too nervous, and it went pretty well, I think.
Yeah, for sure. In game 2, you decided to not bring your signature Shadow Gliscor. Was there, what was your reasoning behind that? What were you thinking?
I'm actually not sure. I just wanted to try a different line. I was a little afraid of the water gun lantern, of course. I wasn't sure if he had it, because the only game on stream yesterday, he didn't bring the lantern. I heard secondhand maybe he's playing water gun, but I wasn't sure. So game 1 I brought the Gliscor, but game 2 with the water gun lantern and Sableye also not the best matchup, so I decided not to bring it. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's been doing a lot of good work for you. I think, I feel a lot of trainers have been really struggling to deal with Shadow Gliscor. In your opinion, when it comes to team building, do you feel it's more important to have at least one Pokemon that is not as meta or a bit more spicy? Does that make things more difficult for your opponents, would you say? It definitely can help if you play the Spice pick a lot, you know all of the matchups, but there's a high chance that your opponent doesn't know all the matchups. So maybe you know how to get... maybe they look on simulations and think, okay, they win this shield scenario, but if you actually play it, if you bait here or go straight for the better move, you always get an advantage. So if you play the Pokemon a lot, you know better how to get the best advantage out of the matchup. Yeah, that makes sense. So one thing you will know this better than me. With Shadow Gliscor, it has the access to Night Slash. Are you hoping that maybe in your later games you might even get one of those really elusive and lucky boosts? I got it game 1, so. Oh, did you? Yeah, it was. Oh, as in this game, yes. Yeah, game 1 now. It was still open. I think I could have won without the boost, but it definitely made things a lot easier. And yeah, of course, you always hope for the boost, because I think it's a little fair, because in London I lost to a boost, not from Gliscor, but from an Obstagoon, and now things are evening out. But maybe it would be too lucky to get another boost, but just RNG happens, so maybe I'll get lucky, maybe I won't. We will see. We will see. But it's always, that's one, again, a nice thing about Gliscor, that having that boost is always so handy to have, and indeed on a bunch of other Pokemon as well. So one more battle, pretty much, and this is assuming let's not assume what happens with Biblicious as well, but one more battle and that World's Invite is secured. And of course there is a certain honor in being called champion as well. Do you reckon you could go all the way and hit that championship? Of course, anything's possible. Everyone has a skill level today. Anyone can win. Maybe I lose the next 2, maybe I win the next 2. We'll see. Anything's possible. Fingers crossed for you. Fingers crossed for you. Thank you. So we're going to wrap it up there. We're going to give you time to focus more on your battles. To casters, it is back to you.
Thank you, Adelian, for getting all that wonderful insight from Zephy about that match. I mean, top 8 is well and truly underway right now. It's already started off with a fantastic show.
Yes, I love how Adelian always digs deep with those interview questions. Really enjoy listening to this. So we have another great battle on the way. We have 2 very well-known players, 2 renowned players, topping everything left and right. One player of those hasn't punched their tickets for Worlds yet.
Exactly, it's going to be a Mind Joke versus Biblicious, and Biblicious obviously qualified at one of the American events as well, so he's already got his ticket to Japan locked up, but still wants to obviously test his skills against the rest of the competition over here in Europe. But I'm looking forward to seeing how this match is going to go down in terms of the Pokemon. We've got a few really interesting shadow choices.
Yes, we are seeing the Shadow Abomasnow that Adelian keeps on talking about, and on the Mind Joke side, of course, we have seen Shadow Swampert, which is actually the only one in top 8. That is absolutely crazy right now because the top cuts have been filled with this.
Yeah, I love to see that. Shadow Swampert's a Pokemon I've been talking about all weekend. Shame to only see one, like yourself. I'm a little surprised to see that statistic, but hey, maybe it just wasn't Swampert's day this weekend, particularly when you have got a lot of the kind of ice variants of Shadow Pokemon running around. The Alolan Ninetales, the Alolan Sandslash as well, I think has been a really interesting choice in Malmö. And of course, the Shadow Abomasnow as well, bringing more ice and snow to the field.
I mean, we have double the amount of Shadow Abomasnow than Shadow Swampert. This I'm at a loss for words. Same thing with Shadow Sandslash. So we have two Shadow Alolan Sandslashes and we have two Shadow Abomasnows, but we only have one Shadow Swampert. What is happening right here?
What is happening? This is Pokemon Gone Wild here, you know, just making sure that the Swampert's maybe being kept in its place a little bit, putting it in check. We also have the Shadow Sableye there as well, which I think has been a really interesting Pokemon choice coming into this across our top 8 bracket. Often we're seeing that purified Sableye, but nice to see it kind of switch on the offensive a little bit more. No Shadow Sableye in this particular matchup though.
Yeah, but we have two purified ones. 7 out of 8 players are running the Sables this weekend. And yeah, let's look at the matchup. Like, who might it go to? I think Shadow Swampert is actually looking quite decent on the side of a Mindchoke here. There is the Sableye, there is the Galarian Stunfisk. I mean, Noctowl is a weird matchup. Lantern is tough depending on Spark or Water Gun. It's getting better or worse. But we're going to go into the first match now already, and we are having a horrible matchup for Biblicious. Mindchoke is nodding, knowing this is going well right now. We are lock-oning down the Lantern now. He brought the Shadow Swampert.
Yep, Shadow Swampert in the back. We're just seeing the lock-on from the Registeel. However, just trying to get one of those Zap Cannons ready to go. Trying to get the drops as well on the attack of the opposing Lantern. So it's going to be a little underwhelming going forward. Zap Cannon, of course, connects. And we are going to see the attack drop.
Yeah, and that is really, really good because now this Shadow Swampert is, I think, able to take more than two of those serves, if I am not mistaken. Yes, that's actually perfect. And because these Shadow Hydro Cannons are so powerful, you are going to be able to knock it out with one plus a few mud shots from this range.
Yes, Shadow Swampert able to take another one of those serves, but is ready to retaliate with one of its own charge attacks here. The Hydro Cannon's the move choice here, just going to be trying to remove the Lantern from the field.
Yeah, Biblicious is now able to shield this to go for another serve, but I think he values 2 shields more, as we know that there is a Registeel in the back that is basically unharmed. We are going to see a Hydro Cannon from the Swampert against the Shadow Abomasnow now, and look at this. This is going to deal about half, even though it is resisted. This is such a fantastic Pokemon. Shadow Swampert, everyone.
Exactly, this is the reason why Shadow Swampert has been a key Pokemon. It's down and out, however, in this game 1, and now a Mindchoke has to decide which Pokemon from the back you want to bring in. It's going to be that Registeel, though, just going to try and farm up some energy here as Sableye switches in for Biblicious.
Yes, and I think a Mindchoke is going to try and do the same as he did against the Lantern, going for one of those Zap Cannons, possibly getting an attack debuff just to switch into a different neutral matchup to keep the alignment of the Registeel against the Abomasnow and have the advantage in the other match. However, the Sableye is going to actually really outpace the Sableye of a Mindchoke, but he has to invest a shield as well.
I do like the shield investment, however. It does get the attack drop on that Zap Cannon, but I was going to say the Sableye has a lot of HP remaining. It's going to be a bit of a tall order for that Registeel, so just switching out, so we've got this Sableye mirror going on. 2 shields still remaining on a Mindchoke side. Doesn't want to take one here from the opposing Sableye's foul play, just wanting to try and get more damage across. Very even on these Sableyes right now.
Yep, Sableye of a Mindchoke is going to Shadow Claw down and put this other Sableye kind of in range. We are going to see it take this hit. We are undercharging, so we can get a few more Shadow Claws in. Difficult decision, because... we can okay. I thought you could let the Sableye go and then farm down the Sableye of his opponent. However, you don't want your Sableye to be too low or to fall, because this Abomasnow has some energy charged up, and even though all of its moves against the Registeel are resisted, it's still going to deal a lot of damage. So we are shielding this one now. The timers are misaligned. We have some more Shadow Claws to go before the second Weather Ball is reached.
Yes, going to be shields all around here as well. Abomasnow not wanting to take this foul play coming out from the opposing Sableye, but nice for the Abomasnow to join in and get a charge attack off straight away. Going to have to get that energy back up, though, with the Powder Snow. Weather Ball primed and ready to go. The Registeel in a great position, however, to just keep going for those lock-ons and farming up some energy.
Yes, and I think we're almost, or we are at 2 Weather Balls right here, and 2 Weather Balls would definitely be an... this looks like
close.
It wouldn't even be enough to knock out the Registeel, but Registeel is going for the Focus Blast, which is absolutely going to take out this Abomasnow. Only Sableye left for Biblicious right here. Oh, one more lock-on! Oh, he's actually letting him farm down the Registeel here a bit more. So there isn't any farm given to the Sableye. Very smart move, because we still need to win this Sableye versus Sableye matchup in the back. We are now going to get the Sableye off. Sableye tries to Shadow Claw down the Abomasnow, but there was 2 Weather Balls left. Biblicious actually taking this. It looked kind of bad for him, but of course the Sableye of Biblicious would be able to farm down the other Registeel to go for an instant foul play here.
That was a speedy little snowman, just able to go for all of these charge attacks, Weather Ball after Weather Ball, catching that Sableye coming in. All it really needed to do was 1 Shadow Claw to knock out that Abomasnow, but Abomasnow too quick.
Yes, that was absolutely phenomenal. Biblicious with a lot of the patience. A Mind Choke spotting a loose condition that we haven't even seen, but wasn't able to play around it, even though he really tried.
I like the mechanic that we're starting to see as well of this kind of undercharging so that you can farm down a couple of extra fast moves. And again, showing this kind of tactical and technical skill that our players need to be able to have, because you might think, well, of course I want to, you know, deal as much damage as I can with my charge attack. I've spent all this time getting the energy up. But sometimes having that kind of less impactful charge attack, knowing that you can pick a KO with a couple of Shadow Claws or wing attacks or whatever Pokemon you've got on the field, I think does again show that you have to not only think about that current game state, but the end game as well, and where you want your Pokemon to be for those final turns.
Yeah, it is all about the energy management. That is what we have been saying all weekend long, and a Mind Choke and Biblicious are both experts at it.
Yes, clearly, and you can see them demonstrating this so expertly. Obviously, I'm backstage taking notes, but to new trainers as well, you know, getting into Pokemon Go for the first time, this is really the caliber of player that you want to be aiming for.
Yes, this is the top of Europe, at least maybe the top of the world. We are going to see Biblicious compete in Yokohama in a few months for sure. The Mind Choke is still trying to qualify, and he is down 1-0. Fortunately for him, he's still in the winner's bracket.
Yes. So even if he loses this set, he's just going to drop down to the loser's bracket, but still be in the competition. But of course, at this point, you know, to start off your top 8 day 2 experience, you want to get that win. You want to go in confident.
I mean, a Mind Choke was really confident before this day. Of course, he says he would rather play against anyone except for Biblicious.
Oh no, and here we are.
He is a fantastic player, but a Mind Choke is really focused. He said he couldn't sleep last night because he was too focused, so this might come to bite him later on. But let's see about game 2. Reset your mind after losing the first one and just take this one now, a Mind Choke against Biblicious.
Yeah, the Spark's just farming up some energy here to maybe try and apply some pressure with a Thunderbolt or a Surf. It's going to be Surf as the charge attack of choice for the Lantern. Sableye knowing that it's going to be able to take this really well, not wanting to use one of those pressure shields at this point, and just try and keep farming up some energy with those Shadow Claws, getting the foul plays charged and ready to go. We
are at 1.5 foul plays, so actually Lantern also gets kind of close to the next Surf, which would become dangerous for the Sableye as well. Lantern is such a nice bulky Pokemon. We are putting the Lantern in range of a Zap Cannon. Lantern is switched out into the Medicham, and now we have a really good matchup for Biblicious.
Yep, love to see the Medicham adjustment here in the Pokemon chosen to bring in. We're going to see the Zap Cannon from the Registeel, however, going to be trying desperately to get that attack drop to make the Medicham a little less threatening. Doesn't get it, however. Medicham still here ready to play, and is able to go for a powerful Psychic.
Yeah, and this Psychic might as well drop the defense of Registeel. That would be absolutely crazy good for Biblicious right here. Is it happening? And nope, it is absolutely not. We have seen a Mind Choke yesterday coming back from really bad matchups. So actually, we're actually getting the alignment with the Registeel. So this counter switch did not really help too much, but maybe Biblicious just thought, okay, you know what? This Registeel is a big threat to my team. Let's just bring it low. I don't need the Medicham for anything else. I'm going to win this with my Sableye.
And Counter certainly put in the work, really whittling away against that Registeel, allowing these Shadow Claws from the Sableye to just pick up the knockout. Now you've lost that big powerhouse Pokemon. You have to bring in something like the Shadow Swampert from the back or that Sableye. But the Sableye on the opposing side has so much HP remaining, you don't want to give it any unnecessary energy with those Shadow Claws.
Oh, and we are catching. Wow, a combo play even.
Wow.
Lantern is being swapped in, going for a Surf immediately. Has to be shielded by the Sableye. Maybe it could have taken it. A Mind Choke did not want to risk it. A Mind Choke is farming up a lot more energy, going for the charge attack priority event, throwing the foul play. This will be shielded immediately, and this will probably force a Mind Shock to shield the Surf that is coming his way.
Yep, Lantern's got all of that energy ready. Surf is going to be connected here, and Sableye now has that decision. Not going to see a shield coming from it, though, so Surf is, I believe, going to be able to get the KO.
So we are saving the last shield for the Swampert, which absolutely makes sense. We can go for a few really nice mud shots, and now it's coming down to the wire. The Surf is being thrown. A Mind Shock is not going to shield this. This is going to be Shadow Swampert versus Sableye, even shields. Both are at one move, but wow, Swampert gets so much farm off of this.
Yeah, the Mudshot's easily able to deal with that opposing Lantern, but now you've got the Sableye, the superstar of the tournament so far, but the Earthquake is going to be able to come out from that Swampert, forcing that shield onto the opposing Sableye.
Yes, Sableye is going to be able to shield this easily. Foul play. I think 2 foul plays are locked right now. This was the win condition for a Mind Shock to go for this big Earthquake move that would go unshielded because Biblicious thinks, hey, I can shield the first Hydro Cannon.
Yeah.
But now the foul play is coming through, and Biblicious advances to the top 4, making Zephy a for sure contender.
Yep, doesn't fall for the Swampert, maybe just going for a Hydro Cannon, uses that Protect and allows the Sableye to get the KO. I mean, again, Sableye, an absolute superstar so far this season.
We have just seen Zephy qualify for the World Championships.
That's amazing. Congratulations to Zephy. What a storyline to be pulled up.
Wow, that is absolutely fantastic. And Mind Shock, of course, disappointed. I mean, he had a really tough bracket so far. Biblicious is not the opponent you want to have on your first game of day 2. Disappointment into the camera. But Mind Shock is a fantastic player. He has more than one chance to get to the top 2 right now.
Yeah. It's not the last we're going to see of him, of course. But again, Biblicious just showing why. Again, he's one of our featured players from this weekend's broadcast as well. You know, a player that we said to watch out for from day 1. And what an amazing team to be able to do it with. Actually took down that one Shadow Swampert, the only one that we've got in top 8. It's now going to drop down, of course, to the losers bracket. But Biblicious advancing. Fantastic.
Yes, and the Mind Shock, he told me that he really wants to get to Worlds this weekend. But I told him, hey, Torino in 2 weeks. Fate wants that you're going to get it in Torino. Maybe Malmö is not your tournament. Of course, we are still hoping that he can manage to pull through, but we're hoping that for all the other players as well, right?
Yes, exactly. There's literally all the players to root for here. Anyone from our top 8 will be a deserving contender of those 2 spots. And of course, because Biblicious has already qualified for the World Championships, even if he wins the whole tournament, the 2 spots do kind of just go down the bracket so that those players still have that opportunity.
Yes. Oh, fantastic games all over. I mean, those were still kind of close, even though really well played by Biblicious. And the Mind Shock, it's just so fantastic. Actually, I'm thinking, is Zephy really qualified for the World Championships? He advanced to top 4 right now, or is he already in top 3? Sometimes double elimination confuses me.
This is why I'm from the VGC side of things with Swiss, where everything's just knockout after knockout. So we'll have to get verification.
Yeah, I'm not going to confirm this right here.
No, but if it is indeed true, then congratulations, of course, to Zephy. But regardless, he has advanced forward, Biblicious had advanced forward, so we're already starting to see some amazing matches shaping up ahead of this top 8. I mean, we're bringing you all the Pokemon action today. We're going to show you all the Pokemon Go games so that you're able to follow that whole bracket through.
Yeah, this is absolutely fantastic. We have seen Shadow Swampert. That was your Pokemon that you really wanted to see this tournament.
Yes.
Has it performed so far? How many have you seen even?
I've seen so many. It's been great. I've seen more Shadow Swampert than I've seen Trevenant, which I wasn't really expecting. I honestly thought Trevenant would be really on the rise because I remember when I did the event in Warsaw, it was everywhere. I think, yes, it has dropped down to the losers bracket, but do not count out the Shadow Swampert whatsoever. I think an interesting thing as well on a Mind Joke's team is he's the only Pokemon trainer without a Lantern in his team. And Lantern, I think, has been the Pokemon that's jumped out this whole weekend. I've been constantly having conversations with trainers about Spark versus Water Gun as your fast attack. And I think it's really interesting to see that Lantern has been so dominant here in Malmö. And I want to know which one, if any, because the Mind Joke could come through and obviously win the whole thing, which one is going to be dominant, Water Gun or Spark, and settle this debate once and for all.
Yeah, maybe we can hear Adelian talk about this as well. I wouldn't count on it, but Adelian is ready to interview Biblicious in the winner's interview area. Take it away.
Welcome back, trainers. I'm here with Biblicious, who has just won another match. You seem to do this quite a bit, I see.
Yeah, I guess so.
You seem to have a good track record at these regionals you turn up to.
I'm happy to be back in the couch.
So, I saw something really cool in game. Well, very interesting to say the least. It seems that at one point, let's go straight to it. With the Abomasnow, you got a lot of additional farm on your Abomasnow in game 1. Now, a lot of trainers, I feel, they deliberately want to lower the amount of health that they have on their Pokemon, which is why they allow for it. But in your head, what was going through your mind when this was happening?
I thought I lost at that point, and I think he wanted to limit the amount of farm he was giving me on the next Pokemon. So, and then he probably lost count on how much energy I already have. So when I reached the double Weather Ball, I just realized it was over, and it was probably a small mistake on his part, but a big, I guess.
Yes, for sure. I think because we were watching it to the viewers watching at home on their side, they were thinking, oh, a lot of them will probably think, wow, why didn't a Mind Joke just throw the move? But this is where it does come down to additional farm for later matchups. Is there a rationale in your mind as to when people should allow their Pokemon to take more damage?
Well, you need to look one step ahead and think about how the matchup will play out in the future. So if you know that your win con is to limit the energy on their opponent's next Pokemon, then you need to do that. It's a fine line to balance, not giving too much farm and then not giving not enough either. So yeah, there is a balance to be had, and I feel a trainer of your caliber, and indeed a Mind Joke's caliber, more often than not, they find that right balance. Would you say? So, I think for those viewers at home, this is something worth trying out in your Go Battle League battles. So, we all know you already have an invite. You're going to Japan no matter what. But there's one player who earlier in the interview was really hoping that you would win, and that was Zephy Mastix. So he's very delighted right now. Do you have any words for him? Because you might end up battling him later on. Who knows? Well, please let me win the next game so that I can have the Traveler Award, and then we're squared. That's my words for him.
So yes, folks, the Travel Award is something that you do get if you do win this tournament as well. So the trip to Japan is also covered by the Pokemon Company. So that's that. And to be fair, going to Japan, which is I think it's the first time Worlds has been in Japan.
I think so, yes.
Yeah. So have you been to Japan already?
A few times.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had my honeymoon there, so it's I'm excited to go back.
Oh wow, okay. So have you been to Yokohama specifically?
Yes, I have.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah. So how do you find it? Because for a lot of players, I'm sure it's their dream to go to Japan. How did you find the city?
I mean, it feels like it's just an extension of Tokyo because it just keeps going all down to Yokohama. But I think it's pretty close to Mount Fuji. So if you have the chance to go do some sightseeing, I would definitely go and look out for that.
Yes, so Mount Fuji, of course, very famous mountain in Japan. Probably, but I would say probably the most iconic, one of the most iconic natural landscapes in Japan as well. Are there any other spots you'd recommend? Did you go to the Pokemon Center there, perhaps?
I did not. No.
Oh no!
Sorry.
Oh no!
I would recommend just trying some hot springs if you have the chance.
All right.
It's a very nice Japanese thing, and it's very nice just in general.
Yeah.
Soak. Yeah.
It's I suppose it's sort of immersing yourself in the culture of the country and perhaps the food as well. Is the food any good?
Food is great.
All right. Yeah. So, folks, for those of you watching at home, try getting into these regional tournaments. It may not. We don't know where it will be, where Worlds will be for the next season, but certainly it's something worth considering when competing. That this is something that you could potentially earn a travel award, a prize, and the honour of being called champion as well. So good luck to you, Biblicious.
Thank you. And
we will see more. We will see some more excellent battles. Casters, over to you.
Thank you very much, Adelian, and thank you, Biblicious, for this quick travel guide. Yeah. I love those interviews. He's just coming up with the best questions, to be honest. So, we have another video prepared for these guys, another Scandinavian player. He didn't make it to Day 2 this time, but he has been in so many Day 2s in previous regionals. So we're going to look at Arceus Aurelius.
Hi, I'm Arceus Aurelius. I'm a Norwegian Pokemon Go player. I've done decently in the past. I hope you've noticed me. And my favorite partner Pokemon is Totodile because it was my first one. I think what makes Pokemon Go most unique is how it brought and still bring people together. I remember especially the first month when Pokemon Go was released, back in July 2016. In my opinion, it was the happiest month of everyone's lives. I mean, everyone was happy back then. And what worry was there even? You were meeting all your friends, driving around in cars or walking around collecting Pokemon. And I remember so vividly, like the city center where I basically grew up, just filled with lures everywhere, and people were sitting outside and just socializing a lot. And I think Pokemon Go is very unique in that aspect, that it brought people so close when it launched, and still does with that the remaining active players at least. And I still have friends actually like picking the game back up again and talking to me about, oh, are you doing this 5-star raid? Can I invite you? And etc. And I think that it just brings me so much joy when people are bringing it back up. And I'm so happy to share like my, whatever I know about the game. And it's grown to be a lot over the years. So I'll have to talk about my experience from where I live. And we have a local rivalry, to put it that way, with the Ingress players. So because the way it works is that you have to make a portal in Ingress to get a Pokestop in Pokemon Go. And the Ingress players in Oslo are so incredibly stuck up. Yeah, we don't get a lot of Pokestops and gyms, new Pokestops and gyms in Oslo. So you have to walk a lot for raid hours. You cannot stay in just one area. You have to walk and take the bus to go here or there to actually get as many raids as possible during the hour, like raid hour. And that makes it, you travel basically the entire city just for within the hour. And Oslo is very hilly, so there's a lot of climbing that you have to do. So we kind of try to plan the routes so that we go more downhill than uphill. It's fun, but I wish there were more Pokestops in Oslo. I'll have to agree. I'll have to admit that. I qualified for day 2 in Lille, and when I did, I went to Lille not expecting anything, and I had my girlfriend help me pick my team, and she just picked the Pokemon she thought were cute. So I had Lapras at the time, which is one of my favorite Pokemon, and I love to play Lapras. But and it was doing super well, and I had no expectations going in. So when I did that well, I just cherished the moment and didn't expect anything. So when I eventually was knocked out, I wasn't too bummed about it. But then I made day 2 in Bochum, and in Bochum my expectations were different. And I went into day 2 totally undefeated. I think I dropped one game, day 1, and I lost the winner semifinals narrowly, and I was super disappointed. And I made 4th place, which I'm proud of. And I'll have to look back at it with pride, but it was super disappointing when I was so close to getting my invite, which is what we're all here for, eventually. What makes me enjoy these events are the social parts and the community, but what we go for and compete for is the World's ticket. I hope you enjoyed listening to me answering these questions. We'll be back with several more later.
Thank you, Arceus Aurelius, for that excellent part 1 of the interview. And welcome back in, trainers. Don't go anywhere. There's plenty of battles left to come. We're now going to be delving into this part of the losers bracket to see who can fight their way from the losers into the grand finals, potentially.
We have to remember that, yeah, so far we've only seen battles from the winners bracket, so those people had not lost at all until today. Now and since it is a double elimination round, these trainers only have one more battle to go. Adelian, I don't know. I didn't want to get straight into them because I think that they are ready to rock and roll. We are ready to cast these battles, and they are going to be epic.
Oh yes, so here we are, we're going into the top 8, and we have Arsenio on the left versus Snorec on the right, and we are being judged by Lurgan Rocket, who's doing some rather delightful posing there.
I think he's Mr. Mime.
Yeah, he is, maybe. Yeah, that actually looks about right. And of course, Susie as well. Thank you again to both judges for their support for these tournaments. But let's get straight to the teams. We have a Shadow Sableye on Arsenio's side, which I'm super excited to see more of. And of course, on Snorec's side, a more conventional meta team. That Shadow Alolan Ninetales is really looking forward to seeing that Sableye if it's a Charm variant.
That's also true. We haven't seen very many Charm variants. I think we saw one yesterday. Most have been running that Powder Snow, but we do not know for sure. I did believe Snorec did play on stream, and I think it was a Powder Snow, but I have been wrong once in my life other than this.
Yes, I'm sure the viewers there will be more aware of what fast move Snorec has, and perhaps Arsenio himself may be aware, because bear in mind, of course, at this point the trainers can see each other's previous battles if they've been on stream and be able to make move set based judgment calls from that, which does work to the advantage in this case of Arsenio when he's considering his Shadow Sableye. So both trainers now are just planning and locking out. Arsenio looks rather relaxed. He seems focused. He's picking up his phone. He's right. Okay, maybe they're setting in their teams now. Anything stand out for you from these two fabulous trainers?
I was just looking over the team compositions, and I think they're actually both very well balanced teams. There's not like a standout Pokemon that I think is going to do so well versus anything else. Of course, it really comes down to play style here. I talked to Arsenio a little bit last night. He's very confident in himself, so I think that he thinks this is the tournament for me, but we can't count Snorec out either. He's been doing very well in a lot of tournaments, top 16 in one of them, and now top 8.
Yeah, of course, going that one step further. We can see the traditional Pokemon in Medicham, Noctowl, and Lantern being there for both teams, but I think that's where there's quite a few differences between these two trainers as we go into Game 1, the first match of the from the losers bracket. One of these trainers is going to go ahead, and one trainer is unfortunately, their journey is going to end here as we see the Shadow Ninetales go up against the Lantern. This is the Powder Snow variant. Arsenio is in a strong driving seat to start off with. An instant swap into the mirror as the two lanterns trade off sparks, and which one will launch that Thunderbolt first?
I think Arsenio, since he did have one spark advantage beforehand, was able to get to this Thunderbolt. Like you said, this is the mirror, since it will do a little bit better than the Water Gun variant, so good for both of them that they're using this here. Now the Thunderbolt coming through from Snorec's side, and Arsenio looks like he's choosing to let the first one go as well.
Yes, it seems it does make sense here. The Thunderbolt does not KO at this range, and the Lantern is an incredibly bulky Pokemon, but now this is where Snorec needs to make a decision. Thunderbolt at this range will likely KO if it is launched at full power, and Arsenio definitely doing so. This goes through. Oh, it just about survives.
Oh, wow, but an immediate snipe in by Arsenio. They're pulling that licky tongue, that one lick going through and knocking it out. But now the Powder Snow variant, I was correct. Shadow Alolan Ninetales comes in, and man, it's just charging up energy so quickly, almost at this Dazzling Gleam. Arsenio, great counting, throwing this Body Slam right beforehand, getting that first shield from Snorec.
I think it was a very sensible play there by Arsenio to jump in with the Lickitung to ensure Snorec's Lantern was not able to get Thunderbolt off. This is the advantage of one-turn fast moves. They are able to slip one turn in before a charge move is attack is activated. But now the Dazzling Clean comes in on the Lickitung. So much damage.
My goodness. Also trying to get a catch there on the Body Slam, but Arsenio just still licking away there up to past the Power Whip. Going to go ahead and throw that, as that is the more effective move against this Steel Ground type Pokemon. And looks like a Snorec is not choosing to use a shield here, going ahead and taking that Power Whip and just charging up a ton of energy on this Galarian Stunfisk. Could we see a potential very aggressive Mudshot down?
Potentially, and another power whip comes in from Lickitung here. Snorec trying to churn even more energy out and potentially, yes, as you say, get that farm down, but not before those power whips chip away even further. And now an instant swap into the Shadow Sableye, which is going to be very problematic. No shield on Arsenio's side. This is going to look good here with the Rock Slide not doing as much damage as the more dangerous Earthquake here, but this is a Shadow, and Arsenio does need to respect the danger of the Earthquake as it comes in now. This is a crucial moment for Arsenio. Will he drop the Earthquake in? He does make the call at last second, and it is the right call. He's going to be very happy to see that Earthquake there, and the farm down is complete. Sableye, with a lot of loaded energy, is going to have a field day on this Alolan Ninetales now.
We have to remember that this is a Shadow Sableye, so it is running Power Gem. That is a super effective move. Snorec knows it as well, choosing to use that last Protect Shield on the Alolan Ninetales, which still, again, has a ton of energy. A Weather Ball at this range would be enough. Both of the players know it, and wonderful timing by Snorec, throwing it right before the foul play goes off. But Arsenio says, no, you know what? I am almost at the move as well. I'm going to either force you to throw or force you to be knocked out.
Oh yes, so this is a charge attack priority event, and Arsenio nodding his head in approval. He knew he had just the right amount of energy. You can see the applause in the background from some of the spectators here. They know that Arsenio made the right call there. 1-0 to Arsenio, still all to play for. Snorec needs to reset mentally and get back in this game, but that was very, very close.
That's a very good point, Adelian, because like you said, since we are in the double elimination portion of it, both of these trainers have already lost one battle. Snorec is one battle away from being knocked out of this tournament. However, we have seen plenty of reverse sweeps in all of these Play Pokemon tournaments. We can't count anyone out yet. Everything was played very masterfully on both sides.
Oh yes, and these trainers, in order to get here, there are very few mistakes, and what few do occur, or mispredictions do occur, they really need to be milked for all they are worth at this sort of high level. You can see some of the other top 8 battlers there that are still in the mix there. You can see Yellow Ripper and Mind Joke and Biblicious, of course, who is very pleased with his current position. But right now, the focus is on these two brilliant battlers. Arsenio hailing from France, and I believe Snorec hails from, is that Poland, if memory serves?
I think so as well.
Oh, right. So these two trainers have traveled from quite far away to come to Malmö. They've traveled internationally. This is the beauty of these regional tournaments. You can meet so many wonderful and amazing people from all different parts of the continent, and it's a real privilege to be commentating these games for these two brilliant battlers.
I mean, it is a privilege, I'm sure, for these people to be playing as well. And this is the thing, there's a lot of pressure on these situations because this is the last actual regional competition for Europe so far. We do have one more event in Torino that is a special event, so it's a little bit different as far as prize pool is concerned. But for these trainers, there's only going to be two. Only 2 people can make it on for this World's Invitation, and one of them has basically already been set, right? So we need to figure out who is going to be the remaining people who will be invited.
Yes, Zephy Mastix, of course, has securing his World's Invite because Biblicious has got into the top 4, and Biblicious, with his World's Invite already in hand from Arlington in the United States, means that his World's Invite that he may potentially receive from Malmö will now drop down to 3rd place in that case. So this is another beautiful thing about these tournaments, that there is no disincentive if you are a regional, if you hold a World's Invite, there's no disincentive to compete nonetheless, because you will not be depriving anyone else of that treasured spot to go to Yokohama, Japan.
I mean, if I was Biblicious, I don't blame him at all. He got 2nd place in Arlington. He's going for that 1st place prize. He wants that incentive. He wants that travel incentive as well.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. The travel incentive, bear in mind, folks, is from the Pokemon Company, and it does provide a stipend for you to travel to Japan as well, so it all helps on a financial front as well. So as we get into Game 2, Arsenio playing up against Snorec, we have the Medicham into the Galarian Stunfisk. Arsenio really liking the look of this. His picks with leads have been brilliant every time so far.
And an immediate swap out to that Spark Lantern, and it looks like Arsenio is staying in, going ahead and getting a little bit of chip damage beforehand, maybe wondering, a wonderful catch, using this Lickitung almost like a sponge and saying, I know that even if you're going for the heavy hitting move here, this Lickitung can absorb it and just start licking away.
I love this play from Arsenio, really good, using, as you say, Lickitung's bulk, and it has the advantage of having Power Whip as an option, which means that Lickitung can deal super effective damage on the water type that is Lantern. So here we see the Lickitung soaking up even more damage like a sponge as it rushes to a Power Whip. Gonna overfarm a little bit, which is sensible, and throwing at the perfect time there. Arsenio's counting is completely perfect. It really helps with the Spark being a 2-turn move that that you are able to get those counts done even more effectively. A shield from Snorec's side so that this Lantern can do even more damage at this point.
Yeah, the surf going through from the Lantern here, which should almost be enough at this point to knock out the Lickitung. Arsenio choosing to let it go down and maybe get some energy on whatever comes in. He has lost switch advantage, but he does have a shield advantage, and at this point I'm wondering, I think it's more important to him.
Yes, I think that was the, looking at the backlines of Snorec, this does seem like an advantageous decision. As a charge attack priority event does kick in, and the Psychic from this range will it be close to KOing? It might even KO.
I'm pretty sure it'll KO at this point. It does. It knocks out that Lantern, and an immediate swap out into that Sableye, Shadow Sableye, only to be met now by the Glaring Sunfist. It looks like we have a Medicham mirror in the back, but at this point, also, those Shadow Claws are hurting a little more than the Mud Shots.
Oh, yes, definitely. And the thing that Arsenio has to be very careful of is that Earthquake from the Galarian Stunfisk, whereas Galarian Stunfisk does have the bulk to withstand one foul play. But here is where Snorec is going to go for that base and a shield immediately from the Shadow Sableye, because it is so fragile that it does make sense to try and guard the health a little bit more. Will another foul play come in? Yes, it does, just before the Earthquake can be charged up by Snorec. This is excellent counting again by Arsenio to know exactly how much energy that his opponent has at this point.
And he also wants to protect the Sableye at all costs, because if you look at that backline, Medicham does not want anything to do with it. And a wonderful last-second call there, shielding up the Earthquake. And I assume at this point, since the Galarian Surface is almost energy dry, we could see potential Shadow Claw down. No, not risking it at all. He doesn't want that Rock Slide to go through. And now we have pretty much a half-health Sableye against a single Medicham in the back.
And that is going to be really tricky again for Arsenio. Yeah, Snorec knows that he's done. He has politely resigned because he knows the Sableye versus Medicham matchup with that level of health there is no win condition for him. He respects Arsenio's ability there. That was a very decisive play. I think excellent selection of leads, and then not letting go of that advantage at any point, despite Snorec's best efforts in the mid game, meant that Arsenio held on to those leads. Held on to that advantage for the entirety of both those matches. Amazing play.
I think one of the best things that Arsenio did there was recognizing he didn't necessarily need switch advantage, right? So when you're playing and you have a good or bad lead and someone swaps out, you have the option of swapping out as well, which a lot of people I think do on instinct, but he instead stayed in. He got a lot of energy on that Medicham, didn't bother to throw it, stored that for later, and then came in with something that could absorb the energy as well. So even though he ended up losing that middle game switch, and Snorec got to realign things,
yes,
he still had so much energy and an extra shield left, which came in crucial in the end.
Yes, absolutely, and we did actually see that in one of the earlier matches today, where we had Registeel that would regularly drop a Zap Cannon in to its opponent's Pokemon before then switching out on a delay. So the lead Pokemon would come in, the lead Pokemon would be swapped out, and then the Registeel would stay. The Registeel on the opponent's side would stay in, would drop a Zap Cannon, and then come out, because it can then land that debuff on the attack and make its middle game matchup when the Registeel is swapped out even more advantageous. And that is a real nice thing about Registeel. Here Arsenio was just very how do I put this? He was very careful. He was very controlled and measured in his response to know that actually I can milk out a bigger advantage out of this by catching on the Lickitung. I thought that play was brilliant, and that really immediately changed the dynamic of the battle to make it a real uphill struggle for Snorec, who, bear in mind, still a brilliant battler, and it is dropping into the losers bracket, so he still has a chance.
No, we are actually in the losers
sorry,
bracket
no, I've
now,
got that
so
wrong.
he
Apologies.
is out of the tournament, but I will say, going from a top 16 to a top 8, maybe if he ends up in Torino, it could be top 4 or even a top 2 contender in that case. It's if we're just keep on dividing it out, right?
Yes.
16, 8, 4, 2. Maybe he just needs to go do the last chance qualifiers in Japan if there is one.
Oh yes, of course, yes. So folks, going by sort of track record, shall we say, from the World Championships in London, which was the first one to have a Pokemon Go World Championship as well, so that was super exciting. There was also a last chance qualifiers, in essence almost like another special, like akin to a special championship, but that was just before the world's competition itself. So 2 players from there also managed to get their world's invite straight, just literally the day before the actual worlds, and I believe it was 23 EJB and Stone Collection that won that in London. So you know, there's still all to play for. We don't know anything about about Yokohama and what's going to happen there, but there might be some extra chances. Who knows? Might as well go and check it out and see for yourself.
I know a lot of people who qualified for Worlds last year have already qualified again this year, and I think that also just goes to show the depth of the skills that we see. There are so many new contenders as well, but there are a lot of tried and true battlers in the Pokemon Go PvP scene, and I'm really glad to see that they are making names for themselves.
Oh, sorry, yes. In addition, one thing that I think a lot of new players when they're coming into watch Pokemon Go battling, and it may seem that okay, you're tapping your phone, you're throwing your charge attacks, and that's the all and end all of it. But as you say, having the consistency to regularly do well season to season shows that there is clearly something that these brilliant battlers do that consistently that other players may not be able to do quite as well, and that shows an element of differentiation by skill. We do have a graphic available, I believe, from these regionals showing the meta breakdown of the top 8 here at Malmö, and there is quite a bit of variation here compared to what we normally see. Amanda, are there anything that really stand out for you straight away about this meta breakdown?
There are plenty of things that immediately stand out to me, and that is just the level of spice that has been not only in Malmö but also in Hartford. But overall, I mean, like 2 Shadow Alolan Sandslashes made it to the top 8 cut. To me, that is absolutely insane, and a nice nod to it. I know that actually there was even more than 2 players playing it in this tournament, which seems like quite a bit of people giving luck and love to this icy Pokemon.
Yes, it's very unusual to see a Alolan Sandslash for sure, and I think it's also a nod to where we are in Sweden, bringing in more of the ice types. We also see the Shadow Abomasnow as well, another hat tip, as it were, to the Swedish Regional Championships. One thing that also, on the other side, on the more meta picks, is Lantern has actually managed to be on par with Medicham and Noctowl, whereas typically I see Medicham as the most common pick by a long shot, with Noctowl a close second. Lantern's usually 3rd or 4th, but here, the 3 meta picks of Medicham, Lantern, and Noctowl are broadly even.
And what's even more funny about that is Trevenant, which is normally right up there with all of them, has dropped down lower. I mean, so only 3 of the top 8 players ended up playing Trevenant, which, I mean, if we were watching the streams at all yesterday, you'll notice too, not a lot of Trevenant players were even on stream.
Yes, that's right, and I think in contrast, Sableye has made more of a dominating presence here with the being in 4th place. So I think there a lot of trainers are either picking Trevenant or Sableye, depending on what fits the rest of the team. Trevenant does have an advantage, as that it is an answer to the Shadow Swampert, for example, whereas Sableye really struggles to deal with that because it simply gets outpaced by how dangerous, outpaced by the Hydro Cannons, which offer Shadow Swampert, are even more painful. But the downside with Trevenant is that it is so hard, it's so heavily answered by the Noctowl, and Noctowls, as we can see from this meta breakdown, is everywhere.
Indeed. And one of the other things I want to point out is there are a lot of unique picks. There was only 1 Umbreon, 1 Shadow Swampert, 1 Shadow Sableye, 1 Lickitung, but 1 Shadow Gliscor, and that is a very interesting pick that has been serving Zephy Mastix very well in this whole tournament.
Yes, he's got his Worlds invite thanks to a little bit of intervention, shall we say, from Biblicious as well. But yeah, he'll be delighted to see that. I would be very excited to see more of the Shadow Gliscor action, and that will, I'm sure, will come later on in the winners bracket. But bear in mind, folks, we are for those of you who are just tuning in, we are in the losers bracket of the top 8 of the Swedish Regional Championships here in Malmö's arena. I feel very privileged to be commentating for these battles. These are some of the best trainers. I'm going to put it out there, some of the best trainers in the world going toe-to-toe.
I absolutely agree with you. If you want to follow along at home, make sure to type in !bracket into the chat, and you can get the tournament link and cheer on your favorites. Also, let us know who your favorites are. I know that we had talked a little bit yesterday about players to keep an eye on. Some of those have not, unfortunately, made the cut so far. I did say that I thought that Biblicious was going to go pretty far, and I have to say he is doing pretty fantastic.
Oh yes, he is. And so we have an interview with one of the players who with Arsenio, I believe, and Lou is there in the interview area to have some words with him.
Thank you, casters. I am joined by the winner of that last match, Arsen, who took the victory in commanding fashion. You've got to be feeling good after that win.
Yeah, definitely. I feel really good because like that's a super important win for the rest of the day. I was also, Snorec is a really good battler. I knew it was going to be tough, so yeah, I'm feeling good.
Yes, and of course, going through the losers bracket as well, you can't afford to take that loss. You just got to keep winning in order to get through to the end. Looking at team preview, was there anything on his team you were really concerned about?
Obviously the Trevenant, because Trevenant is such a good core breaker in the meta. You don't want him on Medicham or Lantern, So yeah, I was looking to try my best with my Shadow Sableye and avoid his Trevenant from my Medicham or Lantern. That was my whole strategy, so yeah, I think it worked out.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned the Shadow Sableye, because it's something that stood out to me. Often we see the Purified Sableye running around, but you've chosen the Shadow Sableye. Can you give us a little insight as into why you picked that particular Pokemon and whether it's, worked for you this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, Shadow Sableye is just such a beast. The Shadow Claw damage are insane. It has pretty good coverage. With Power Gem, you can actually win against Noctowl.
Okay.
You can win against the A9, and also like the fall play damage are really insane. You can just Shadow Claw and one fall play, basically the whole meta. Yeah, I think that's probably for me the best mon in the meta since like 3 or 4 tournaments so far. So
yeah, and it's always good to have more knocked-out counters, right? Like always an option.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, well, Sableye's definitely been a superstar here. I think it's on so many of the top cut teams.
Yeah.
Adelian was actually crediting in his commentary about the way that you lead into your matches, that you're making really great leads. I think in Game 2 you brought that Medicham in, and it was just a really good start for you. Can you talk us through kind of as a player how you prepare for those leads and how you make those decisions?
I always try to, read my opponent a bit. I'm like, okay, I think he's not going to lead this month.
So it's reading the player instead of just the Pokemon?
Yeah. So I'm taking risk. And I was like, about my lead in Game 2, I was like, okay, if he leads Trevenant, which is really bad for Medicham, I have some strategy in my backline. So yeah, and I was seeing him leading the Stunfisk. I was like, maybe he's going for it because it's good against my team, and I know he likes it.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's how I decided. I tried to, read what he could lead or not lead.
Well, it sounded like you made some great predictions on it, and obviously coming out victorious shows the caliber of you as a player.
Yeah.
Looking forward to the rest of today's tournament. Obviously, we know everyone in this top 8 wants to be able to go all the way, but what would it mean to you to be able to win the Malmö Regional Championships?
It will mean so much. Because I've been trying for this so hard this season and the season before. I'm putting a lot of time in my life to Pokemon Go because I really like the game, I really like the community, and I'm such a competitor. Yeah, I mean winning here, just at least qualify for Yokohama, will be, yeah, it will be
amazing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think everyone really wants to get those top spots. And again, I'm glad you mentioned the community, because the French community in particular has really come out in force to support their players. I remember we were talking about at EUIC with the victory there, they really did just bring the stage alive. As my last kind of question, I just wanted to give you the opportunity to maybe, if there's anything you want to say to the French community, to your friends here on the broadcast, just take a moment to give some shout outs.
Yeah. Maybe that's my last interview, so I'll tell it now.
Stay positive, you never know.
We never know. The French community is so strong, we are all together, we are all supporting each other, even if sometimes there is some issues, we stay strong together. And yeah, as we said about the AUIC champion, we put the crowd in fire, and I hope I can make the same today.
Well, I'm sure they'll be rooting for you. I can already hear them getting excited, and I know during your next match, I will try and be sitting amongst them as well to soak up some of that energy. Well, we'll let you go and get rested and ready before your very next match. To the guys at home, make sure you're staying tuned for all the Pokemon Go action we're bringing over for you this weekend. We'll kick it back to the casters to take it away.
Thank you, Lou, and thank you to Arsenio. Good job once again. We were just informed as well that Arsenio is really, and also his brother, Treasure Comex, they have been going to a lot of tournaments, and they've been really trying to get this not only to go to Japan for themselves, but because they're planning on going on a family trip with their mother. And I think that's very cute, and maybe an extra incentive for him to try to win now that he's gotten even that much closer on this tournament today.
I tell you what, that is a very heartwarming story, and I think I may have to become Team Arsenio after this. But more about Arsenio, who does advance further in the losers bracket, as we now see two relatively local battlers here from the Scandinavian region. We have Bolton on the right, who is hailing from Sweden, and Danky Chan, if memory serves, I think he's Norwegian.
He is a Norwegian battler, and he also has been up at the top of the Go Battle League leaderboards for the past couple of weeks. This man cannot seem to be stopped there. Let's see if he can continue that streak here in Malmö as well. He is another one of the players. Remember, we talked about 2 players running that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. This is the other player doing a masterclass with it. Again, if you're just tuning in, we are in the losers bracket here. Both of these have only lost 1 battle, and one of them will be moving on to be the top 6.
Oh yes, so the pressure is really on at this point. But of course, these trainers, they know how to handle pressure. They wouldn't, if they couldn't do so, they wouldn't have got so far. Quite frankly, I'm just looking at that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash from Danky Chan's side. I do think it has a decent amount of play, certainly against the Noctowl and indeed the Sableye to some extent. But it does have to be mindful of the Medicham, which is always around. I think as we looked at the meta breakdown, 7 of the 8 trainers in the top 8 are rocking a Medicham, so Danky Chan just need to be careful and protect it if he is going to bring it at all, or maybe he will go, you know what, I'll just keep that on as bench pressure and use something else to deal with the Noctowl. Maybe that Galarian Stunfisk looks rather pretty right here.
I like a Bolton's choice here too, also of an Umbreon. He was the only one of the top 8 to be able to bring that in. It has a lot of bulk, right? So I mean, we just saw Arsenio play and he was running a Lickitung, which also a lot of players choose to use that as like a 3rd or 4th shield, and Umbreon is pretty much the same thing. It can tank a lot of the charge attacks from the opposing player and use it sort of as a sponge. Even some Umbreons are so trained up that they can beat Medichams. We saw it once on stream in Liverpool.
Yes, that's right. Like Medicham, despite being a fighting type, the typical moveset that most people tend to run is Ice Punch and Psychic. And as a result of that, neither of these moves do a lot of damage to Umbreon, so Medicham is relying on the counter damage to chip away at Umbreons, which means Umbreon does have the ability to launch a couple of foul plays every so often to keep that Medicham down. So they kind of mutually deal with each other to some extent. So I wouldn't necessarily call Medicham a complete and perfect counter to the Umbreon, even though it has a slight advantage. And this is what may justify earlier in day 1 of the Malmö stream, we saw Medichams with power-up punch, such as from Aerobubble. We saw a dynamic punch from another trainer as well. I wonder if that was justification that we want the Medicham to be able to deal with dark types and forego the psychic coverage there. But I think in Bolton's case, I think he's stuck with the conventional Ice Punch Psychic, if my memory is correct. But I'm sure we will soon find out.
I think you're absolutely correct that the Medicham is really the only counter on Danky Chan's side to that Umbreon. So we might see it in as a safe swap or potentially in the lead, just to soak up a lot of damage overall. And indeed, we do see it in the lead there against that Galarian Stunfisk. A rather neutral matchup overall. It really depends on how both of these players like to play it. I think if you're Danky Chan, this is not what you were hoping to align the Galarian Stunfisk on, but it's not a bad matchup for it either. Going ahead, storing up to that Earthquake, but not before taking a foul play.
Yes, I think it's sensible on Danky Chan not to throw on charge attack priority alignment, just to slip another mud shot in while the move from Umbreon is launched. Now throwing an extra mud shot, and this is why it comes down to throwing on fast attack alignment is key here. And the Earthquake comes in, a heavy hitting move, but Umbreon's bulk is so good, and there's a catch immediately, and another foul play is now landed on the Lantern, which is going to provoke a response from Bolton. Is he going to switch out at this point? Will the Sableye or the Noctowl come in? No, he chooses to stay in. Chooses to stay in on this. Bear in mind now, Danky Chan's Lantern is a water gun Lantern, so it's going to be doing a lot more fast attack pressure.
I think overall, Danky Chan was going very anti-Noctowl in this with a Galarian Stunfisk and both the Lantern on his team. Since it is a water gun Lantern, it is a little bit more advantageous for the Noctowl, but still not a great matchup with this Lantern. So Danky Chan using this as sort of his own safe swap is pretty smart, because if you see that Noctowl on the back, Bolton now still has to worry about the Stunfisk and doesn't want to swap it into this Lantern.
Yeah, so it allows Danky Chan to know what the line of 3 on Galaxo Bolton's side is more likely to be, allows him to make a calculated prediction. Maybe he might be now thinking, he may have a Noctowl in the back. I should probably protect my Galarian Stunfisk a bit more, as the water guns do a heavy amount of damage. But Sableye getting so much farm at this point. Excellent counting by Galaxo Bolton. He has banked a foul play, and he's now launching this foul play at the very last second to eliminate Danky Chan's Lantern.
Yeah, didn't want to get too risky or greedy with the potential Shadow Call down and take another move, but in comes this Noctowl to absorb a lot of the damage, and Galaxo Bolton not fooling around, going straight for this return, which is the heavier hitting move. We have to remember that if it was a Shadow Sableye, 2 foul plays should be enough, but return looks like it was doing a lot of damage. In comes the Noctowl of Galaxo Bolton, which will now take a Sky Attack, and we'll have to see how Danky Chan chooses to respond. Well, I think his switch timer is up, and that Stunfisk is still looking pretty good.
I think this is a really good play, actually, by Danky Chan to weaken the Noctowl with a Sky Attack, because now this means 2 Rock Slides from Danky Chan's Galarian Stunfisk can knock out Galaxo Bolton's Noctowl here, whereas if the Sky Attack damage hadn't been registered, then it would have required 3, and that means an extra 5 seconds worth of time that Noctowl can then use to churn out more of these Shadow Balls, which, as we've seen demonstrated here, Galarian Stunfisk doesn't like tanking all that much.
And we have to remember that Danky Chan still has 2 Protect Shields left, so he's really protecting up his Noctowl in the back. Galaxo Bolton choosing to let his Noctowl go down. We'll have to see how he responds. He does have a half-health Sableye left that's going to be having to doing a lot of work.
Yes, and unfortunately for Galaxo Bolton, and you see him scratching his head here, Danky Chan able to get a Rock Slide off, which is going to be more problematic. It won't KO, but it's going to put the Sableye into the red, and the Galarian Stunfisk does a very decent effort here to do a lot of damage, and now Noctowl can just farm down. Sableye would need to have got to 3 foul plays, and there was absolutely no way that was happening. Danky Chan asserting his dominance very early on.
I think one of the things is that since he is such a leaderboard player, the Go Battle League is basically only 3 Pokemon in general, so I think he's gotten very good at being able to predict a line of 3 by seeing how people play, and I really enjoyed that style, choosing 2 leads. He went kind of ABA weak, or ABA strong to Noctowl, and not giving Galaxo Bolton's Noctowl a lot of room to go around, and plus his own, which was really good against that Sableye.
Yes, absolutely. So for those of you watching at home who would benefit from a reminder of ABA lineups, this is where you have 2 Pokemon, the lead Pokemon, and 1 Pokemon in the back line that is particularly strong to a certain Pokemon on your opponent's team of 6. In this case, Danky Chan chose the Galarian Stunfisk and the Lantern to in an ABA setup, leading with the Galarian Stunfisk, having the Lantern in the back, as both of those would be answers to the Noctowl that he predicted correctly that Galaxo Bolton would bring. And when you look at like Danky Chan's team, you can see why. That Trevenant and that Medicham are quite strong, and indeed while the other Pokemon, it is interesting because you think, though, with the Alolan Sandslash, and I'm just coming to this point now as it pops into my head now, the Alolan Sandslash, the Galarian Stunfisk, and the Lantern, all 3 of them are quite strong against the Noctowl, but I vaguely recall maybe Danky Chan is running Shadow Claw on his Alolan Sandslash, which suddenly makes that matchup with Noctowl a teeny bit more even, would you say?
I think being able to get to the charge attacks so quickly with those ice punches, which are super effective, and Noctowl not being able to really throw anything quickly. Sky attacks are resisted on the Alolan Sandslash. I still think it is a very positive matchup for the Sandslash. But again, I mean, I think that we see a Medicham, we see a Galarian Stunfisk. I can't remember if Galaxo Bolton is running a Spark or Water Gun Lantern, but these things are very threatening to this Ice-type Pokemon.
Yes, absolutely. And so I wonder, therefore, if the Lantern will come in on Galaxo Bolton's side, because he's seen in Game 1 that Danky Chan hasn't brought Trevenant in. And I wonder, therefore, if Galaxo Bolton is thinking, maybe I can risk bringing in the Lantern. I may bodyguard it by bringing in a good 3 of my answers to Trevenant in Umbreon, Sableye, and Noctowl. Sableye less so of an answer, but still an answer nonetheless. But Umbreon would be a very heavy-hitting answer, or maybe the Noctowl as well. So, to be fair, Galaxo Bolton did did bring Umbreon and Noctowl in game 1, so maybe he was trying to be ABA strong against the Trevenant potentially, which then did not, unfortunately for him, the prediction was incorrect, and Trevenant just simply did not make an appearance on Danky Chan's side.
I think with no Trevenant at all on Galactic Bolton's side, it does let the Danky Chan's Lantern itself go wild, right? Because it's Water Gun as well, so it's applying a lot of pressure to the Galarian Stunfisk and just other things in general. Speaking of the Trevenant, we see it on the field, a great lead for Galactic Bolton here. The Trevenant cannot really do much to it, and we see that immediate swap out into the Water Gun Lantern, only to be met by the Spark Lantern, which does have a major advantage in this matchup.
Yes, absolutely. And Danky Chan was perhaps hoping then that that Galactic Bolton would not bring the Spark Lantern here, because this Water Gun Lantern is relatively safe against a lot of Galactic Bolton's side due to that lack of a grass type on his team. But this is one downside to running Water Gun Lantern. You may lose the mirror match here unless something particularly exotic happens with the shielding, as a Thunderbolt is launched from Danky Chan's Lantern onto Galactic Bolton's, but Galactic Bolton can bounce that one off, and now perfectly timing his attack in order to launch a Thunderbolt of his own, which at this range will certainly KO.
And Danky Chan knows it as well, but I think maybe is in a good position. This is maybe what he wanted here, going to go ahead and get a lot of farm with this Trevenant, because the moves of the Lantern are resisted against this Trevenant here, and so it's not going to be doing that much damage overall. This Trevenant is going to come out with a lot of energy.
Yes, this will be quite handy. It may not be ideal for against the Umbreon, but those Seed Bombs still do some respectable chip damage, and it'll be useful to have it. Umbreon is most likely to come in now from Galactic Bolton's side, and here it is, and now a Seed Bomb launched immediately to try and chip away at this Umbreon. This is certainly not going to justify a shield, I don't think, because of the damage is still minimal, but it is unresisted damage, and we will always take unresisted damage over resisted.
And this is another good move, immediately swapping now to get a little bit of an advantage to whatever comes in. A Mud Shot or two can do a lot. Galactic Bolton forced sort of throw here, because if he brings his own Stunfisk in, they both have 2 shields. It's going to become this huge baiting game between the two. Galactic Bolton saying, you know what, I can tank a lot of these moves. I'm willing to stay in. I'm willing to chip this down a little bit and let my Galarian Stunfisk in the back do a lot of work against that Trevenant.
Yes, I wonder if the win condition for Galactic Bolton is to try and chip away a little bit further at Danky Chan's Galarian Stunfisk to put it into Earthquake range. But Danky Chan does have an energy advantage here, and the Earthquake is coming in. Galactic Bolton recognizes this could be the very dangerous Earthquake and shields it correctly, and he's going to be very pleased to see that shield be used to the best of its ability. Over-farming a little bit, and now the Earthquake's coming in. No, he's going to opt for a Galactic Bolton, going to opt for a Rock Slide bait, and it's immediately successful. Danky Chan shields straight away, and he's going to look at that and go, maybe I shouldn't have done that.
If we have to remember, the Earthquake is the only effective move here. Ball catch! Speaking of an effective move, catching this Earthquake on the Trevenant. The Trevenant has so much energy, but this should not be enough quite at this point to take it out, and it's going to be able to still go ahead and fire off the Shadow Ball, which will be doing the more damage than the Seed Bombs will.
That is, you know what? What really surprised me is how much damage that Earthquake did to the Trevenant. That was actually a lot to when you think about it. But that actually hasn't worked in Galactic Bolton's favor, because that means the Galarian Stunfisk couldn't farm up as much. And now a Rock Slide is coming in, and at this range, Galactic Bolton's Galarian Stunfisk is in trouble here. He has to shield. He has to protect it.
We have to wonder, would a Rock Slide be enough?
And you can see there's a swap, and it's immediately into the foul play, not wasting any time at all. Danky Chan now has to make the decision, is it worth shielding this one? But there might be another foul play on Umbreon's side as well, or we'll be close to getting one. Oh, no, it is not. Galarian Stunfisk now knows that there's plenty of energy, the Umbreon's energy dry, and is now going for the Earthquake here, but it too is going to be low on energy. This is going to come down to a Galarian Stunfisk mirror, but this is where the Earthquake from Galactic Bolton comes in, and that is a KO. Galactic Bolton saying, I'm not done with this yet. 1-1, both sides are raring to go for game 3.
I think during it you saw Danky Chan shaking his head a little bit. He knew that he needed to get off a move before the Umbreon was able to get to another foul play, but he also knew that the Galarian Stunfisk in the back had a move stored, so he would have needed to come out with a Rock Slide already. I think he realized about that point that he just did not have the energy to be able to do so, and pretty much conceded at that point.
Yes, absolutely. I think excellent plays there. That was a beautiful catch on the Trevenant, which I thought was going to be super decisive. It did make life very very difficult for Galaxy Bolton, but I think this is where the advantage that Galaxy Bolton had from earlier on in the match was perhaps a little bit too strong, and Danky Chan, despite very solid effort to do so, just wasn't able to wiggle out of that.
But it makes it very exciting for us as the casters and you guys as the viewers, as this is now tied up 1-1. The next round will decide who is staying in this tournament and who will be going home.
Yes, and these trainers, they're both so brilliant. I've been really impressed because Galaxy Bolton, he within the Swedish community, he's quite well known, but this is the first time I've actually seen him battle, and I'm really impressed with just how technical, how methodical, and how perfect his counting has been. Certainly keeping up with Danky Chan, who, as we know, is on the GBL leaderboards right at the top there, and the fact that Galaxy Bolton can keep up with him shows that he's worthy of that caliber as well. This is how strong the trainers and these top 8s are. And bear in mind, both of them have lost once, and if they're that good and they both lost once, how good are the players in the winners final?
Exactly. I think another thing we have to point out about Galaxy Bolton is just because he's not on the GBL leaderboards, he is a very, very strong grassroots player, playing in the top level tiers there as well. So it's not someone that to be counted out. I think a lot of the players, especially in the Scandinavian region, definitely know his name.
Yes, for sure. So both trainers now are reconsidering. This is where the team building and trying to second guess your opponent is absolutely vital. It's 1-1. The pressure is very much on. None of these trainers want to be knocked out at this stage, but sadly one of them will have to be. It's just going to come down to who can get that minute additional advantage over each other as they start to lock in their teams and consider what 3 Pokemon are going to be best against their opponents. Is there any Pokemon that you think you should see one of the trainers bring out a bit more? I'd love to see Shadow Alolan Sunslash, but I don't know if it's appropriate.
Yeah, I don't think as many targets as maybe Danky Chan was hoping for there. I think Galaxy Bolton, realizing how strong his Umbreon is probably going to bring it every single game here. Looks like, yeah, it is indeed. If it's not broke, don't fix it. But this time Danky Chan says, okay, you've been leading it 2 games, 2 out of 3, 3 out of 3 now, indeed, and an immediate swap into that Spark Lantern. And it looks like we might be seeing sort of a similar play as to the first game, with chipping away a little bit at the Lantern, but there's no Noctowl in the back to be targeted by the Galarian Stunfisk.
Yes, that's right. But notice as well, Danky Chan's not running his own Lantern, probably because he's seen Galaxy Bolton's run the Spark Lantern quite often as well. Doesn't want to be caught out. Doesn't trust his own Lantern to be the safe swap it normally would be. So Medicham just looking to chip away at this a teeny bit more. I wonder if he's actually trying to chip away at this Lantern enough to then farm down with the Galarian Stunfisk with the mud shots. I wonder if that's a play, or is he just going to go straight for it with the counters? No, I think he's just farming up a bit more, and perfectly timed for a charge attack priority event.
Yes, this is another thing that top level players can do. They know who wins that charge attack priority. It's the one with the higher attack, and so counting, knowing right when he's going to get to that surf, throwing that ice punch, which is not very effective, but now getting completely farmed down by the Shadow Sableye. Sableye now, or regular Sableye, now has a lot of energy, and in comes the Noctowl to absorb it.
Yes, but I think we have to be mindful of the return here, which we saw earlier does a huge amount of damage to the Noctowl, but this time no shield on Danky Chan's side, and Galaxy Bolton is foul play is going to be thrown instead, but the bait is not successful. But this is when Noctowl has to decide when to throw. Tries to catch, isn't able to do so, but Noctowl decides to throw anyway, and there comes a Sky Attack on the Umbreon to do some effective chip damage, and then I wonder if there's a swap into the Galarian Stunfisk straight after.
I think it's very important to point out that both of these players still have both shields, so they're being very conservative. They're conserving their energy before they swap out. They're doing some incredible plays. I also am loving how Galaxy Bolton does his charge move attacks.
Yes, he's just like
very erratic.
Yes, I've not. Yeah, it's sometimes entertaining to see how different people use their charge attacks. Or like, I like Danky Chan's method with the ground types. I tend to do that as well. I find it's a lot more easier than just following the bubbles with one finger. But an Earthquake does go shielded, and Galaxy Bolton is the first to use a shield. And here comes another Earthquake and another shield. He's suddenly, you were saying that both were being conservative with the shields. One of the players has just gone for both straight away.
I think recognizing the bulk of the Umbreon Umbreon already and saying, okay, they're most likely going for the heavy hitting charge attack there. I'm going to shield them up and making my Umbreon even more healthy. Those foul plays aren't doing that much, but if the Umbreon can just stay not KO'd, it's going to be releasing foul play after foul play at everything that is left in this game.
Yes, and foul play does outpace against Galarian Stunfisk's Earthquake as well, and we see a swap in there, and the Rock Slide does come in from Danky Chan's side, so Sableye looking to farm down, not able to do so without taking a bit of damage. Danky Chan also very sensible to realise that he won't reach the Earthquake, so he throws that Rock Slide here and now, and there's a catch as well, a foul play now going on to the Noctowl, but Danky Chan recognises that he needs to preserve health on this Noctowl and decides to start using his shields in response now.
Yeah, I think with the so low health left on the Sableye, maybe this is, yes, now Danky Chan's turn to use both shields as well, recognizing the bulk of his Noctowl, almost like an Umbreon of the sky, we would say, and be able to just maybe farm all the way down and have 2 now Sky attacks to throw at the Umbreon, which is in the back.
Yes, and this is going to be very tricky now because Umbreon, despite being so bulky, it does not have an infinite amount of HP. And
one Sky attack goes through.
And now the second one might go through. Yes, it does. And is this going to be enough to KO? Let's have a look. At first, the foul play does come, but this definitely will not KO. Umbreon needs another, and it's a question of whether he will reach another before the Sky attacks and the Wing attacks go in. And here it comes. Is this going to be enough to get the Umbreon out? The crowd reckons it might be. I think Galaxy Bolton's put his phone down. He reckons it is as well. And Noctowl now throwing in the Sky attack. Danky Chan goes further, and sadly the end of the road for Galaxy Bolton, but very, very well played by both trainers who are very good friends within their community. A very respectable handshake. Danky Chan, congratulations.
Danky Chan has made it now into the top 6 as well. This tournament is getting thinner and thinner, but the games are getting better and better. Such close matchups, and they're going, this was one of them that went 1-1, and it was really a decisive game 3 that was making the Danky Chan the overall winner.
Yes, it was very, very well played. I feel both trainers in game 3 didn't really make any major sort of tactical errors or anything like that. I think they were both very sensible, very, very methodical. There's perhaps one instance where, when I was talking earlier about fast attack alignment and making sure when you're going to throw your charge attack, you don't want to give more than, say, 1 turn's worth of energy. It's really hard to keep track of those things in the midst of a battle. So there may have been a little blip like that, but it's quite tricky. Yeah, like I said, right, tricky, and both sides tend to do it from time to time, no matter how good a trainer you are. It's so hard to keep track, but this is where, if you're watching at home, trying to minimize the amount when you throw your charge move to make sure you throw on alignment is key, and I'm sure there's many content creators out there or videos on YouTube that can teach you more about that. So I'm sure there might even be one that you may have made at some point.
There could be. The too long didn't read of all that is basically every time that you throw a charge attack and your opponent does not throw at the same time, they get another fast attack through. So if you continue to do this and they're not throwing, you're going to gain a lot more energy on your own Pokemon. So it's just, you want to at least time it that they're throwing at the same time or with a good move duration timing.
Yes, that's right. So, top 6. We have a couple more battles to go. We are still working our way through the losers bracket. I believe if memory serves, we've seen 3 matches so far from the loser bracket. There's 1 more to go, I think, at least.
So there is 2 more to go for sure. Arsenio just made it on. He beat Snorec, and he is going to now play a Mind Joke who just lost to Biblicious earlier on. So a Mind Joke who was in the winner's bracket has now been dropped down.
Yes, that's right. So yes, so Mind Joke, he played, as you say, he played Biblicious, and this is where Zephy was very delighted to see that result. But Mind Joke, he's been very determined. He has played in many, many regionals so far. He's got very close in so many of them. So it's going to be a very tough hurdle for Arsenio to overcome. But nonetheless, Arsenio is being championed by the French community, a very, very strong community in the Pokemon Go world. They can boast that they have a EUIC champion in Tonton Batius. They can boast they have Eldex as well from another French champion hailing from another champion who is French, who got his Worlds invite in the 2022 Pokemon Go season. So all to play for both of these trainers. I don't think I could pick out of either of them.
Yeah, I can't pick either. Maybe we can make Leo pick after he does this interview with the winner of this last round, Danky Chan.
Heyo Pokemon trainers, we are back for another winner's interview with Danky Chan. We have spoken yesterday already. Congratulations on this fantastic win.
Thank you, thank you.
So how are you feeling after a match this intense?
It was a great match. I was very worried before the match because I don't like that Umbreon versus my team. I felt good at the first game. He ran triple Trevenant counters, so I thought he was trying to scare away the Trevenant in game 2, which is why I led Trevenant. I was predicting a Medi plus Lantern line, but that didn't happen. But I was really happy with how close that second game was, even though I got maybe the worst lead I could get.
Yeah, we'll get to that second game in a minute. I was just, in game 1. We had, of course, the Umbreon is a little bit of a problem to your team, but Umbreon is not like the finishing Pokemon most of the time. You had so many rather neutral, long, bulky matchups. How do you prepare for a match like that, where there is not one Pokemon that you have to try and beat?
Yeah, so my Lantern was pretty good against his team, I knew that, but mine is Water Gun, so I lose against his Lantern, and his Lantern is really good against my team again. So I had a strategy of going in there, shipping if it was an Umbreon lead, which I was predicting for the first game. I was going to ship, and then I was going to try to bait out their Lantern with my own. So that was the reason why I swapped out there. But it came down to a lot of catches all around in this game, so you have to keep track of the energy, and you just have to keep your head down and just be prepared.
So you're saying that game 1 was, you won it with a catch?
I don't think I won that one with a catch, but on the first, he threw his second foul play. I waited one turn so we could align. That way he can't react to a swap. So when I'm versus a 2-turn versus a 3-turn move, I like to wait one turn after throwing my move. That way they think I'm staying in. Yeah, so that's what I did on that.
All right, that is a really heads-up play. This is perfect technicalities here. So let's talk about that game too. That one started off a bit slower as the game before that, but then in the end that was a crazy endgame, catches left and right. When did you start to plan out your endgame?
I planned it out as soon as the Lantern came in. I didn't throw my Surf because I wanted to leave with 100 energy, which I was able to do. That way I could ship the Lantern a bit and then keep a Shadow Ball in case it was something that didn't want to hit a Shadow Ball. Yeah, he just got to the Earthquake and I knew it was over, but I knew I had to shield the foul play and just hope that I could make it. But sadly, I couldn't in that game, but that was really intense. Yeah.
Was there a spark of hope when your Trevenant survived the Earthquake with basically 1 HP?
There was. I knew it would survive. I hoped they would take one less, because then he wouldn't have gotten to that Earthquake. And I also hoped I would CMP him instead of getting the 1-turn switch, but it's supposed to be a 1-turn switch, right? So, yeah.
So, in game 3, again, you went for a rather unconventional win condition. You basically double shielded your Noctowl.
Yeah, I pretty much knew when the Lantern was out of the way. Was it a Lantern that game? I don't remember.
I think he safe swapped the Lantern after scaring away the Trevenant too.
Yes, I kind of forgot. So I knew if I just get rid of the Lantern with my Medicham, I knew he was bringing Sableye every game. So I just knew that my my Noctowl plus Stunfisk would beat those two. And then, yeah, I just knew I could farm down the Sableye and double shield and then get two Sky attacks versus the Umbreon.
So yeah, and it worked out perfectly. The chat was spamming the 2 shields on Noctowl thing.
Yeah.
So, are you excited to look forward? Are you trying to get to Yokohama now? I mean, that's an obvious answer, right?
When I'm gotten this far, I have to try. I think I don't know who I have next. I think it's a mind joke. So I think we might get our Sandslash mirror that we've been speaking of the entire time. So let's see if we can get that. I'm not sure if it is him though, but if it is, we might see some slash on slash action.
That would be absolutely fantastic. You should both agree to bring it here just for the stream as well, to be honest.
I'll talk to him. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So have you expected those crazy results when you entered the tournament?
Not really. I didn't come in with a lot of expectations coming here. I built the team around the things I love to run, and then I just decided to run with that. I haven't really been preparing too much with scrims and stuff like that. I came mostly to meet the people that I've been speaking to online for quite a while, and it's been really fun to meet all these people.
Yeah, to be honest, those events are always so much fun.
Yeah.
Players are loving each other. It is just a fantastic atmosphere in here. So, Danky Chan, thank you very much for the interview. I wish you the best of luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
And we are going to kick it back over to Amanda and Adalian.
Thank you very much, Leo, and congratulations again to Danky Chan, who advances further in this regionals. And he did make the point about how it's so nice to meet all these people. This is the first regionals that Danky Chan has attended, and I like to think that he's doing particularly well.
I think he is. I don't want to disappoint him, though, because he is in fact not playing a mind joke, but Arsenio will be playing a mind joke. Two players with very compelling stories going on. So we just talked about how Arsenio is hoping to win so he can get some of this money so he can go travel Japan with his family, and a mind joke, a player who has been to every single European regional, getting top cut a lot of days, but never being able to fully close the deal out. Both of these players deserve to win. Unfortunately, there can only be one of them at this point.
Yes, that is a real shame. Both of these trainers are two very lovely people, and both have very deserving stories. Both of them, forget just the stories. They're both so talented that, as I said earlier, I don't think I can pick between these two. Their talent is just so good. It is really just going to come down to the best team of three, the alignments, the catches, the brilliance of their plays.
We have to remember these trainers, since they have both been to a lot of things before and been competing in other grassroots tournaments, they know each other's names, they know each other's play styles. Chances are they've played each other multiple times, so it's one of those things where it's like, is this person someone who always beats me because they always end up doing this? And then instead, they're going to do that. Or it's someone that you always go for the big move first and people know that about you, so you say, oh, I'm going to bait this time.
Yes, just to mix it up, make things a little bit more interesting in these battles. I'm super excited to see how these two play. One of these players will be moving on to the top 6, I believe, and the other one will sadly have to call it there. But still, to get to this, just to put some perspective, though, for those that do have to, unfortunately, leave the competition at this level, they still get a decent amount of money. They do get TCG booster packs, and that's that's on top of the general social aspect of catching up with all of your fellow battlers at one of these regional competitions. So while there is might be a small element of sadness in losing, in the grander scale of things, they're both going to come away with something physical and material that they're going to be very pleased about.
That's absolutely true. For those in the chat, do you guys have a favorite? Type 1 if you want a mind joke to win, and type 2 if you want Arsenio to win. Let's see. I know everyone is always spamming certain emotes and other things to help certain players. I'm sure there's something like that already going on with people. Meanwhile, Danky Chan did say that there was a Lowland Sand Slash. That is on a mind jokes team there. Also a Shadow Swampert, but the only Shadow on Arsenio's side is going to be that Shadow Sableye that we saw just a little bit earlier on the stream.
Yes, and I think as well on the Twitch chat, I think Noralka has put a prediction on for those of you watching to choose between a mind joke and Arsenio. So do feel free to jump in on that. These two trainers are now calculating which Pokemon to go for. We can see the Regirock has now converted into a Registeel on Arsenio's side, so that looks about right. Well, I'm interested to see. I reckon on Arsenio's, I reckon on a mind joke side, that Shadow Swampert looks relatively good against a large chunk of the team, so I would expect that to be the safe swap on a mind joke side 9 times out of 10. But I'm not as good as a player as a mind joke. He might have better ideas, he might have other ideas, he might expect Arsenio to expect that and don't want to do something else. As you said earlier, Amanda, this or that. So let's see what happens. I think the trainers have now locked in, so we're going to see what the battle is. So game 1 begins now. The Pokemon is thrown out, and you have Lantern going in against that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. This might be slightly advantageous for Lantern, would you say?
I would say, depending on if it's a Water Gun or a Spark Lantern, it is the Spark Lantern. It is more advantageous to the Lantern just because those Surfs are coming in just as quick as any of the Ice Punches, which is not effective against the Lantern. Arsenio charging up a little bit extra, doesn't want a mind joke to try to catch, and a mind joke just going ahead and soaking this Surf.
Yes, and even though Surf is going to do neutral damage, and it is a Shadow, is able to catch, and there is a catch there on Arsenio's side. Brilliant catching the Bulldoze of all things as well. This is really big because the Bulldoze would have been super effective on that Lantern. A brilliant play straight away as soon as the horses come out of the stables. That Arsenio's on it with the Medicham, and now the Sableye comes in. So Mindjoke's really happy actually to see this Medicham because the Sableye can come in now and get a huge amount of farm here. So great catch, but Mindjoke has reacted in the best possible way.
Yeah, I think we might even see a very aggressive Shadow Claw all the way down. This Sableye is going to come out with 100 energy, not even able to reach that extra Ice Punch for a little bit of chip damage. And then what do you do at this point? You don't want that Sableye on a Sableye that's fully loaded. However, Arsenio does not know that there's a Medicham in the back.
Yes, I think it's the right call here to bring the Lantern in against this with this additional bulk, but he would like to use the Lantern against the Alolan Sandslash perhaps, but nonetheless, another foul play coming in, and this time a shield does come out from Arsenio's side. He wants to get a bit of additional damage on the Sableye and probably eliminate it so that his Sableye is free to reign supreme later on. So perfect, almost perfect time. There we go, yes, and the Surf does come in at the perfect time. Lantern getting that additional farm in, and this is where the Sableye will either go, nope, a shield comes in, and a Mindjoke says, not today.
Yes, Mindjoke was at the move. He knew that he would win charge attack priority. They were saying, okay, now it's my turn. I will force you to shield. And indeed he does. Look at all that energy that's stored on the Lantern saying, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and keep on sparking, store up another Surf before I throw one more time.
Yes, and now it's another decision as to whether a Mindjoke shields again. This time he's happy to let it go. The Lantern still does have another Surf ready, so it still could do some additional damage. So what will come in? Will it be the Alolan Sandslash? Will it be the Medicham? This is a debate that a Mindjoke has to have. What's he happy to go in? He does go in with the Surf on, with the Alolan Sandslash and decides to shield it in order to farm down this Lantern potentially. But will there be a swap into the Sableye straight away? There is a swap into Sableye.
Swap into Sableye. They're going ahead and throwing that Ice Punch right away. And if you are a Mindjoke here, you're maybe getting a little bit nervous knowing that your back Pokemon is the Medicham, and this is a Shadow Sableye, which is going to be doing 20% more damage. I take it all back saying, you know what, okay, fine. I see it's there. I got to get to this Ice Punch right at the same time as that foul play goes through. This will do 20% more, but it's not going to be enough to knock out the Medicham. No. Meanwhile, this Ice Punch is going to be very close, if not knocking out that Sableye. This is going to be a battle for the ages. This is very close. Lantern has just a sliver of health left on Arsenio's side.
I think it was an absolutely brilliant play by a Mindjoke to bring in his Medicham into the Sableye. Unconventional. Normally, you wouldn't put your Medicham against the Sableye. It's so decisive, as we saw earlier on in this matchup. Arsenio's Sableye was able to farm down a Mindjoke's Medicham very, very easily. But at that sort of close quarters and where there's no shields, the Shadow Sableye has already been weakened, and the counters, even though they are single resisted, they still do damage. So that chip damage followed by the Ice Punch, and Mindjoke knew that would be enough. So he made the right call to not allow any further farm and throw that Medicham into the Sableye in order to get the win. Brilliant play, very methodical, and I really commend a Mindjoke for having the sensibility to recognize his win condition.
Yeah, both of these players, they're very friendly with each other. They know each other, but at the same point, they are very serious because they are ready to win. A Mindjoke just needs one more point to stay in this tournament. Meanwhile, Arsenio needs to not lose one more point so he can stay in the tournament as well.
Yes, so Arsenio now has to really dig deep and consider, right, what am I going to do here? What's going to be what's going to be my readjustment? What's going to be the new team of 3 that I pick? I keep talking about readjustments, but here's a thought. Sometimes you can throw your opponent off by running the same line of 3, because on rare occasions, your opponent might think you're definitely going to change, and then you don't, and then you lose against a team that you just won against in the match before. Mind games, that's what it's all about.
Mind games from a Mindjoke, perhaps. I think you have a really good point there as well, Adelian, because sometimes it's not that you have a bad team composition, and it's not necessarily that you played poorly, but sometimes I even myself recognize if I just would have done this instead, I know I would have won. It was not anything of a misalignment. It was just, okay, if I didn't let this go through, or if I would have shielded this. So the team is not necessarily bad. The team composition you put together was put together for a reason.
Yes, no, absolutely. I also think further to that point you make, Amanda, when you have a team of 3 and your lead Pokemon, you've noticed, the lead Pokemon is quite strong against your opponent's backline. It's very easy when you are watching on stream or as a spectator to see, how useful it would be to, I don't know, save the Sableye for your opponent's Medicham in the back, but your Sableye's in the lead. You don't recognize all the time the value of your lead Pokemon or the backline until you see that backline Pokemon, and then you go, oh no, I should have saved my lead Pokemon there. And this is where you have to be very careful as a trainer when you're going into a battle like this. Perhaps the lead Pokemon can be one that you're perhaps happy to forego, and this is what brings some justification to what you referred to in the past, ABA lines, where you have one Pokemon that is strong against a particular Pokemon and you have a backup plan in the backline. All you have to do is just make sure the Pokemon you're ABA strong to is one that your opponent's going to actually bring, hence the mind games yet again.
I would also like to point out there is no Trevenant on either side of these. I know that we said that there's only 3 of the top 8 were bringing it, but this is in neither team, which I think leads Arsenio's Lantern a lot more wiggle room as well.
Yes, absolutely. And I can understand why there. Both of these trainers are running Sableye, which does have a mild advantage against Trevenant, and is running the Noctowl, but no Trevenants to be seen as we see Sableye going off against Shadow Sableye. So this is going to be Purified versus Shadow. Which one is going to tip over first? Both of them are launching their Shadow Codes straight away, and they're going to be rushing towards the foul play, and a Mind Joke throwing his foul play straight away, not wasting any time. He wants to get that shield straight away and give himself an advantage from the get-go.
And indeed, he did get that shield advantage in an immediate swap out into the Registeel, into a fully loaded Shadow Sableye, but because there was all that Shadow Claw damage already, even though these is stored up to 2 foul plays, it is almost a little bit above half health.
Yes, but I do think this is a very sensible play from a Mind Joke, because the Shadow Claws have done enough damage to Arsenio's Shadow Sableye that now one Zap Cannon can threaten the Shadow Sableye. I think at this point it might make sense to shield, and I think Arsenio does indeed recognize that. Maybe he's going to see if there is a debuff, and there is indeed one, and now he's staying in though and throwing another foul play, perhaps to get a bit of additional chip damage on this Registeel before maybe swapping out, or he might even farm down entirely if this goes unshielded. It does, so what does Arsenio do?
He looks like he is staying in. He's going to go ahead and Shadow Claw all the way down, catching a Focus Blast on the Registeel. Not that great of a catch overall, because this does super effective damage to its Registeel. At this point, we have to see if he's just going to get lock on farm down and what a Mind Joke will come in with. We have to remember, Mind Joke has 2 shields left, and Arsenio has 0.
Yes, this is going to be very problematic. This Shadow Swampert does outpace, and we'll be able to get a lot of farm on. So it's just whether a Mind Joke is able to throw first. No, he doesn't. He lets this go. Sorry, he decides to shield and get additional farm. So the Focus Blast is coming in at this point. There is an argument for a very aggressive farm down by Shadow Swampert, who does have the capacity to do it. And no, decides to go for the Hydro Cannon now with a bit of extra energy. What he's doing here is very clever. He's undercharging his Hydro Cannon to see if he can get some additional mud shots off, and I think he will be able to do that.
This is a very dangerous play. If you guys saw earlier, a Mind Joke undercharged a little bit too much, and it ended up costing him a game. The good thing that he doesn't have too much stress about it, being able to do it. And this time we have a fully loaded Swampert, almost 2 Hydro Cannons left on a Pokemon with 0 shields left on the other side. This Shadow Earthquake is going through on an unprotected Lantern. This will be enough to knock out.
Oh, I do not want to see this. Oh, this is absolutely brutal. And here comes the Shadow Sableye throwing in the foul play, but this is not going to be enough to take out Shadow Swampert. It's going to make it very close, but not close enough, and there's a lot of damage there. And it could be a farm down as well, but not before Shadow Swampert is able to get the Hydro Cannon off and KO the Sableye. And unfortunately, the journey does end here from Arsenio. Very respectful look. The both trainers are hugging each other. A Mind Joke moves on to a little bit further. Very spirited effort there by Arsenio, but alas, just not close enough. I think that Focus Blast catch onto the Registeel might have not worked out. It's really good timing, but not perhaps the right Pokemon for it, sadly.
I think a Mind Joke played that very calm and collected there. He had a plan, and when that was immediately, when he swapped in his Registeel and Arsenio stayed in with the Sableye, he said, okay, you could see it in his eyes. I have this plan. I know that I need to get the Zap Cannon off, even though sometimes the Zap Cannon debuff, you actually don't even want it because it gives your opponent a chance to get a little bit of extra farm as well.
Yes, absolutely. I just think, yeah, there was nothing, I could not see any flaw in how a Mind Joke played. I think he had a bit of a blip, of course, when he lost against Biblicious, and this is where he gave too much farm. But here he did that perfectly with the underpowered Hydro Cannon in order to get that extra farm. I reckon though he has such a huge advantage. He might have been able to pull it off even despite that, but it's better to play for every advantage that you have. And certainly I was very impressed with his control there to make sure he just got enough mud shots off, literally just before the Focus Blast came off. So yeah, very well played. We can see Arceus Aurelius speaking to a Mind Joke, trying to reassure him that he's got this. This is, again, just talking about the camaraderie that these players have. Bear in mind, a Mind Joke hails from Italy, Arceus Aurelius hails from Norway. They are quite far away geographically within the European continent, but geography is no restrictor to being friends. I mean, you're in Belgium.
Would you call us friends? That's so sweet.
Oh, you're Belgium, UK. That doesn't change anything. There might be a little channel in the way. We're still best of mates, and this is the best thing about this game.
Yep. I almost get a little bit teary when you see someone with so much emotions over a game, and then you see like the people of the community getting together, being so supportive. It's like it's a really touching moment. And obviously, this is, I think, the farthest that a Mind Joke has made it. He has made day 2 multiple times, but getting up to this realm, I think he's getting even more confident, feeling it even more. It's really an incredible story to follow, but he's not the only story to follow, because there is still Biblicious left, there is still Zephy Mastix left, and we are about to see another battle between Yellow Ripper and Danky Chan.
Yes, that's right. And so one of these trainers will be moving into the top 4, and that is going to be huge, because you think, when I looked at the top 8, I thought this tournament is so stacked. I think that's the word that people like to use. And then you go, how can we filter top 8 into top 4? But I'm now looking at the top 4. I can see a Mind Joke, great. I can see Zephy Mastix. Yep, I've seen both. Zephy Mastix has done it before in previous seasons.
Yes, he did it in Bremen in Germany last year.
Yes, that's right. Biblicious, I mean, the track record speaks for itself in this season alone, and that was over in America as well, so that was another tough competition. So he can do that if he can do that there, he can do that here. We've got an interview ready now with a Mind Joke, so over to Leo to take it away.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to yet another winner's interview, this time with a Mind Joke after a fantastic performance. How are you feeling right now?
Good and nervous as well.
Yes, you seem incredibly excited. This was, of course, a really well-renowned player.
Yeah, definitely.
And it was a fantastic match. So, in game 1, let's talk about the game a little bit. You led with a Lowland Sandslash, Shadow Lowland Sandslash against Lantern. How does that matchup usually pan out for you?
I knew his Lantern is Spark, so against Spark Lantern, that matchup is not bad at all. It's actually fine. So I was like, okay, I was expecting something like Sableye lead or Lantern, mostly. And A-Slash is fine against both. So I was like, okay, maybe A-Slash is the good answer here. If he leads Medi, I guess I know I can come back from that.
Yes, we saw that yesterday.
But, yeah. But that was my plan. Like, I thought A-Slash lead was fine. I wasn't expecting Leaky at all, because I had both Noctowl and Reggie, so it was really hard to bring. So I thought it paid off in the end. Like, it was a really good match.
Yeah, it definitely was. Was there like a crucial turning point in which you knew that you were winning the game?
What?
Was there like a crucial turning point in which you knew you were winning the game?
Game 1, when he shielded my what it was, foul play on Lantern, and then I just had to come. I was expecting Sableye in the back. I was like, he's gonna play Sableye every time. He has to play it. It's so good. So as soon as I saw Lantern and Medi, I was sure Sableye was in the back. So as soon as he shielded myself, I was okay. Even if he just swaps, I just Ice Punch the Sableye and Medi can finish off the Sableye anyway. It's Shadow, and Shadow Sableye against Medi is good, of course, but it's so fragile, so Medi can...
It takes more from the Ice Punch, yes. So, in game 2, that was an absolute steamroll. It was a rather quick game.
Yeah.
Some things were happening there. So, first of all, Shadow Swampert was incredible in the game 2. Why didn't you bring it in game 1?
I thought it was so obvious. So I was like, I mean, maybe it doesn't make much sense, but I just wanted to bring something I wasn't expecting at all. Like, as soon as he saw my A-Slash and the Sableye, I was like, okay, maybe then he expects the Swamp in the back, whatever lines he brings, he's gonna call the Swamp in the back 100%, and maybe I surprise him with something. So that paid off in the end. I mean, it was probably at the end it was the same, but that was the plan, let's say.
So there was an unconventional catch, I want to say, yes.
Yeah.
He swapped in the Registeel into a Focus Blast. Can you explain why that was? Because that took quite the chunk off of the Registeel.
I don't know. Probably it was expecting to catch the Zap Cannon, but whatever. I mean, or maybe didn't expect me to bring Swamp for some reason, since I didn't bring game 1. But as soon as I saw the Reggie, 2 shields advantage, locked in Reggie, Swamp was so free at that point that, like, yeah, you saw it.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen that in Pokemon Go for ages now. If a Shadow Swampert has a 2 shield advantage and some energy, it just goes through everything. Yeah. But we have seen quite some Alolan Sandslash on stream so far.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen all of it. Do you have any statistics in mind on how often you brought it and how often you won with it?
How long? I actually brought only 3 tournaments now. So Utrecht, when I reached day 2. This tournament, when I reached day 2. And UIC, which was probably my worst tournament ever. But this time I just changed team because I wasn't satisfied at all with my old team at this point. And it actually paid off. Let's say, I can say every time I brought it, I never, how do I say that? I feel it never disappointed me. Never, a single time. So it actually was a good pick. It is a good pick. I think the fact that we are 2 Alolan Sandslash now is, I think, top 6.
Yeah.
That says something.
It's double the amount of Alolan Sandslash than Swampert.
Exactly. And the only Swampert is me. Actually.
That is indeed true. So you have quite the unique team there. So, a mind joke. Thank you so much. You have, I think, 1 or 2 more matches to go that you have to win until you can qualify for the World Championship. So best of luck for that.
Thank you a lot.
And yeah, you can have a little break now, breathe through, and we are going to kick it right back over to the casters.
Thanks, Leo, and congratulations once again to a Mind Joke making that top 6 cut and really trying very hard to convince everyone that the Shadow Alolan Sandslash is the Pokemon to use. What is he? Is it going to convince you, Adelian?
Yes, absolutely.
Easy. That was easy enough.
Yes, and I will follow a Mind Joke to the end of the earth.
Oh, that's very sweet. We're going to go ahead and get right into the next battles. I know you guys are just as anxious as we are to see these top cuts, right? I mean, this day 2 is a very exciting day. You see some of the best trainers in Europe battling against each other and some very, very close decisive matchups. We're seeing some sweeps, which is amazing. And also the 2-1. Those are the ones that are more exciting for me. I like it when one player has won 1, the other it's just come back from it, and then there's the decisive game 3.
Really ramps up that pressure, which maybe the trainers don't like to. Trainers battling are like, oh no, I have to go through with this. But for those watching here in the stands in Malmö, and of course all of you at home, it just adds to the excitement. It's tantalizing. There's trepidation, and it's just like, oh, who will it be? And of course, a few predictions in chat as well. So if you are watching on Twitch, Yellow Tripper versus Danky Chan, try and say something in the chat or make a prediction as to who you would like to see win. And I know that there's a lot of energy from the Portuguese for the Yellow Ripper. They really want to see the Yellow Ripper do well. I recognize I saw Jox, another player from Portugal who's very well known in the community, putting his support in for the Yellow Ripper. But Danky Chan, one of the locals here, relatively speaking, from the Scandinavian region, from Norway, he has a lot of energy from his community here as well.
And not only that community, Danky Chan has a lot of fans and friends in Germany, and I know that a lot of Germans came over to battle. They are most likely rooting on their teammate as well.
Yes. So Yellow Ripper. Oh, actually, I really like the little Wobbuffet that he's brought as his little mascot. Very appropriate. Very cute little plushie, if I say so myself. But let's not talk about the Wobbuffets because that's not in the game. Not in this game anyway. Shadow Alolan Sandslash into Registeel. Yellow Ripper will be happy to see this because even though the Bulldoze is a little bit threatening, the Focus Blast is even more so.
Yeah, but at this point, the Alolan Sandslash has so much energy. It's not that Yellow Ripper would want to swap out here an immediate shield because you're absolutely right. This Focus Blast would definitely finally knocked that Sand Slash off of the field. Super effective, but now charging up a little bit of extra energy here and going ahead and throwing the Bulldoze. We have to remember this is a Shadow Pokemon. It was going to be doing a ton of damage to this Registeel.
And a last-minute shield by the Yellow Ripper, which he's going to be very delighted to see was indeed the Bulldoze, which means he can rush to another Focus Blast. But is there a catch? There is an attempt at a catch, and the catch is successful. But the Yellow Ripper, I think, is able to react in time and is throwing the Zap Cannon at this point, which is the better move out of the two. A single resistance rather than a double resistance. And the debuff.
For the wear there, yes, a debuff on top of that, making this Shadow Ball that's about to go through not as effective. You have to wonder, if you're Yellow Ripper, do you want to shield this? The Shadow Ball is going to be very heavy hitting, but it is a bit of a debuff going on as well. Sableye taking that like a champion and going ahead and Shadow Clawing down.
Yes, I think that was a very good play by the Yellow Ripper and throwing immediately without even necessarily knowing what the Pokemon was. I think he may have spotted from the typings that it was going to be a Noctowl, and the foul play is a good move to make here. Maybe able to even rush to a return before the Sky Attack comes in or before he gets farmed down. Will he manage it? Just about manage. Doesn't manage it, I'm afraid. So a foul play does come in just to add a little bit of additional chip damage to the Noctowl.
Yes, the chip damage indeed, but now this Noctowl has a decent amount of energy left, but the two things that are in the back, the Noctowl has no place for. I mean, the Registeel is going to be able to hit it with both of its charge moves, and same with the Lantern.
Yes, absolutely. So Noctowl is now just going to think, oh, let's try and get some moves. But no, the Sandslash comes in for the Bulldoze here. At this range, I wonder if this may even potentially KO. It'll be close.
Yeah, you can see Yellow Ripper also wondering if that would be enough. It is not quite. Oh, and this is worse for the wearer here with this Water Gun Lantern doing all of this damage. You're seeing just the health of the Lowland Sandslash be whittled away as these go through. Finally, at a surf here, Danky Chan choosing to shield it up.
Yes, I think he's wanting to get an additional Bulldoze off on this Lantern just to chip away at it, but he goes for the bait here, and now the Yellow Ripper has to make a really crucial decision. Is this going to be the dangerous Bulldoze, or is this the Ice Punch? Will he shield or not? Chooses to shield, and it is a bait, and he's going to regret that decision, as now Shadow Alolan Sandslash is able to get to that Bulldoze straight away. Will this KO? This is going to be so close, and it's decisive for Danky Chan. He needs this to KO. He's shaking his head. He's not sure if he will manage it.
He doesn't think it's going to make it in time, and now he's going to get completely Water Gun down. A ton of energy left on this. Oh, but winning charge attack priority here wasn't quite at the Thunderbolt, and there is no Protect Shields remaining, knocking out this Lantern last second. It's going to be a race between the Registeel and the Noctowl.
Oh, and this is going to be so close, and Danky Chan is able to get that Sky Attack off. That was an incredible play. Yellow Ripper might have been thinking that he should have gone for the Surf there on his Lantern, doesn't manage it, and Danky Chan is able to steal victory for almost, in his eyes, from the jaws of defeat.
What an incredible matchup. You could see, absolutely right, Danky Chan shaking his head no during a lot of that, realizing that if it was at that Thunderbolt, it would have been game over for him. I'm not sure if the Surf would have been quite enough. I think the Yellow Ripper definitely didn't think so either. Oh, yes. What an incredibly close matchup.
Yes, and at this level of pressure as well, to know, to be able to make that calculated decision that, okay, I don't think the Surf's going to be enough. I need to hit the Thunderbolt on the Noctowl. I think, therefore, the Yellow Ripper was thinking that. And in the heat of the moment, the fact that he is able to make those quick calculations and make that prediction, that is impressive in its own right, because I always feel when I'm under a lot of pressure that I can't make decisions quickly. But these trainers can, and that is what is incredible about the both of them.
Yes, these are not only split-second decisions, sometimes these are less than a second decisions here, half-second in fact, and I really was like incredible energy conservation as well from Danky Chan. All that energy on the Noctowl, being able to throw off the charge attacks right before to unprotected. I mean, the Sky, you would think a Sky Attack not going to be enough for a Lantern, Sky Attack not going to be enough for a Registeel, but when they're that low and the Noctowl had that much energy, really impressive plays.
Oh yes, at that level you just want to take any damage you can churn out, you just churn it out even if it's resisted. And this is what's quite nice, you can be mindful of type matchups in Pokemon Go as you could for the video game championships and TCG, but there is still some argument to be had about resisted moves still do some damage. We saw the Trevenant take the Zap Cannon, which did almost 50%, even though Grass resists electric. And that is the way to go if you are in a Registeel matchup, not to mention getting the debuff certainly helped as well. But yes, that was so close. Both these trainers giving it their all here. Very respectable performance from both trainers, but for the Yellow Ripper, now the key moment is to reset and go, right, I've got this energy, I've got this, I have the ability, I've got this far. I know my opponent's tough, but I need to be worthy of him and beat him. So he will take joy from his community, from the Wobbuffet that he's got as his mascot, and just go, right, how do I switch it up?
And if you're Danky Chan, you have to wonder, is my Alolan Sandslash really that safe anymore? Seeing that water gun pressure was so much going in. We'll have to see what these two trainers choose to do. It looks like from the Pokeballs on the right-hand side that he has decided to bench that Alolan Sandslash, now knowing how this Lantern is. We're about to see a Lantern of his own. It is also a water gun, so I mean, it's not really an advantage for the Lantern overall. An immediate now swap out into that Galarian Stunfisk, only to be met with a Focus Blast by this Registeel.
I think it was sensible to get some additional farm in before Danky Chan switched in the Galarian Stunfisk, because it can tank a Focus Blast and still reach that Earthquake. And with the additional damage that the Registeel has received, this Earthquake might be just enough to KO. So I think it's very sensible on Danky Chan's side. He's going to force the Yellow Ripper to make a decision to shield or not, and he does shield. He's going to be delighted to have made that call, but he is going to be able to launch another Focus Blast off at this range.
Yes, unfortunately for the Registeel, the lock-ons would not be doing enough to farm down. Needs to throw another charge attack and gets the first shield off of Danky Chan as well, because he is very close to an Earthquake. We'll have to see how these two trainers want to play it out. The second Earthquake going through. Will they lose both shields in the mid-game?
Yes, this is interesting. Danky Chan also potentially could have farmed up a little bit more there, but I wonder if he wants to preserve a little bit of health on his Galarian Stunfisk in order to throw a Rock Slide off later on. So let's see what the Yellow Ripper responds with. Maybe it will be the Sableye here. It is indeed, and is able to just about manages to get the farm down before the Galarian Stunfisk is able to get a Rock Slide off. So now the Noctowl comes in instead.
And Noctowl into a Sableye. Normally an advantage to the Noctowl, but the Sableye did have a lot of energy because it was able to Shadow Claw down there, getting to that return, the heavier hitting move on this Noctowl. Danky Chan choosing not to shield it up, putting that Noctowl already into the yellow.
Yes, and this is actually makes sense to, it does make sense to no shield the Noctowl here, because it's not going to be particularly useful against the Lantern, but the Shadow Ball now comes in to do some respectable chip damage onto the Yellow Ripper's Lantern, and now we're going to have a Water Gun off, but the health advantage on Danky Chan's Lantern is going to prove decisive, and he is able to get to a Thunderbolt first as well, which is going to make things even worse if the Yellow Ripper does not shield, and he chooses not to, and the damage is done.
Wow, going through here, both of these Lanterns just pew-pewing away at each other because they are both the Water Gun, now at the Thunderbolt as well. You can still see Yellow Ripper also shaking his head a little bit, a little discouraged. Danky Chan's Lantern has a lot more health on it, so easily, or at least more easily, able to tank that Thunderbolt, already up to a Surf of his own, but it looks like we're going to get an aggressive Water Gun down, not before Yellow Ripper gets another Surf for that little bit of chip damage, that crucial chip damage that maybe could turn out to be the thing that changes the game in the end.
Yes, every little bit of damage helps here, and the Sableye can now potentially farm down, but has to be very mindful of Danky Chan's double Surf that may be coming, and chimes his foul play very well to force Danky Chan to commit to that shield. No, choosing to let it go with all the energy as well, and now he's putting it all on the Noctowl to get to 2 Sky attacks before Sableye can finish it off.
What an incredible, incredible play there. No, most players, myself included, would not want to let go of that much energy, but Danky Chan says, no, you have a plan. You know that the Noctowl is better than the Sableye overall. Yellow Ripper going up to a little bit more, firing off this foul play, getting that last shield from Danky Chan, but it might not be in time. Look how close he is to another Sky attack.
Yes, I think he's only one wing attack away, and here it comes. Danky Chan knows it, the Yellow Ripper knows it as well. Sky attack from this range will definitely KO. The audience is roaring with applause here as Danky Chan moves that one step further and is now in the top 4.
Incredible plays there. Danky Chan said earlier that he might play a mind joke and they would have a Alolan Sandslash off. Well, it looks like they're probably about to get that wish, because they will be playing each other in the losers final to see who would potentially be going on to be in the winners.
I know, and bear in mind, at this point, we may even get 5 games, I think, in the losers final of Alolan Sandslash action. So bear in mind, folks, when you get into the top 4 and you have the losers finals, the winners finals, and of course the grand finals, it is 5 games, right? So it's a best of 5. The reason we do this is to give trainers of this kind of high caliber more time to suss each other out and add to the pressure, to the tantalizing nature of these battles. And of course, we get to see some bigger reverse sweeps, something that I'm sure Amanda and I are going to be very happy to see.
I think reverse sweeps are incredible. Also, I think best of fives are just a completely different mindset, right? So it's easy, the first game even more so, feels like just an assessment, you know, like how does this person play? What is the type of Pokemon that they like to bring? What are the movesets on these Pokemon? But then once even if you lose 2, you're like, okay, not such big a deal. But this, in the normal scenario, if you lose 2 games, you're already out. But the pressure has been on. We've seen it in the past. We've seen reverse sweeps to get our regional champions in multiple regionals. So, I mean, we could see it here in Malmö as well.
Yes, and then for all of you watching at home, and indeed the spectators here, that will add to the excitement as well. And bear in mind, if this is a top 4, these are the 4 best battlers in Malmö for this competition. They won't have got here without the best, most impressive display of skill you'll ever see. So don't go anywhere. The battling is heating up, and we are only 4 games away, I believe.
Yeah, this is incredible. I mean, there's been players that we've been following along through all seasons, and there were some newcomers that everyone knew the names of. It's just like a nice mixture of people and players. The community is really having a lot of fun here as well.
Absolutely. So, let me ask you a very interesting question now. We have 4 trainers. So we have Zephy Mastix, we have Biblicious, we have a Mind Joke, and we have Danky Chan. Sorry, my memory failed me there for a second. Of those 4, who do you reckon has it? Who do you reckon has the mojo to go all the way?
I've said it from the beginning. I believe that the Biblicious is an incredible battler that has been not undervalued necessarily, but someone who is maybe not as well known to a lot of people. But I will tell you what, I think a lot of people know his name now, and I think he has the potential to take it all the way.
Yes, absolutely. I think one thing a comment that I saw previously from the spectators is that Biblicious, he's just a guy. He disappears for 8 months, comes to a tournament, wins it or does it really well, and then disappears again. And this might be what he is known for doing, so he might pull it off once more. We now have an interview with Danky Chan, who has made it into the top 4. Leo, over to you.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We have a winner's interview. Once again, I am accompanied by the one and only Danky Chan. I feel like we're becoming best friends over this right now.
Yeah, 3rd time.
Yes, 3rd time's the charm.
Yeah.
You have 1 more match to go against the Mind Joke before you enter the losers finals, I guess?
Yes, I think so.
How are your chances? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great after that game. That first game was intense. I've been on stage 4 times now, and I haven't been baiting, and that's why I baited this time, because I have not been baiting. And if he was watching my games, which I think he was, he would know that I don't have a tendency to bait. So I decided this time was the time to bait.
I was gonna ask, was there a chance that you're winning this game if your opponent calls the bait?
No, he wins it if he calls it. So it's a 50-50 call if that happens. But there's no chance. I was actually going to catch the Focus Blast on my Noctowl, because I thought I was sure there was a Sableye in the back, and I was sure there was a Lantern in the back. So I wanted to draw out the Lantern and then try to sweep with my Trev. But when he didn't catch throw when he got to the Focus Blast, so it caught it on Trev instead. So that felt great. That catch. Yeah.
I really believe that felt great. Again, versus the Registeel in game 2, you always just used the Earthquake. I was going to ask why you never baited a Rock Slide there.
Well, it's just such a punishing matchup if you go for the bait. You automatically lose basically if you do that, because I wouldn't have been able to come back from that game if I did that. So I'd rather take the shield advantage, and then I could have just taken it from there. Instead, if he calls it and I'm wrong, it's just bad.
So now you're playing a mind game for your next matchup.
Maybe, yeah.
He never knows if you are going to bait or not. So, again, was there anything standing out to you in this matchup?
Not really. They were really close. I kind of felt like I thought I threw the match when I didn't throw the Surf on the Sableye. But I knew I had 5 wing attacks worth of energy, so I knew I would get to the two sky attacks anyway.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to go for the double Surf, but I should have just thrown, and then he would have to shield, and then I would have just not been as close as it was. Yeah.
Once again, you won a game with the Noctowl in the back. Is that your MVP for the entire tournament?
No. Sandslash.
Really?
Yes. Yesterday I brought Sandslash every game except for one game. But today Noctow's been the MVP. I've been having good success with it today. Yeah.
So Noctowl and Alolan Sandslash is maybe the new best core to go for.
Not necessarily, because you lose to Lantern, but I've somehow beaten Lantern every time I've used the course. But normally you would lose pretty hard to Watergun Lantern with that team, but it just went the right way for me this time.
Well, that's of course good. You played it out perfectly. I mean, when I'm interviewing you, I really get the sense that you know what you're doing.
Thank you.
So congratulations for that. I will give you a bit of room to breathe now, to just calm down and prepare for the next matchup. And thank you very much. So we are going to kick it back over to the casters.
Thank you, Leo, and congratulations again, Danky Chan, going into the top 4. So I found it fair. I'm actually quite interested now, like, to pair up the Alolan Sandslash and Noctowl and just make sure that my opponents don't run any Lantern at all. And I'm fine.
Maybe if it's some sort of a banned format where there is no Lantern, that is something that you could definitely do.
Yes, absolutely. It also means you'll never see Trevenant again as well, therefore, which is kind of ties in with this tournament, to be fair.
I was going to ask you, you asked me before who I think maybe had an eye on to win it all. Who do you think?
Ooh, that's going to be a tricky one. So I still reckon, so my money still is a little bit on a Mind Joke, I think. I know I picked the Mind Joke earlier, but I'm still going to stick with it. That's not to say, of course, that I wouldn't be more than happy with any of the other 3. Because quite frankly, all 4 of them are just so talented. I just know that I just have a lot of I have a lot of time for a Mind Joke. He's someone that I really enjoy hanging out with as a person, but I also will enjoy hanging out with the others as well. So it's a very, very, very incredibly mild bias. But I wish good luck to all of the top 4 that are competing. One of you will certainly be more than worthy, and I cannot wait to see which one of you 4 it is. We're going to have a little caster switch because I need to powder my nose. But we'll be back with Lou and Leo, and we'll see you all in a bit.
Don't go anywhere.
Hello folks, we're back with Biblicious for the second part of this interview. Earlier we were talking about the Scandinavian community, and I've heard something about a particular Scandinavian community called the Snovertappers. Are you going to tell me a little bit more about who they are?
Sure, that's my team. We are a group of people mostly from Scandinavia. We got a couple stray people from Italy and Chile, but
fair enough.
But we're mostly from Sweden, Norway, and Denmark.
Or do you guys work together to become better at the game? Is it about practice, or is it trying to find new ways to try and win in these competitions? What brings you together as a community, shall we say?
There's a lot of team building going back and forth between each other, throwing ideas at each other, what might work, what might not, and we only, most of us, spend time online. So here in Malmö will be the first time that most of us will come together and actually meet up in person. So I'm very excited about that.
Oh, that's really special. And I know that Snovertappers, obviously, your little icon is a Snover.
That's correct.
Will we see any nods to this Pokemon or anything like it from you or any of the players that you know of for the Pokemon tournament this weekend?
There might be an Abomasnow coming out. We'll see. You can't really divulge too much information before the tournament, but there might be.
Yeah, that is a good point. I mean, I think at this stage we're in a very mature meta for the Play Pokemon tournament scene right now before our next move set update. Are you a player who likes to play more like standard, typical meta lines, or are you someone who is going to go a little bit off book? I know that Abomasnow obviously is not something that is on everyone's team, but maybe it'll be on all of the Snovertappers?
We'll see. I am definitely someone that will go for the most efficient and meta-relevant Pokemon. If it works, if they're meta for a reason, and I try to be as efficient as possible. So I'm definitely not someone that will go out of my way to find something spicy. Let's say I like the tried and true.
Are you more of a player as well who likes like these different metas that people are making up monthly? Or we talked with Arceus Aurelius a little bit earlier, who said he really prefers the open Great League meta because he knows and has an understanding of the Pokemon that are used, and he doesn't need to relearn new Pokemon every month. What are your thoughts?
I mean, there's a combination. I will agree that I'm comfortable with the Great League open meta because I've played it so much that I know what to expect. But getting some change and trying new things, like that's a good time to do that with these side. What did you call them? Like
grassroots metas or shit?
Yeah, grassroots metas, exactly.
Is there a particular Pokemon then you would like to see join the meta, the Open Great League meta in the future that could make things a little bit more interesting? What would you like to see in the future, in short?
Well, if I'm not including Abomasnow, I personally would really like to have Lickitung back in meta. I know that's not a favorite Pokemon for many, but for me that perfectly fits my playstyle. So I would like to see it be back in the mainstream meta.
What do you like about it so much?
It's so versatile and it's so bulky that it's like the perfect safe switch. It's not getting countered by pretty much anything, or at least it used to. So I would like to get back to that point, I guess.
Yeah, so no, I get what you mean. So we'll see if we have any more Lickitung action in the subsequent battles. But thank you, Biblicious, for joining us, and we'll go back to the casters.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, for the Pokemon Go Regional Championships coverage in Malmö, Sweden.
It's been an epic championship Sunday so far, whittling it down to our final 4 competitors. I mean, the action is so hot out there. The stage, the crowd, everyone is so looking forward to finding out who our champion is going to be.
Yes, and we have so many big names. Biblicious already qualified for the World Championship, so there's only one of those 4 players who will not have their ticket to the Worlds after this event.
Yes, exactly, and that will be heartbreak for them. But there is still, the Torino special event as well, I believe on the 3rd and 4th of June, that they can try and get those last 2 remaining spots in Europe in order to qualify for the World Championships.
Yeah, Zephy already has the ticket because he has secured his place in the top 3 at least. It is going to be between Danky Chan and Mindjoke.
Exactly, and that's where the competition really does start to get incredibly intense. We had 101 players registered for this event. It's now down to these remaining 4, and there's only 2 spots available. It's an interesting situation where you have a player like Biblicious who already has the qualification coming in, knowing he can win the event, but I love the fact that then 2nd and 3rd would get the respective, qualifications.
Yes, and after all, we should not disregard the prestige that a title like this brings. Being a regional champion is absolutely massive.
And that's the thing, you can win them multiple championships and have those as accolades, even though then you're not giving, taking away spots from other players for qualification. So I love the fact that you can just be the top tier competitive Go player and making a name for yourself here in the European region.
Yeah, you can become the absolute GOAT of the game. Like Go-Goat, which isn't in the game right now.
No, but we wish it could be just for that meme. That would be great.
Absolutely, the Go-Goat of, it's even Go-Goat.
Yes, the Go-Go of Pokemon Go.
Oh, I didn't see that one coming.
Oh, I like that. Someone needs to make a graphic for that. I hope production are listening in.
Okay, so we are about to see the next match. I don't know if we are going to be in the winners final or if we are going to see the losers final next. So a Mindjoke and Danky Chan. after their performances, I hope we are going to see an Alolan Sand/Slash mirror match, Shadow Alolan Sand/Slash mirror match. We are actually seeing the winners final next, so that's going to be interesting as well to see who is securing their place in the grand finals. Who do you think it's going to be?
Oh, it's going to be really, really tough. At this point, you know, both of our players haven't lost a single game this tournament. You know, they are currently undefeated, and that streak is going to break for one of them after this particular match. Do you know what? I think Zephy has been honestly on such a good run, and I love seeing that Shadow Glide score. You know, a little bit of a unique pick, but not just there for, you know, the memes. It's actually there to be a credible part of that team of 6, and it's really got him loads of good victories. So as much as I love Biblicious as well, who I'd love to also see do well, I think for me, just because of the storyline, and I've been able to interview him a couple of times and, you know, really start to root for him and that Pokemon, maybe it could be for Zephy.
I think actually that Biblicious can also be considered a favorite for this matchup. But first of all, let's go over the prizes that we're going to get. First of all, the first place will get the World's Invite plus the Travel Award, and the second place is going to get the World's Invite. Third place will get one pass down because Biblicious already is qualified for the World Championships.
Exactly, and of course you got some financial prizes as well there. Lots of things at stake for our champions here. And of course you got to remember the booster packs as well. I know we are Pokemon Go, not Pokemon TCG, but everybody loves the booster packs. It's always exciting pulling them open and seeing which cards you're going to get. And there's a lot of beautiful cards out there at the moment.
Absolutely, those full arts are fantastic. Imagine pulling a Lost Origin Giratina V. Fantastic card.
Yeah, the Lost Origin set I think was my favorite aesthetically as well. You know, the gold, the red and the black coloring that they had on the boxes and everything. It was amazing.
And they also had a crazy Sableye. Sableye just very good in all of the 3 games. Actually, Sableye is crazy in VGC as well. Good support. Quash.
Yep, Quash is good. Will-O-Wisp's really good as well in order to burn your opponents, and you can provide a lot of, you know, support with that Prankster ability. So it's doing well in VGC, doing well in TCG, and of course in Pokemon Go, it has been the superstar. I've been saying this time and time again. I think it's stolen the show for me a little bit, particularly when you compare the Pokemon choices in top 8 with Hartford and Malmö. In Hartford, they didn't have as many Sableye, whereas here it was almost like, you know, if you haven't got a Sableye, what are you doing?
And it's almost like everyone is bringing it to the games. Like this, we barely have any fairy types. So there aren't really Pokemon that hit it for super effective damage right now.
Yeah, we saw, you know, obviously the Alolan Ninetales was something like a Dazzling Gleam has been quite good. We even saw a Charm Alolan Ninetales yesterday as well that was really interesting. But you're right, they're just not very dominant at the moment. So Sableye is able to kind of sneak its way in and be so dominant in the rosters that we've got ahead of us. But let's focus down on this particular match. As we've mentioned, you've got Zephy on the left-hand side and on the right-hand side, Biblicious. 2 very big fan favorites coming into this. There's a lot of support in the arena for both of them, I think. Generally speaking, you'd be happy for either player to advance here. And even if one player gets knocked down to the losers bracket, they're a very firm contender to run it back.
Yeah, both of these. That's the beauty of the Pokemon Go community or the Pokemon community at all. Everyone in here is cheering each other on. Everyone is friends. People meet each other after those tournaments. Everyone is just having a good time in private as well. Do some raids, play some Pokemon Go together, and then afterwards, everyone is coming to day 2 to cheer on these top 8 or sometimes top 16 players.
I have absolutely loved to see that. I mean, myself being a newcomer coming in as well and seeing how welcoming the community is, seeing the camaraderie and team spirit they have cheering for their friends on that stage, it's just not something you can make up. You can feel that energy. It kicks in all the adrenaline as well, and it makes us, the players, and the rest of the spectators so ready to go.
How satisfied will Adelian be if he sees that in the winners final there are 2 Shadow Abomasnows?
He will have called it from day one. When we were on that caster couch talking about some, you know, spicy picks for Pokemon Go, he said the Shadow Abomasnow, and particularly because, you know, we are in Sweden, you know, maybe it was that home favorite choice, but it has actually been so good in this tournament.
Yeah, Energy Ball for 50% HP on a Shadow Alolan Sand/Slash will definitely be relevant in one of the next matches.
It certainly will. And, you know, again, taking a look at some of the more standard types, obviously Noctowl in firm form here. We've got the Sableye, but Lantern's really been the Pokemon that's taken me by surprise a little bit. Again, it's been, when you compare it to Hartford, there's been a lot more of these Lanterns here in Malmö. I think there was only one team in top 8 that wasn't running it. And I've been kind of having this little conversational joke with a few of the players about Spark versus Water Gun, which is going to be the superior one. Do you have a take on that, Leo?
Okay, this is a really difficult one. I really liked Water Gun a few weeks ago.
Okay.
Because Shadow Swampert was basically everywhere and you have a lot more pressure. With Sparks, okay, you reach 2 serves, you still knock out the Shadow Swampert. However, with Water Gun, you have a lot more pressure. You can go for a serve, and if your opponent shields one of your serves, you can still farm it down with the Water Gun. So that was really good. For this event, I think that Spark might have been the correct choice.
Yeah, there's been a lot of Lantern mirrors in a way, so actually having Spark does give you that little bit more of an advantage. But I've definitely had a 50-50 split when I've asked players. Some saying Water Gun was the call for this particular matchup. Maybe I needed it at this one tech to apply pressure, and Shadow Swampert was definitely a Pokemon name that came up a lot. But again, the Spark, really nice to apply pressure to Pokemon like the Noctowl, for example, just giving you that extra kind of counter.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just better to get your charged attacks.
Yes, nice and speedy.
I mean, from the start, I've been a Spark enjoyer on Lantern, so I'm just gonna stick with it.
So you only kind of dwindled for Water Gun for like 3 weeks ago. It was a fleeting moment.
Yeah,
and now you're back on the Spark track.
I tried it once, and it was way too fast to tap from me. Couldn't even. I have a problem when I'm using one-turn fast attacks. That I find it hard to throw in between the 2-turn fast attacks of my opponents, so I don't give them another entire fast attack. So I just don't do it anymore.
That's fair enough. You got to play to your strengths, right?
Yes, it is such a big disadvantage if you are throwing on an equal amount of turns as opposed to the odd number.
Well, let's jump into this winner's final match, Abomasnow versus Medicham.
Yes, and we are seeing an immediate switch out into, wow, this is hard counter city. Biblicious absolutely running wild here. There is Zephy Mastic's Gliscor in the back though, and there is not really a strong answer for that, so Zephy still definitely has a win con here.
Yes, he certainly does. The Lantern taking some good damage here, but just going once again for these Sparks, trying to get some damage up and getting that Thunderbolt primed and ready to go. Not something Noctowl wants to face. It is incredibly bulky, but I think at this range it can definitely take one of these Thunderbolts, so wise to preserve your shields for a little bit later on, just hanging on with a slither of HP.
Yes, and we are not risking a Spark to knock out this Noctowl. It would definitely be close. Throw a Sky attack. Biblicious knows this is not going to be a Shadow Ball, so no reason to shield this here. And we are immediately going into the Shadow Abomasnow, which can actually farm a lot, because yes, it is a Shadow Pokemon. However, both of the charged attacks from Biblicious Lantern are resisted here. Yeah,
there's not a lot Lantern can do against this Abominable Snowman. It's able to go for these Powder Snows and just farm up a lot of that energy, like you said. Here's another Surf coming its way, but Abomasnow not scared of this at all. No need to go for a shield here, keeping them again for later of the end game. Maybe something for the Shadow Gliscor to be able to benefit from instead. Weather Ball's primed and ready, though. This could just be a nice way to get the knockout onto that Lantern.
Zephy Mastic's at some point really has to throw here, because you really cannot Powder Snow down a Lantern, no matter how high your attack stat is. We are going to see a Medicham coming in, immediate switch out into the Gliscor. There is still a Weather Ball stored on the Abomasnow, keep that in mind. Now you're going for the Ice Punch. Medicham doesn't have the best matchup against Gliscor, but you really want to shield those Ice Punch.
Yes, exactly. Don't want to take that unnecessary super effective damage. So really nice to have that shield still accessible. It's going here for these wing attacks and just getting the Night Slash ready to be able to fire off. But you've also got the Earthquake charged and ready to go.
Yes, and we are going to see a possible bait situation here. Zephy baiting for the Night Slashes doesn't really hurt you, because it is still a not resisted attack, but we are going for the Earthquake immediately, and there is a no shield on Biblicious' side. This is going to deal so much damage. The Earthquake comes down. Boom!
That is a solid KO against like Galarian Stunfisk. It is out of here. Unfortunate turn of events for Biblicious here.
Just having 2 shields and then not baiting, that is absolutely fantastic. No, and this would be such an easy shield for my opponent. And we have the attack rolls again. Is this fate? Is this just Zephy Mastic's tournament?
I think it certainly could be. Look at that smile. He knows that his Pokemon are doing this for him to get through in this winner's final. Night Slash coming out from the Gliscor into the opposing Medicham. Easy knockout. Game 1 goes to Zephy Mastic's.
Wow, heavily rewarded for this Earthquake onto the Galarian Stunfisk. That was a clean knockout on one of the most defensive Pokemon we have in competition.
And we see this time and time again when both of those charge moves are ready as well. Do you go for your shield? Do you not? What do you think your opponent is going to go for? And perfectly timed for that Earthquake. Biblicious not going for the shield that he still had access to, and just unfortunately that then swung the momentum straight into Zephy's favor.
I just love not baiting when your opponent has 2 shields. When there is an obvious bait move, I just think it's kind of, it is so rewarding, because after that you don't even have to throw moves anymore. You have those wing attack fast attacks that deal so much damage that, especially against the Medicham, it is just really, really strong. I think the game would have gone into a completely different direction if Biblicious just shielded that Earthquake.
Yes, definitely. And of course, this is a best of 5 as well, so it's not just like the best of 3s we've seen previously. We're now in winners final. The stakes are even higher. But I love that because we can bring even more intense Pokemon action from such high caliber players.
Yes, and you can go for some crazier plays as well, you know, more high risk, high reward, because if you lose twice, you are still not out of this match yet. Zephy just having the 1-0 lead, there's still everything in for Biblicious, who really wants to win this tournament.
And one of the things the players have constantly talked about is also playing the player and thinking about the strategies that they're going to go for. And again, with those things like baits, trying to read which 50-50 they're going to go for so you can adjust accordingly. I mean, this is now a great information game for the two of them, seeing how they want to play. Zephy going quite on the offensive, I would say, in that particular game. Again, going for that Earthquake, taking those opportunities. Biblicious maybe not playing as defensively as he could, possibly going into the next game, making those adjustments.
Yes, Biblicious. Now, I mean, you kind of have to adapt here because he brought the Abomasnow. No, he didn't bring the Abomasnow. He led into the Abomasnow with the Medicham, so that was the best lead he could have gotten.
Yes, really great call. You can apply a lot of pressure straight away with those counters down into the opposing Abomasnow. But again, Abomasnow was, I think, was in a great position against, I think it was the Lantern, and was just able to farm up a little bit of energy and apply a lot of pressure. And there's the Abomasnow this time from Biblicious coming out in the face of the Registeel.
Oh, and we are seeing no Gliscor here, so there is actually not too much that the Abomasnow can do in all of those matchup. We are seeing the Noctowl in against the Sableye, which is a fantastic matchup for Zephy Mastix. He's really good on the way to go for a 2-0 here, but first of all, we have seen Biblicious come back from worse positions.
Yes, we certainly have, and the Sableye having to take a big hit of damage here, but the Shadow Claw's also stacking up, able to go for another Flower Play and just trying to reduce this Noctowl down a little bit. Of course, the Abomasnow can do some damage to Noctowl with the Powder Snow, but those wing attacks are also going to be stacking up, so you kind of need the Noctowl weakened so Abomasnow can pick up the KO.
Yes, Noctowl reduced down like a good sauce.
Yes.
That is true. For another foul play right here. No returns, no shields for possible returns. Very, very strong. And I think that there's a high chance that this Sableye is just going to go unshielded and fall here. But it doesn't even hang on.
You could see he was trying to undercharge that as well in order to farm up with another wing attack, but just wasn't to be, you know, trying hard to make sure the Sableye would stay on the field. But now Biblicious has a switch.
And that is really important because maybe if he got 1 or 2 more wing attacks, and yes, just wing attacks, he could have gotten to the sky attack. So this undercharge that didn't work, really crucial here.
Yeah, you could see what he was trying to do though. Now you've got the Sableye in against the Medicham. Those Shadow Claws really hurting against Medicham, but it's got a charge attack ready to go. Going to be that Ice Punch.
Yeah, and Ice Punch on a Sableye that isn't Shadow. I really forgot how it's called for a second. I think you noticed that.
It's okay, you know, the Sableye is definitely here to stay.
Purified.
Yeah, Purified, that's the one. It's able to go for the return here now as well because it's Purified, the only way to get that return indeed. But the shield coming out from that Medicham, you know, just not allowing it to take any damage. And another Ice Punch is going to have to come out. I think it's wise here from the Sableye to go for the shield.
This really just tickles right now. We want to see if Biblicious, he is only at 1 shield as well. There's still a full Registeel in the back. You really want to get rid of this Medicham with Sableye. We're going for a charge attack priority event, throwing the foul play onto the Ice Punch as well. Are we going to see a shield here? Yes, we are going for the Ice Punch. Biblicious trying to force another shield from Zephy Mastix.
Yes, that's the thing. If Zephy wants to keep the Sableye around, you're going to have to go for that shield here. But no, we're going to let it drop down and bring in that Registeel from the back that's got lots of HP remaining, just able to start farming out some damage here.
Yeah, but I think that we are going to see a shield here. Even though this is resisted, it will still deal a lot of damage. Maybe a possible defense drop. However, Zephy is really close to a Focus Blast, just throwing it immediately. And I do believe that this Medicham is in farm down range as well.
Yes, Medicham certainly in a precarious situation. Focus Blast does huge damage to the Abomasnow here as the Medicham rejoins the field. Only a little bit of HP remaining. Those charge attacks are just being too slow to get up and ready. Yes, Ice Punch is there, but it's to no avail. Zephy Mastix able to take game 2 in this best of 5.
And BBBBB until the very end for Registeel, knocking out the Medicham with those powerful lock-ons.
Exactly, the amazing skill of that Registeel, you know, like you said, it's BBB into Biblicious. So it's kind of there threatening down against the name as well. But I think this is the really interesting turn of events where Zephy actually had core Pokemon in the back, dropped that Gliscor, and actually having that Registeel gave him the bulk and the pressure needed to close out that game.
Yeah, he saw the Abomasnow in the lead coming. Abomasnow really has a hard time against Registeel. It is really spammy with those Weather Balls. However, Weather Ball, not the most powerful attack against a Registeel. Really, you want to go for the Energy Ball just to chip it. You are conceding the matchup every time, though.
Yes, that's the thing. And getting those energy balls obviously takes that little bit more energy as well. So it takes time to get that ready. And in that point, you've allowed the Registeel to farm up a lot of energy. It can apply good pressure with something like that Focus Blast. And you could see how much damage it did. There's really nothing a Abomasnow can do to counter it.
Yes, so Biblicious now has to reset his mind there, you know?
Yes.
Even though you are not out of the tournament and you have already qualified for Worlds, for Biblicious this is all about winning the entire event, and you really don't want to give your opponent a free matchup in the Grand Finals. You don't want to have to play for the bracket reset, because that is exhausting.
Yes, it definitely is. And I think as well, when you're on this unbroken streak, the last thing you want is for that to come to an end so close to making it into those grand finals. And like you said, not having to be in that position where you force the bracket reset. You're in the commanding kind of driving seat, as it were. So either of our players want to make sure that they can ride that confidence all the way to the end.
Yes, Zephy looking really confident.
So
you
strong.
said it earlier. What a fantastic performance. Oh, the cheeky look into the camera.
I think he heard us there, you know. Focus moment, Zephy.
Are you talking about me?
My ears are burning. I hear my name.
Let me give you something to talk about. And he is actually giving us something to talk
definitely.
about. It's finding so many different win conditions in all of those games. Zephy has put all of his Pokemon to use in all of our featured matches.
But I think that shows the flexibility of his team, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, where it's nice to have kind of core builds on your team Pokemon like the Noctowl, Sableye, Registeel, Lantern, for example, and then those slightly different choices in the Shadow Pokemon here, of Shadow Abomasnow and Shadow Gliscor, that have certain advantages in different matchups, and particularly when you are playing a multiple game format of a set, you are allowed to have that flexibility and catch your opponent off guard. And I think that versatility has actually allowed Zephy to be so dominant in this tournament this weekend.
Yes, Zephy, a flexible player, and we are going right into game 3. Match point for Zephy with the Sableye mirror match. This is interesting.
Ooh, here we go. Definitely the token Pokemon of the weekend. Both Sableyes on the field, just going straight out for these Shadow Claws against each other.
Yes, and actually looking at Biblicious backline, this Galarian Stunfisk is looking fantastic.
Yes, it definitely is. It can apply a lot of pressure. You know, those rock slides into the opposing Noctowl. Again, the Abomasnow, it has a lot of answers to it here. We can see as well the Sableye on Zephy's side is able to deal a huge chunk of damage to the opposing one. There is going to be a foul play being returned from Biblicious' own Sableye, but it's not going to be able to connect thanks to the shield.
So are we going to see a Farmland and a switch into Noctowl? Oh, double switch into the Galarian Stunfisk with the shield advantage for Biblicious. That is absolutely phenomenal for him.
Yes, nice to get a nice quick rock slide off here from this Galarian Stunfisk, something that Noctowl doesn't want to take. It is bulky, it can take one of them, but if these keep getting stacked up, then that's going to be a little bit difficult for the Noctowl to power through.
Yeah, the good thing for Noctowl is those mud shots deal basically no damage whatsoever, so you can get a few Shadow Balls off, as you can take more than 2 rock slides. However, still not the best matchup to be in.
Yes, definitely not, and you can see both these fast attacks just coming through to try and get the energy up, so the charge attacks can do their damage. Another rock slide coming through, like you said, is going to be able to take this as well, and then the Noctowl trying to get another Shadow Ball off, but it's going to depend on who's going to get there first.
Yeah, this seems to be a heavy attack weighted Noctowl, because those wing attacks really do add up.
Yes, Shadow Ball connecting down onto the Galarian Stunfisk, able to just hang on, going for those mud shots as well. But you can see Rock Slide primed to try and get the knockout. It just edges ahead of that Noctowl. Now, is Zephy going to use a shield here or let the Noctowl go down? It is going to drop.
The question is, does this Galarian Stunfisk withstand a Shadow Claw or a Shadow Powder Snow right here?
That's the thing. The Shadow Powder Snow obviously going to be boosted up 20% because it's in that Shadow form. We're actually going to see the Galarian Stunfisk retreat. Lantern, Abomasnow's on the field now as well.
And now this is looking really good. This Galarian Stunfisk was favored in the matchups. However, no shields were invested into it, and now it is down to the last HP, basically. We're seeing a resisted Thunderbolt still doing about 30%, and now we have the Energy Ball charged up already. Abomasnow having such high attack is going to win a charge attack priority event. Anyways, he's trying to bait with the Weather Ball. Biblicious calls it. This will deal nothing.
Fantastic. Biblicious, I think, learning from the Game 1 errors there, not falling for the trap.
Oh, and we are setting another trap. Biblicious this time does not call it. Another Weather Ball. Zephy with the guts right here to go for the double bait after the first one went unshielded.
These are bold plays, but that's what you need in this winner's final. We are going to see the shield come up on this Abomasnow as the Thunderbolt comes up from the Lantern. But the mind games that this Abomasnow is applying right now are extraordinary. Energy Ball is charged up as well. That is the one that has gone in for on this Abomasnow. Now, this is going to hurt into the Lantern, doing neutral damage.
Yeah, I think you always shield this, because if this is a weather ball, you will still outpace to the next charge attack. Switching in the wow, it didn't take the powder snows. That were 2 powder snows coming in. He had to go for 1 more matcha to find the rock slide, and this did not work out for Biblicious. This is more energy for the Abomasnow now. Surf coming out.
There is no arguing with this Abomasnow. It's taking KOs left, right, and center. Lantern on the field going for a surf, just trying to remove it from the field. It is going to be enough to get the knockout, but there's still that Sableye in the back for Zephy.
Oh, and the surf is going to connect. We need 1 more Shadow Claw to find the double foul play. Are we going to see a foul play here? Of course, it withstands the surf. We are going for a foul play. Foul play is going to connect. Are we going to win the charge attack priority event? How much energy does Biblicious have on his Sableye? We have not seen who wins the charge attack priority event yet. And we're going for a simultaneous foul play. Zephy Mastix wins!
Let's go, Zephy Mastix. The Sableye pulling through, getting that foul play off to be able to guarantee him a spot in the grand finals, winning this best of 5, 3-0.
We have waited for this charge attack priority event for the entirety of this match, and down in the last second, the last moment it was possible, we have seen it. A beautiful hug from both of these players.
Huge congratulations to both players. What an epic match we got for our winners finals there, coming right down to the wire in that last game. You've been talking about this priority moment for the whole tournament, and you get to see it there in such spectacular fashion.
I need to
just take a breather. Woo!
Ooh, I need to calm down for a bit. That was
I think we all do.
Intense. That was the closest 3-0 that I have ever seen in my entire life.
But it was the mind games as well. All of those amazing baits that were being set out, going for those shields or not going for them. The Abomasnow was, honestly, I was sitting here very glad on this side of the desk, not out there having to make these predictions and these calls. And honestly, I loved the way that Zephy piloted throughout that entire Game 3.
Yes, the guts on this man, going for the first weather ball bait and then just going for the next one after the first one did not work. Biblicious getting kind of nervous, finding the shield for the weather ball, hoping it was an energy ball, and then we could see the powder snow that took out the Galarian Stunfisk because he just couldn't reach the rock slide.
That could have been a very different turn of events. Just one more of those fast attacks to get the rock slide could have really swung the momentum back into Biblicious' favor. But I mean, that's why they're called fast attacks at the end of the day, is whether you can get them in nice and quick. And that Abomasnow, it's already got an attack boost thanks to being, you know, with its shadow, but it's also seeming to be very speedy, knowing that Zephy wants this tournament, wants the champion crown.
Yeah, he finally wants to win one. I think he was the runner-up in Bremen last
year, yes.
So he really wants a title for himself now, and he's going to have 2 opportunities to win this in a possible bracket reset if he loses the grand finals.
I mean, that's the thing. You can now breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief. You know you've made it through to that grand finals. His opponent is, of course, yet to be determined, and it could even be Biblicious again.
Yes, and I mean, after you've seen this matchup, he must feel kind of confident. That was a 3-0 victory. It was really close, arguably. Game 1 came down to a crazy earthquake that went through 2 shields because it was called a bait.
Yeah.
And then he also got, I don't think it mattered, he also got the attack race on the Night Slash.
That's just always nice flexing points, isn't it? Particularly on the broadcast as well, to kind of win in those positions where you have so much momentum behind you. And I think the lovely thing as well is being able to watch their reactions, and you could see those moments for Zephy where he realized, hey, this is my game right now, I've got this, on to the next one.
Yes, I can't stop smiling about these games.
Me neither, it's great.
Just incredibly exciting. And I think if you get 2 attack raises from Night Slashes on stream, it's meant to be.
It definitely is. We've been talking about the Registeel quite a lot with the Zap Cannon getting the attack drops as well. That's been critical. Like, I can't remember whose game it was yesterday, but somebody I think got 8 out of 8 Zap Cannon drops. And it was just brilliant to see how those little mechanics as well, the things that you actually have no control over, the dice rolls as it were, can play such an incredible point in the match.
Yes, and now let's hear it from Zephy Mastix, who now also officially again qualified for the World Championships already without having the invite being passed down. So, Amanda, take it away. Let's hear it from the winner.
Thanks, Leo and Lou. I'm Amanda, and I am here in the Caster Lounge, and I'm about to ask the most generic question, but it has to be asked. Zephy, how do you feel?
I'm great. I'm feeling unstoppable right now.
Yeah, you're looking pretty unstoppable right now. A 3-0 sweep against someone who's already qualified for Worlds. I mean, what was going through your head when you knew that you had to play Biblicious?
Not really much different from other opponents. I can win against anyone. I can lose against almost anyone. So I wasn't more afraid than of other opponents. I just knew it would be a good match, and he knows what he's doing. But I got the better end for me this time.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big call was when you did the Earthquake with the Gliscor, and it actually went through. I mean, that basically solidified it for you at that point.
Yeah, the game 1 was decided by that. It would have been maybe still winnable if he shields the Earthquake, but it would have been, of course, more difficult.
Yeah, but, I mean, I think you could hear the crowd uproaring about it. And you've also had 2 Night Slash boosts. How lucky are you?
Yeah, I'm playing good and I'm lucky today. Nothing can stop me, I guess.
Yeah, you're on fire, I guess. So I have to ask, so last year you qualified. It was actually the first Play Pokemon tournament that I ever went to, and it was in Bremen, and you got to 2nd place overall. Doesn't look like today you're going for a 2nd place finish, though.
Not at this point, no. I have 2 best-of-5s to go, even if the first one goes wrong. Anything's possible, but of course I'm aiming to win it all. Yeah. Now I'm at this position.
I know that you said that, like you can win against anyone and you can lose against anyone, but is there anyone in particular of who's left that you'd like to win against?
I haven't really, I don't think I've played against anyone who's still left, so no matter who it will be a new experience for me, and it doesn't matter to me. It will be fun either way, and I'm excited to face anyone.
If Danky Chan or a Mind Joke ends up winning over Biblicious, you will have a potential to face Shadow Alolan Sandslash, which doesn't look too good against your Gliscor there. Any fear in that particular Pokemon?
It's a little difficult to face, but it's not as bad as the Obstagoon I was afraid of yesterday, because against, well, Alolan Sandslash has play against everything on my team, but also almost everything on my team has play against Alolan Sandslash, and if I get an energy advantage, the Earthquake just destroys it from the full HP. So,
I know that you seem like a player who does a lot of like team composition and thinking before the tournament. Was there any Pokemon like an Obstagoon that you weighed the odds that people would be playing it, and you figured, no, not enough people are be playing it, that I have to worry about it?
The Obstagoon is the only one I'm really aware of that my team isn't doing too well against, but I was hoping not to face any. I had to face one, and
you look at you now, still in the winners, still winning, haven't lost yet. Yeah, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
You're feeling pretty confident overall. I guess one last thing, you know that you're pretty much going to Worlds, right?
Yes, of course.
Is there anything in Japan that you're particularly looking forward to?
I haven't really looked into it because my plan was only to go to Japan if I qualify, so I'll have to plan flights and everything when I get home. So I have to spend some time on that, definitely.
And just in case, I'm sure we'll see you again, but if we don't is there anyone or any community or anything you'd like to shout out for the crowd at home?
All the Germans, my factions, my friends who are watching at home. Hi, everyone.
Well, it's been a pleasure. Good luck to you. We'll give you a little moment to catch your breath before you play again, and we're going to bring it back to the casters. We have a couple more matches coming up.
Thank you, Amanda. It's always great to hear from Zephy as well. You know, his interviews provide so much insight, and I just love being able to see the storyline building where he's got his eyes set on the prize and he wants to get that champion title.
He's a fantastic player for sure. I mean, he's proven his knowledge on stream, not only in the interviews, but also inside of the games. What a fantastic player. Nice shout outs to all of his friends from me as well.
Yes, big shout outs. And I love that from the community aspect as well. You know, there's so many people out there sitting front and center watching the games with such anticipation and excitement, and particularly the French community as well for Arsenio earlier was really getting into their groove.
Yeah, and now, as of next, apart from, of course, the grand finals, we have the most important match of the day. Zephy Mastix has a guaranteed spot for the World Championships. Biblicious already has one.
Yes.
Danky Chan versus a Mind Joke. It's all about the World Championship invite to Yokohama.
I mean, that's where things get really intense, because one of those players will qualify and the other one will sadly not. And despite all their efforts throughout the 2 days of competition, they're not going to be able to have that qualification unless, of course, they go to another event and try and qualify there. But it would be so good to walk away from this event knowing that you have an invite to Yokohama.
And this is going to be absolutely epic, because we are going to see the Shadow Alolan Sandslash mirror match. I want to see if one of them brings it. It could come down to a charge attack priority event where both players go for a drill run at the same time. That would be absolutely phenomenal. It is going to be a best of 3.
Yes, because it's the semi-finals.
Yeah. And it is absolutely crazy. I can't wait for it to pan out. So let's see who's going to win this, a Mind Joke or Danky Chan. nice poses from both of these players.
Oh, I love to see that, getting a little bit of personality from our players as well. For people maybe tuning in for the first time, getting to know these players as well. And it's so difficult as a spectator to figure out who to root for. They're both great players. They're both rocking that Alolan Shadow Sandslash. And I'm just so looking forward to seeing if they're going to be able to bring both of them to this match.
Yes, both of them rocking it. Nobody's rocking a rock-type Pokemon.
No, I mean, you've got a little bit of the rock slide action coming in from the Galarian Stunfisk. But of course, again, my eyes are always drawn to that Shadow Swampert, a key Pokemon that I think has been so dominant in the meta for so long, but really fell short. This is the only Shadow Swampert in top 8.
Yeah, and I think it is looking kind of good here. Shadow Swampert, of course, the arch nemesis of it is the Trevenant.
Yes.
However, if you have one shield up, you're going to win the matchup.
Exactly, so you just need to make sure if you're in that situation, you've got the shield situation organized as well. Then you have Noctowl that can help out against that Trevenant. Of course, as well, the Alolan Sandslash with his Ice-type moves is going to be able to apply a lot of pressure to it. And I have to say, throughout the whole weekend, I've been really underwhelmed by Trevenant. There hasn't been as many of them as I expected to see, and they've generally been running scared away from Pokemon due to the dominance of the Ice-types here in Malmö.
And I also think, I thought, because Lantern is incredibly popular right now,
yes,
I thought we were going to see more of them, because Lantern has so many neutral or positive matchups, but Trevenant really isn't one of them. Abomasnow also isn't one of them, and we have seen 2 of those, so maybe we have a new superior grass type.
Yeah, that's true, actually, duking out for the #1 spot. Abomasnow certainly has been turning heads here in Malmö. Trevenant, I think, still is very tried and tested. Having that Ghost-type coverage as well is really, really nice, particularly with all the Medicham running around, and it does provide that nice matchup when you've got counter being so strong on Medicham, and there's a lot of the Pokemon who don't want to take those counters. For example, Abomasnow and the Alolan Sandslash, for example, having the Trevenant as a switch-in is always nice.
The superior ghost type this event actually was Sableye.
It's Sableye, 100%.
About it a lot more, and it just wins the matchup versus Trevenant really hard, because the Shadow Claws aren't super effective on the Sableye. The foul play is super effective on the Trevenant, so you actually outpace to a foul play as opposed to the Shadow Ball from the Trev.
That could again explain why the Trevenant just hasn't been coming to these matches, because of the dominance of Sableye. It's just been everywhere, and obviously we've seen a couple of these Shadow Sableyes as well, applying even more offensive pressure with those Shadow Claws.
Yes, Sableye, a fantastic Pokemon. So let's see if we are maybe going to see a Trevenant in this match from Danky Chan, because Trevenant beats the Shadow Swampert. It really beats the Registeel as well. It is a positive matchup for it. And of course there's Medicham as well. So Trevenant actually has quite the good matchups. However, Noctowl, of course, absolutely threatening.
I mean, taking a look at some of the accolades as well, great consistency from a Mindjoke. 2022 as well, getting these top cut finishes at multiple regionals, and 2023 as well, having some accolades too. So again, showing the top caliber of player that a Mindjoke is.
So we are starting Noctowl versus Noctowl, the battle of the angry owls. Which angry owl is going to be satisfied after this mirror match?
Well, let's have a look. The wing attacks coming in, just starting to farm up, getting those sky attacks and shadow balls ready. It's going to be the Noctowl on Danky Chan's side going first, however, with the sky attack.
So we are going to see a little bit of chip damage. Nobody is ready to forfeit their switch advantage. A Mindjoke now knows that he is losing the charge attack priority event, and that is really important, because Danky Chan can now safely stay in. Immediate switch out by a Mindjoke into the Medicham, maybe hoping that the Alolan Sandslash is not going to come out.
Yes, that's true. Of course, all the flying type attacks are going to be hurting into this Medicham, but you want to try and get that Ice Punch ready, particularly as there is low HP on that Noctowl. A very late shield coming in there, just preserving. And we're going to see the Lantern coming in. That Water Gun just going to be chipping away at the Medicham, but Psychic is primed and ready.
It is a smart move to preserve the Noctowl, taking a shield from your opponent, chipping with the wing attacks. It dealt a decent amount of damage.
Yeah.
And now it is just being switched out, because if your opponent switches the Medicham into the Noctowl, there's probably not a really good answer there.
Yes, we're just going to see the Thunderbolt coming down against this opposing Medicham. It knows it's going to be able to take this, wants to make sure that the Ice Punch is ready for the return of something like that Noctowl a little bit later on. And these counters still dealing good damage. The Water Gun, however, is still stacking up. You want to make sure you can get a charge attack in before you get knocked out.
Yes, and we are throwing an Ice Punch, being a little bit more observant of our energy. It is going to knock out the Lantern, and we have just another Ice Punch queued up, ready. Almost a Psychic. We are throwing the Ice Punch into the Sandslash, so I think we get one counter off, which is not going to be too much damage. Oh, no, we aren't even. There was a Shadow Claw sneaked in.
Yes, you can see as well the Ice Punch doing barely anything. But here's the Shadow Swampert being able to apply a lot of damage to that opposing Alolan Sandslash. It can fire off a retaliation, but the Swampert is very, very bulky. It's going to be able to take it.
Yeah, it lacks a little bit of bulk due to the shadow around it. But
yes, that's true.
we are going to outpace now, even though we were in a little bit of an energy disadvantage, going to throw a Hydro Cannon. The Mud Shot's actually dealing a crazy amount of damage. We are going to see the second Hydro Cannon now. Will the Sand Slash take it? Sand Slash is going to shield this up and farm down the Swampert.
Yeah, there's not a lot of HP remaining on that Swampert, so it switches out in replacement of this Noctowl, just going for those wing attack again. But you can see the Ice Punch is ready on this Alolan Sandslash. I would have a shield too if I was a Noctowl in this situation.
Yes, and this is actually theatrical. The Pokemon that a Mindjoke is really well known for. Shadow Alolan Sandslash, his signature Pokemon, is really the MVP in this matchup, beating him to the first game of the loser semifinals, the game that qualifies one player for the World Championship. So this is theatrical.
Oh, it certainly is, and every single game matters. Like you mentioned earlier, it's a best of 3. The loser is knocked out of the competition. The other one gets to advance into the losers finals for a chance to duke it out to get to the grand finals against Zephy.
I still think that the Mindjoke is going to get his qualification for the World Championships in Torino, in his home country. But of course, he always answered me, yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
I get why you want this to happen, but I would prefer it now.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yes, you've got another event that you know you're going to, and if you don't get it here, then surely you're going to feel confident off whatever finish you get here in Malmö going into Torino, but you want to have it now. You want that pressure off your shoulders going forward.
Yeah, and remember, the winner of this matchup is going to face Biblicious in the losers finals, which is also going to be a best of 5, I suppose.
Yes, it will. And that's the thing, Biblicious right now just gets to watch this match from the sidelines and really analyze his opponent and maybe start getting a strategy ready for that losers finals. I mean, one thing I really loved in this particular match from game 1 was the Shadow Swampert. The Mud Shots in particular were doing huge damage to that opposing Alolan Sandslash, but the issue was just the charge attacks were coming back so strong, so powerful, forcing a Mindjoke to go for those shields.
Yeah, if you are at a shield disadvantage and an energy disadvantage, this matchup is not looking good. If you are in an equal spot, you are going to win this. Yes, Shadow Claws deal a lot of damage, but so do your Mud Shots.
Yes, and the Hydro Cannon can be kind of underwhelming in some of the type matchups here as well. You know, Lantern, the Alolan Sandslash, not going to worry too much about taking those. You really want to kind of get that energy ready for the Earthquake to be able to deal a lot of pressure. But when you're in that Shadow form, the 20% defense drop that you get leaves you so vulnerable to these attacks.
And to be fair, actually, if you're playing a Shadow Swampert and you're going straight Hydro Cannon versus Lantern, there are scenarios in which you win.
Ooh, well, that could be an interesting endgame for us.
Yes, I think it is when you both shield all the time.
Okay, so lots of shield, lots of protects, and then calling the charge attack at the right time?
Yeah, and then you can go for an Earthquake, I think, if you are outpacing.
Yeah.
But I'm not too sure about that.
Stop speaking things into existence, Leo. We're going to see it happen now.
I hope so, and I hope I'm not proven wrong.
Well, I mean, the Noctowls as well, they came very out front and center at the beginning there, both as the leads. And I think that was the interesting thing. And Mindjoke's got that information that he's going to be losing those priority wars.
Yes, Mindjoke, that was really tough with the Noctowl because he had to forfeit the switch immediately. And if there is a Pokemon like the Shadow Alolan Sandslash that is just so powerful in the right matchup that you really don't want to have a lined up against the Medicham, then the switch is incredibly important.
Yes, it certainly is. And the Medicham was interesting to come in as well. The issue is when you have that potential of the Sableye on the opposing side of the field, Medicham doesn't always feel as safe. Those Shadow Claws hit really hard, and obviously the counters completely underwhelming against the Sableye, and as it has been our kind of standout Pokemon at the moment, it's one that you've got to be threatened of if you're Danky Chan.
Yes, Mindjoke did not bring it in the first game, which was kind of surprising to me. There is the Noctowl as a decent answer, but the rest of the Pokemon of Danky Chan aren't really that well equipped to handle a Sableye.
And particularly with the Shadow Claws still dealing very decent damage, you can still whittle away at any of the Pokemon on Danky Chan's side, allowing one of your more heavy hitters like the Shadow Swampert, for example, to come in and clean up towards the end.
The only matchup you really don't want to see is the Noctowl, but now we are seeing a Lantern lead for Danky Chan against the Noctowl. This is a prime position for him. Water Gun chipping away onto the Medicham. We are switching Noctowl versus Medicham again. This is a matchup that will favor Danky Chan again. Doesn't have to shield the first one. Maybe the second one. Counters really do add up, even though it is a flying type, it is also a normal type.
Yeah, Medicham really pinned in here against the Noctowl. That's very happy to keep going for these wing attacks, getting Sky Attacks and Shadow Balls ready. It's going to be another Sky Attack, just putting the pressure on straight away, trying to get a Mindjoke to use one of these shields.
really smart to go for the Sky Attack just before the second Ice Punch connects, because if you're getting a shield out of the Noctowl or KOing it, you can just let the Medicham go. It did its job. We're not seeing any Alolan Sand Slashes this game.
No, they're just going to be waiting in the wings, possibly for a future game. You can see, however, the Medicham is just taking all of these wing attacks. The Noctowl's going to be the speedier, though, able to go for the Sky Attack here down into that opposing Medicham. Not going for another shield, though. Very happy to take this damage and allow a Mind Joke to make a switch in from the back.
And this is going to be a big farm down from the Noctowl. A bit dangerous because this Sky Attack will put the Noctowl, I think, in Thunderbolt range from the Lantern with a few more water guns. So that is going to be something a Mind Joke will have to look out for. He is getting a tremendous amount of energy from this one, though, so he can throw a Shadow Ball into the face of the Lantern. But now we have the Shadow Swampert versus Medicham. This might come down to an Earthquake, hit or bait. Hydro Cannon is already charged up. We are going to see an Ice Punch being thrown. This is nothing you usually shield, but at this position you really need to preserve the HP on the Swampert. This is going to be the Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, I think you have to, though. Those counters are doing so much to that Swampert. It's so vulnerable. Hydro Cannon coming out, not falling for it here. The Medicham able to take that damage. Earthquake only a few more counts away from being charged up. It's going to be another Hydro Cannon, though.
Yes, and we are going to use the Hydro Cannon. This might force a Protect Shield from Danky Chan if he doesn't want to let it go, but he lets the Medicham go, brings in the Lantern. Lantern is supposed to end this game now. We are going to see another Hydro Cannon, which is going to be immediately shielded, which means that there's going to be another Hydro Cannon and a few Mud Shots before the Feint of Swampert.
Yeah, it's able to get another one in there. You know, the Protect going up just in case there was that Earthquake coming up from the Shadow Swampert, but it's going to be another Hydro Cannon after another one here. Still does a decent chunk of damage to that opposing Lantern, but it's just too precarious for the Shadow Swampert.
A combo play here. This is going to come down to the wire. Shadow Ball will deal a big damage. Is a Thunderbolt enough? Can we get to a Thunderbolt first? Thunderbolt is being queued up. I think this is going to deal above half. A Mind Joke only has the Swampert with very low HP in the back. Danky Chan is smiling. He is channeling those bubbles. The Thunderbolt is going to connect. The Noctowl is going to fall. Water gun down the Swampert. Danky Chan advances and gets the qualification for the World Championships.
Congratulations to Danky Chan. What a hard-fought battle, taking down the Shadow Swampert at the end. What an amazing match to advance into those losers finals.
And a Mind Joke is heartbroken. He has come close to advancing to the World Championships so many times. He was just one game away from it. Danky Chan, of course, is incredibly happy about this. And Alessio, he's also a good loser. They're going in for the hug. It's heartbreaking.
That's true. The emotions are so strong on the field, and you can see how much this meant to a Mind Joke there, and heartbreak for him that he's not able to get the qualifications, but he does have another event ahead of him. He's a player to watch going into the last event in Europe, but we have to look back at Danky. What an amazing victory.
Yes, Danky Chan just played this perfectly, finding the correct matchups every single time. He had so many advantages there with the Lantern against the Noctowl, everything. Water Gun Lantern, such a fantastic fit for his team.
Yes, and again, we've been talking about Spark versus Water Gun and Lantern, and this was a situation where the Water Gun Lantern was superior. It was able to apply pressure to things like the Shadow Swampert as well, and just start going through the team.
Yes, Shadow Swampert really tried, you know, but Water Gun, again, as we said earlier, too much pressure for the Swampert. It was Water Gun down. With Sparks, you do nothing. But Water Gun, it's just fast, 0.5 seconds per hit, dealing a lot of damage. And Swampert is unfortunately really frail, so that was a fantastic win for Danky Chan.
Yes, for those Shadow Swampert fans out there, it has now been knocked out of the competition. We know that it's been felled by the amazing teams that we have seen here today. And the interesting thing, however, is that Alolan Sandslash is, of course, still advancing. We knew it would no matter what the outcome of this particular match. But the way that it's been piloted, the way that it's been played, I think has been masterful. You know, even though there's so many ground-type moves out there, it's been able to avoid them due to the ball positioning of the trainer. And I'm really glad to see it having such good usage here in Malmö.
Yeah, and it was just also fantastic against the signature Shadow Alolan Sandslash player. This is super ironic, if you want to say so, that he just lost to it because it was really perfect in the first game.
It definitely was. And obviously now we know that in the losers final, he's going to be advancing and facing against Biblicious, which is going to be an epic losers final. I'm so excited for that one.
Yeah, but before that, we have another interview ready for you guys. Not from the winner this time, but it is something that we recorded a few days ago with Arceus Aurelius, who will provide some great insights, let me tell you. Take care. Welcome back to the Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Malmö. I'm sitting here with my lovely co-caster, Adelian, and of course, our pro player, Arceus Aurelius. So Arceus, we want to have this stream like a little bit more educational as well. And let's go back into your Pokemon Go history. What was like the first Team 3 of Pokemon that you started playing PvP with?
Oh, wow. That's a very good question. The first real success I had when I played Go Battle League, my team of 3 was Toxicroak, Shadow Lapras, and Galarian Stunfisk.
Oh, that one?
Yeah, Lapras has been a favorite of mine since, forever, I guess. I've run it in play tournaments as well and done really well with it in the past. Sadly, I think Lapras it's a hostile environment for Lapras these days, sadly. But I cannot wait to someday get it back.
Do you think that there is some kind of move update that could happen to Lapras that would increase play?
The move update that would increase play for Lapras would be to remove Surf from Lantern. And sadly, because it's interesting because the dynamics of water-type Pokemon is suppressed these days by Lantern by winning all head-to-head water-type matchups against anything but Swampert, basically. So these days, the environment is kind of tough because you get Medicham, Registeel, and Lantern on most teams. And there's not that many targets for Lapras anymore, sadly. You wanted educational, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually flabbergasted by how informative this was.
Oh yeah, well,
yeah, me too. But I'm going to take you. I'm going to take you back to something that I'm also quite a big fan of, with the whole community aspect of Pokemon Go. Now, for you, which people in the Pokemon Go world got you into Pokemon Go PvP?
Oh, that's actually a great question because I started with some locals of mine when we went to university together. Oh, and there was a cup that was played, a monthly themed cup back then that I had much deeper interest in than rehearsing to my exam. And
yeah, I can feel you on that.
Yeah, and we were three guys going to that cup, and we were so easily included in the existing environment from before, in the existing community. So I just kept going, and I haven't really looked back. The last 4 years has been basically the biggest part of my life right after my girlfriend. So it's like girlfriend, Pokemon Go, and then the rest of my life, whatever it is.
I hope if she ends up watching this, that she will be happy to hear that you put her ahead of Pokemon Go. Yeah, that's a crowning achievement. Sure.
I'm sure she doesn't always feel that way. So I hope she does. Like deep down, but sometimes it's taken up a lot of time. But it's my greatest interest.
You have gone to quite a few Play Pokemon Go tournaments so far, and are there any you've been quite successful, I would say, well, from my perspective on how far you've got. Now, what have you learnt from those tournaments that will hopefully allow you to do just as good, if not better, here?
Well, first of all, I learned not to lose to you, which I actually did. Yeah, it's a year ago now. It's May last year.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I think like we have our 1 year anniversary of you beating me like yesterday or tomorrow or something. But
it's a rare thing when this happens. But
yeah, it's still marked in my calendar as well.
Oh gosh.
No, but I learned a lot from both little tournaments, both last season and this season, because the first time when I lost to you, I wasn't happy with my team.
Yeah.
And the second tournament, I decided to play more comfort picks. And not just what was perceived as the best Pokemon in the meta, but what I feel comfortable playing with. And I learned a lot from that because that's what I did what made me do well in Bochum as well.
Mm-hmm.
And now at UIC, I was also there. I changed my team with an uncomfortable pick last minute.
Right.
And I didn't do any well at all.
Right.
So even though you could say lesson learned, it's still a lesson I need to remind myself of as many times as I can, because I still make the mistake of making uncomfortable or picking uncomfortable picks because of what is perceived as the best Pokemon in the meta.
So thank you for those insights. That was really helpful. That's all the time we got for now. I can't wait to hear more of you. We are going to have a second half of this interview, but for the moment, we're going back right to the next featured match.
Hello, folks. We're back with Arceus Aurelius here for another part of our interview. I believe, Leo, you actually had a question that you were dying to ask.
Yes, thank you, Adelian. So the question I wanted to ask is, you were talking about a Pokemon that you switched out for a pick that you weren't that familiar with. What Pokemon was that?
I swapped out Shadow Dragonair. And yeah, I know. Shadow Dragonair had an excellent showing at the UIC, and I swapped it out last second. And I'm beating myself up for it, and I practiced a lot with it, and I did really well. And then it ended up doing so well in the tournament as well. So that was a strike to my own abilities to pick the team. So I needed to dig deep inside myself again.
Which Pokemon did you replace it for?
I replaced it with Lickitung, and Lickitung is fine. And I played a lot of Lickitung, but it's uncomfortable in this meta because of how many Noctowls, how many Registeals. And the issue is that Lickitung and Dragonair are very different Pokemon. Yeah. So the entire dynamic of the team changed. So I couldn't play the picks that I ideally wanted to pick because of how my opponents would change their approach because of what I brought. So because I took out the Dragonair and replaced it with Lickitung, it made my opponents pick more Lantern, for instance. And yeah, that's not what I wanted.
Both have one-turn fast moves though, but I want to circle back on something you said earlier. There was a cup that you were really involved in. So if there was theoretically a play Pokemon tournament with different cups or with one different cup, what's your favorite cup to play in-game? Which meta would you want to play? Maybe Sunshine Cup?
Yeah, I could do Sunshine Cup, I guess, but for me, I've always enjoyed the Open Great League the most. That's the meta that I enjoy the most, and that is because I want to play with the best Pokemon, and I want to strategize around the best Pokemon, and it's easier for me to play battling other people when I know what they're going to bring. And if there are a lot of new picks you need to learn, it's harder for me to kind of pick out the nuances. But in the Open Great League, I know it, and I know it by heart, and that's how I want to approach these games. I really enjoy Open Great League.
So to what extent do you feel other players would agree with you on liking Open Great League in particular?
I think the impression right now is that there are somewhat too many hard counter matchups. For instance, you need a grass type to counter Lantern or a dragon type.
Yeah.
But the only grass type that's really valid, I could say, is Trevenant, because it beats all the other grass types and it has great matchups against anything but Noctowl. But Noctowl is super common, and Trevenant can't do anything to Noctowl. And Noctowl has a tough matchup against Lantern, so you get this kind of hard counter relationship, this triangle. So I think players find the meta at the moment a bit hostile, but still I think there are ways around it, but you need to plan ahead and try to avoid these kind of hard counter relationship matchups.
I can see your point of view there. So when it comes to breaking up these triangles of Pokemon that hard counter each other, I'm not going to necessarily ask you for an answer to that, because that
I'd give it to you.
Okay, fine. So first of all, what is a Pokemon that you think has some ability to break that trio core of, say, Lantern, Noctowl, Trevenant, and also what is a Pokemon that you reckon you would like to see in the game, or you'd like to see tweaked so it could break that core potentially? And I think come to mind?
Yeah, it's an excellent question. I think, as I mentioned previously, Shadow Dragonair has the ability to break up those three.
Yeah.
Shadow Abomasnow
Yeah.
is a great pick. And Dragonair has a bit of a tough time with the rise of the Alolan Ninetales, because it basically cannot touch Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah.
And Abomasnow has a tough time because of Registeel and Medicham, basically. So the issue is that if you have Trevenant, the team will also have either Registeel or Medicham or Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah.
So breaking up this trio is very hard because the Pokemon with the abilities to do so are so tough to bring against the rest of the team of these players.
Sadly, that's all we have time for. We could be here for many, many moons talking about the intricate tactics that in this man's mind. But yeah, it's unfortunately all we have time for, and we'll just go right back to the battles.
Well, now that things have been all taken care of on the set, we're getting ready for an interview with our two losers finalists. Yes, that was it. Losers, winners. There's too many technical words. I'm getting there. It's been a long day, a long weekend. I need to maybe take some care of myself as well.
I know that sometimes you just start blabbering nonsense like I did around earlier. But we can just discuss a little bit more about the three different teams that are still in competition, because there is some spice and it's ice.
Yes, it definitely is. And I think that's really been the story so far this weekend. When you're in a Scandinavian country, bring the ice and the Abominable Snowman and things might work out for you.
Yeah, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, Shadow Abomasnow, and yet another Shadow Abomasnow. Those Pokemon were performing and overperforming even in this tournament. Nobody would have... If someone told me, okay, there will be one Abomasnow in top 3, I would have said, okay, possible.
Maybe.
There's one Sandslash in the top 3. Possible. Both of those, one in every team? No way.
That's the thing. And also, you know, Alolan Ninetales did have a strong showing at this tournament. We had it in the top 8 as well, but it has been banished to the back corner in face of these Abomasnows and Alolan Sandslashes. I mean, I know you've said a few times that Alolan Sandslash has been such a key Pokemon for some players, but it's just been so dominant, and it really is going to come down to, particularly in this next match between Biblicious and Danky Chan, whether it's going to be the Abomasnow or the Sandslash.
Yes, and we are going to listen a little bit about this matchup from both of these players. So, Amanda, take it away.
Thanks, Leo and Lou. You know, I was getting a little bit jealous because before interviews where there was 2 people over here and there was 2 at the caster desk, so I had decided I'm going to make it a little bit bigger this time, and we're going to bring both the people who are going to be competing next into the losers finals. We have Danky Chan and Biblicious with us. Welcome in. First of all, before anything, I have to say congratulations, you guys, for getting as far as you have been. These games have been incredible.
Thank you. Thank you.
I will have to say, there's one of you that has only dropped 2 games total this whole tournament. You're a wizard, Danky.
Well, thank you. 3 games.
You're 3 games total.
I lost one in the versus Galax.
Oh, I didn't see that on. I was scrolling through the list. I was like, today you have not lost any at all.
One.
And
I lost the versus Galax.
that was just today, though.
Yeah.
Okay,
Today
before
one.
that.
And who did you lose the second 2 games to?
Yes,
This guy.
exactly. This was the other point. The only time you got knocked down into the losers bracket was by Biblicious. All right, tell me, now that you guys are going, are you afraid to be facing him once again?
I'm looking forward to it. We've been chatting all day. Really gotten to know this guy. So I'm looking forward to a friendly match. I think it should be really good.
Do you, I don't, obviously you don't want to give your opponent too much a strategy of what's going on in your head, but do you think that you have a good game plan to counter how you played against him last time?
I think I'll go, I haven't really thought about it yet. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet, but I had a good strategy for the last time. I'll probably just look at it again and see if there's something I can do different, but our games last time were really close, so I think there'll be another good close games, yeah.
And what about you, Biblicious? Yeah, you were the only person to beat him yesterday. You've been on top pretty much until just this very last round. Are you confident that you can do it again?
I would not say confident, no. Like, I have huge respect for this guy, and the games we had were incredibly close, and probably like the closest and best games for me this tournament. So, and best of 5 is a different beast, because when you go to a potential 5-game series, like it's hard to find new strategies, and you don't know if you want to go back to the old ones or not, so it'll be some mind games for sure.
That's a really good point that you make, because these will be best of 5 matches, which is a completely different strategy, and as Go players, we don't get a chance to do them so often because most of our games are best of 3. How do you feel that you fare in best of 5 tournaments overall? I know that some people, they don't like it as much because there's too much time to get into your own head.
Yeah, it's easy to get in your own head. I've only competed in the best of 5 twice before, so it's easy to kind of get in your head and go against what your intuition is telling you. But we'll see how it goes.
And about you?
Well, my record is really bad in best of 5s. That's why I'm like a bit skeptical about this game. But I'm hoping to be able to turn it around. So.
And I think it's already a fair point to point out that since Biblicious already has his invite for Worlds, I mean, you have pretty much gotten your invite as well. How does that feel? Are you content just to have it, or are you saying, no, I'm going for the gold?
I was pleased to get it. I didn't even actually know that I had qualified. I was told by the judges on stage. I was like, oh.
What a wonderful surprise, right?
Yeah, so that was a wonderful surprise. But of course, I want to go all the way, and we'll see.
You just got to get through 2 more opponents, and you're absolutely there.
Yes, let's see.
I know that Zephy said earlier that he feels like he can beat anyone in this tournament, but he can also lose to anyone in this tournament. Have you had a chance to look at any of the teams thinking, okay, if I can make it past Biblicious, I'm going to be making it on?
I wouldn't be saying that. Everyone up here plays well. Small catches, just a small mistake can turn a battle around. So even if you have a good matchup on paper, you can still lose. So I wouldn't say any games will be easy. No, I think it'll be fun no matter what. Yeah.
And how about you, Bib? Are you hoping you can get past Danky Chan so you get a little bit of revenge on the matches that went earlier today?
Oh, for sure. But it's gonna be difficult. And even if I get through Danky, like beating a guy that I just lost 0-3 to I need to beat him twice in 2 best of 5s. That's going to be a hard task. So, but I'm going to do my best.
Well, first we got to get through both of you guys. It's going to be a really incredible battles. I'm really excited to watch it. Before we go, since this might be the last chance of one of you to be on the couch, do you want to give any shout outs to your community or anyone at home that's watching? I know we were joking around yesterday. Your wife was like, why is your ring not on your finger at the moment?
Yeah, definitely shout out to my wife, always supporting me, and my future baby. That will be arriving in about 2 months. And of course, Nova Tappers, my team.
Yeah, I wanted to thank my girlfriend who's been watching all day, as well as my brother is also watching. I think my mom and dad are also watching. I'm not sure if they figured out how Twitch works. And I also want to thank everyone who's been sending me messages. I've been getting tags all day, and I've been getting a lot of messages saying I look like Harry Potter, so yeah, so that's why you got the post that you got. So thank you all for the messages that I've been getting, yeah.
That's really great. Thank you guys again for being on the couch with us. And don't go anywhere, everyone. We have the battles with these two. We're going to let them give a little bit of time, catch their breath, strategize, and then we'll see them play it out on stream.
Thank you very much, Amanda. That was a really fun and tame interview.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I did like when Biblicious said, where were your other 2 losses from? When, which 2 games did you lose? That was a great little moment.
That was a really good transition for Amanda as well, so kind of helped the interviewer out there a little bit. But before we are going into the game, of course, they can't teleport.
They cannot. They're not that
Abra.
talented. He might be a wizard, but, you know, still needs a few more years of wizard school.
That is true. So we need to spend some more time. And we can do that by talking about the upcoming Community Day in 1.5 hours.
I'm so excited for it. It's going to be Fennekin Community Day. And Fennekin is one of, you know, the most adorable Pokemon out there. The little fiery fox indeed. I know Amanda's very, very excited for this particular day.
How can you say that when Gastrodon's right there?
Well, I said adorable, not the best Pokemon ever.
Okay.
Okay, you know, there are other Pokemon in the adorable category. It's number 1. Okay? And he's got many, many talents. But the one thing he doesn't have is Blast Burn.
That is true. Or Mystical Fire, 2 moves that the Pokemon is going to get from evolving into a Delphox.
Exactly, and that's one of the cool things about this Community Day. You can see here again the featured attack, Blast Burn, Mystical Fire, lots of great opportunities to get that Pokemon in-game, as well as try and get one of those cute little shinies.
Yes, the shinies look really, really cool. Some gray fox there. It's going to be fun to see how the attacks Blast Burn, Mystical Fire change the way that this Pokemon is played. Because Blast Burn, we've seen it a lot. It's quite the move.
Yeah, on Shadow Charizard, for example, it's been a really key staple, hasn't it?
Yes, and Charizard has also been a staple in many tournaments so far, so maybe Delphox can live up to the Blast Burn hype and get into some of those top cuts.
Yeah, I believe there was one Charizard in the top cut at Hartford. There wasn't any on our side, but it did make it into that top 8 across the pond. But over this side, I know as soon as this stream wraps up and we've crowned our winner, I'm just going to be out running around Malmö trying to catch as many Fennekin as possible. I want to get more shinies than Amanda. And you.
And, I was going to say, I think that I'm going to beat you to it because we are really early in the day, to be honest.
Yes, we are, to be fair.
We might actually get a full Community Day to play here. So I'm really excited to see all those little Fennekins.
Yes, exactly, and it'd be good to get the Pokemon in-game as well and start seeing a little bit whether Blast Burn, Mystical Fire is going to be the play. But speaking of plays, our game is ready for our losers final. Remember, this is a best of 5. Let's take a look at our players.
So we have 2 judges sitting there overviewing what is going to be an epic losers final.
Definitely, you need double the judges for double the hype and the intensity here in the losers final. Remember, the winner of this best of 5 set will advance into the grand finals to try and run it back against Zephy, who is ready and waiting, watching this match to see who will be his opponent. The loser will unfortunately be knocked out of the competition.
Danky Chan has had a bad loss against Biblicious before, but Danky Chan has the momentum. He has been crushing it, especially today, and Biblicious just comes back from a 3-0 loss.
Yes, exactly. Biblicious, you know, did get booted down into the losers bracket in commanding fashion, but now wanting to try and keep up that victory he's had against Danky Chan for multiple times in this tournament, getting that 2-0 victory previously. That's got to give him some confidence, knowing he may indeed have the advantage. I know Danky Chan said earlier that it was actually a very close game between them, so things could turn the tables.
Yeah, sometimes it is about those 50-50 decisions. We have been talking about Danky Chan, who has baited not at all in the entire tournament, but then on stream in a really important moment, he threw the Ice Punch against the Lantern instead of the Drill Run. And afterwards, he told me there was no way I would have won this match if I hadn't gone for the bait.
But it's those critical moments, the turning points of matches that will determine whether you win or whether you lose. And particularly in such a fast-paced game like Pokemon Go, those split-second decisions, the 50-50 choices that you make are what separates the champion from the rest.
Yes, and we are going to see who gets another chance to become the champion. Is it Biblicious or is it Danky Chan? Both of these players definitely deserve it. There are some similarities in terms of teams.
Yes.
We have Medicham, we have Noctowl, we have Lantern, and we have Galarian Stunfisk.
We do, and one of the big separations here is actually that Sableye. Again, been such a key Pokemon throughout this weekend, but it's not a Pokemon of choice on Danky Chan's side of things, instead opting for this very, very exciting Alolan Sandslash. And in the battle of the ice types, this is where I think the Alolan Sandslash actually does get to shine, because it can resist all the attacks that Abomasnow wants to throw at it. Again, with the Shadow, you know, reducing the defense by 20% does leave them a little bit more vulnerable to those big damage impact attacks, and something like an Ice Punch from the Sandslash into that Abomasnow is going to hit for neutral damage, and that's still going to hurt.
Yeah, and the Weather Ball on the other side is not going to deal anything
Exactly.
to the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Energy Ball is going to deal about 50%, but it is so much higher energy than the Ice Punch. So we can kind of talk about a Shadow advantage that Danky Chan has. Didn't help him in the first match that they played, but we are going to see the first game of this best of 5, the losers final. It is Sableye versus Lantern, a rather neutral matchup.
Yes, let's get hyped as we jump into the losers final. Sableye out here on the offensive, going for the Shadow Claws. Water Gun being the fast attack of choice here for the Lantern, just trying to get some surfs up to apply a little bit of pressure, reduce some of that HP. But we're going to see a switch. It's going to be the Lantern coming in.
Oh, and we are immediately seeing a Thunderbolt being thrown by Danky Chan, just chipping down on this Lantern, getting some good damage in before we are going to switch out into the Medicham to be able to counter a lot and then take out the Lantern with a possible Psychic.
This is why counter is one of the best fast attacks in the game. You can see how much damage it's doing to that Lantern. Lantern has the opportunity to go for a Thunderbolt though. The Medicham easily going to be able to take that and keep just farming up some energy to try and get to that precious Psychic.
And also really good for Danky Chan in terms of matchups. This Sableye is locked on the bench of Biblicious right now, and Medicham is not going to face it, so you can actually get high value out of those counters and Ice Punches or Psychics.
Yes, and you can see the charge attacks coming through. Finally, we're going to see the Psychic coming out from the Medicham. No shield on the Lantern. Biblicious happy for it to go down. Maybe bring something like the Sableye in from the back. Just try and go for 1 or 2 Shadow Claws and just get that energy up.
I was thinking that he could throw an Ice Punch, actually. I think it would have knocked out, but maybe it would have been really close. We are going to see another Ice Punch before the Medicham is going to get sent back to the Pokeball.
Exactly, just going to be able to deal a little bit of damage to Sableye, but then Shadow Claw will have something to say about it, just reducing that Medicham right back into its Pokeball, like you said. Now, if you're Danky Chan, you have a decision to make.
Yes, and this is going to be a really important one. If you send out the Alolan Sandslash, this is the best case scenario for you. Oh no, we're going into the Lantern, and this will mean that the Medicham that wasn't revealed for Biblicious right now is going to be lined up against the Sandslash, and that's a difficult one to win.
Yeah, it's going to be a field day for Medicham at that point. You can counter all day long. The Shadow Claws just coming out from the Sableye, just going to fire off a few more foul plays, getting that shield out as well from the Lantern on Danky Chan's side of things. That could be detrimental, though. You kind of want those shields for the Alolan Sandslash when that Medicham comes out front and center. You can see the reaction on Danky Chan's face. There's that Medicham, not the Pokemon he wanted to see.
Yeah, he's not happy about that, but it is still better than just letting the Lantern go and then realizing that you just have the Sandslash there. So actually, it is kind of okay that he can maybe get a Surf off. Nope, we are going to see an Ice Punch on this very low health Lantern.
Yeah, but easily letting that Lantern go down. You want the shield to protect the Sandslash later on. But look at these counters. Look how much they're doing to this Sandslash.
Wow, we can go for an Ice Punch here, but there are 2 shields on the side of Biblicious, and Biblicious is just going to counter down the Alolan Sandslash. This is absolutely huge. It is very interesting to see what these players are doing with their shields when there is no Pokemon on either team that's really going for hard-hitting moves.
I mean, that's not something you see every day. A Pokemon literally go from 0 to 0 just because of fast attacks. Amazing to see the offensive pressure that Counter has, particularly when it's able to deal that such super effective damage into a Shadow Pokemon of all things who has those weakened defenses. I mean, great positioning, keeping that Medicham nice and safe in the back.
Yeah, also, Medicham is not really known for being the highest attack Pokemon, but those counters on the quad super effective Alolan Sandslash, it's easily over there.
Exactly, and Medicham has a few nice options into this matchup as well. You know, again, just going for these counters, but things like the Ice Punch into the Noctowl does just kind of slow the Noctowl down a little bit. You can't afford to be in a position, if you're already weakened, an Ice Punch is just going to be able to take you out.
Adelion sitting there, taking care of his own Pokemon Go account, probably. And we are seeing so many different players. Arceus Aurelius, always a staple on stream. Really happy guy. Fun to talk to. Yes!
Yeah, nice to see the crowd getting engaged as well with the stream, knowing they're on the broadcast, giving a little wave to people tuning in as well. And this is really where things do start to get hyped up. We're going to be determining who our second grand finalist is going to be.
Yes, Danky Chan, or is it Biblicious? Biblicious with a fantastic start, to be honest. That was looking absolutely phenomenal. If Danky Chan threw in the Alolan Sandslash against the Sableye, I wonder what would have happened. But I can really understand it, though.
Yes, you can definitely see, and we were talking about this earlier with these 50-50s that you have to call, and you know, you can completely validate why you would go for one decision over another. Hindsight's a thing, but that's what you have to do. It's a best of 5 as well. You can actually look at the situation that you made, what you would do differently, and apply that to the next game.
Yes, and now we're seeing Medicham versus Lantern again, one of those very neutral leads, and we are seeing the Trevenant, oh no, not the Trevenant, on the side of Danky Chan, Medicham and Galarian Stunfisk in the back, so there is at least one really strong charged attack.
And there's no ice Pokemon to be found. They are benched for this game too. We're going to see the Psychic coming out from the Medicham, however, just trying to apply a lot of pressure onto this opposing Lantern, and the shield is going to come out from Danky Chan.
Yeah, shielding a Psychic very early on in the game, understanding, okay, last game we all just didn't really use our shields very effectively, so if there is a Psychic, I mean, that was 8 counters. We better shield this.
Yes, exactly, and the Medicham just taking a little bit of damage from the opposing Lantern here. Water Gun just trying to chip away at it, trying to get a Nulla Surf ready to go on that Lantern. And you can see the Medicham not shielding against this here, very happy to be able to take this damage, just hang on, maybe get another counter up, and here we have the Psychic.
That is fantastic. Of course, Alolan Sandslash is running Bulldoze and not Drill Run. I got that completely mistaken the entire time. I'm awfully sorry.
It's okay, it happens. It's been a long weekend. The key thing is taking a look at this Rock Slide coming out from the Galarian Stunfisk. Not something Noctowl wants to take. It can take a couple of these though, thanks to its immense bulk, but they will start stacking up the pressure.
In my defense, my Alolan Sandslash still has frustration.
That's fair enough.
So we are going to see a Shadow Ball come out here. It is not going to take out the Galarian Stunfisk, but it is going to deal a hefty amount of damage. Won't be able to take many more of those, but we're going to see another Rock Slide here.
Yes, another Rock Slide for days here on this Galarian Stunfisk. Of course, the Noctowl going to be able to survive this, go for maybe a couple more wing attacks, try and fire off another powerful Shadow Ball, but it's going to have to take a few more of these to get there. Sky Attack is ready, but Shadow Ball is what you really want to apply pressure.
And the charged attack priority event perfectly. The Galarian Stunfisk will feint to this. This Shadow Ball is going to deal a lot of damage. Let's see if Danky Chan has a way to deal big damage to this Noctowl before it reaches another one of those Shadow Balls or Sky Attacks. It is switching out, keeping an entire Sky Attack for itself. Catching with the Sableye is always a dangerous game because this Pokemon is not known for its bulk.
No, it's certainly not, but it's able to take that really well, and obviously you're preserving that charged and ready Noctowl in the back for later. Medicham coming in now as well. Again, a Pokemon that Sableye is very happy to face against these Shadow Claws just going through this opposing Medicham, and now you get the opportunity to go for a foul play.
Yes, Foul Play is going to deal basically half of what Medicham still has left, maybe a bit more. Now we're going to see some more Shadow Claws. We're going to queue up another Foul Play, going to throw it immediately. The Medicham looks like it is already giving up, just countering the entire time, not even throwing an Ice Punch. Maybe he just tries to go for a really big farm down. Maybe this is what it takes for him. Can you Water Gun down this Sableye before it reaches another Foul Play? But still, you also should have a shield, right?
Yes, there's a shield there on the Lantern. I mean, the Sableye doing so well with those Shadow Claws, just getting lots and lots of energy, able to apply this pressure and forcing that shield from Danky Chan.
Now we're going for the Water Gun down. This is looking really good. There are 2 shields on Biblicious side, so I don't think that we are going to see a charged attack right here. The Noctowl is coming in, throwing the Sky Attack. No shields remaining. This is enough.
This is going to be able to get the knockout. Biblicious going for this Sky Attack down into the opposing Lantern, gets the knockout 2-0 in this best of 5. What a commanding start from Biblicious.
Wow, that was absolutely close.
Amazing.
2 shields. Again, shields not really used, and then you're in a position where if your opponent has a fast attack Pokemon, you can really start sweating because they don't really need the charged attacks anymore.
Well, that's the thing, and it's not like you can shield against fast attacks, for example. So if they're in a position where they can fire a couple of those off with the limited HP you've got remaining, that is all it can take to be able to secure a knockout.
Yes, but this Sky Attack, that was stored on the Noctowl with
clutch.
the catch onto the Psychic. Biblicious just with perfect textbook play.
Yes, what a masterclass we are certainly getting throughout this tournament today, but this losers final is shaping up to be one for the books.
Yes, Danky Chan versus Biblicious. Both of them are already qualified for the World Championships by now, but this is now about who wins the regional championships.
All about the glory. You want that champion title. You want to become the Malmö regional champion here this weekend. Because also, you know, the higher you get that travel award as well if you're able to actually win. So although Danky Chan is qualified, he could always get the travel award on top of that for extra glory.
Yes, and honestly, I would love to win one of those as well.
It would be great.
If I'm thinking that Alolan Sandslash has Drill Run and not Bulldoze, then maybe I should prepare a little bit more for the one that I'm going to play.
They say practice makes perfect, right? That's why we do this time and time again, to make sure that we're catching those little adjustments that the players are making depending on their movesets. And again, you know, seeing Pokemon like that Lantern coming in with the Water Gun into the opposing Noctowl would have been great to maybe have something like a Spark just to apply that pressure. But the Water Gun, you know, still able to farm up a little bit of energy, but Spark not only able to deal super effective, but then also quicker charged attacks as well. So
also, Spark wouldn't have been enough to deal with the Sableye.
Yes, exactly. So Sableye, again, just being so strong, it really has been the hero Pokemon of the weekend. But speaking of Pokemon to talk about, Abomasnow's on the field for Biblicious.
A difficult matchup. I think that Biblicious wins this if he invests Shield every time. There is a Medicham into the Medicham swap, and Biblicious could have swapped into the Sableye. I wonder if that was a misclick or just a wrong response there.
He certainly doesn't look happy about the way that turn has played out, knowing that possibly this match has swung into Danky Chan's favor here. The Psychic going down into the opposing Medicham, and we've seen Medicham mirrors before where they're just trying to do this counter damage, getting some Psychic on, and then deciding when to make the switch.
And this could very well come down to a charge attack priority event. Remember, these players have already faced each other off in the tournament before, so maybe they have information that we don't. However, this Medicham of Danky Chan, of course, because it was switched in earlier, has one counter advantage, and that is going to be important.
Yes, definitely. That could signal the KO that is needed. And speaking of KOs, Medicham on Biblicious' side is down. You can see that Sableye waiting in the wings. It would have been a great Pokemon switch in to apply pressure to that Medicham. It's here, but is it too little, too late?
Wow, those Shadow Claws really deal so much damage. 6 Shadow Claws.
That was it.
Taking so low damage. We're going into the Shadow Abomasnow, and the Danky Chan just came completely underprepared for it. He went for an ABA line against it. So this Weather Ball is going to not deal any damage, because now Danky Chan has to invest some shields. He has to wing attack down this massive threat.
And again, the wing attack doing huge damage as a fast attack into that opposing Abomasnow for super effective damage. Going to be going for the shield, however, on Biblicious' side, doesn't want to take this massive sky attack instead. But again, Abomasnow primed and ready to go for that Weather Ball into the opposing Noctowl. We saw Danky Chan go for the shield very last minute last time. Here is primed and ready, knowing that the Noctowl is going to be the key if it's able to keep getting this damage onto the Abomasnow.
So we are going to see one more Sky Attack. Will it be shielded? Biblicious doesn't know what Danky Chan has in the back. It is in fact a Trevenant, so keeping the Abomasnow around could be kind of useful. We are going to see the Trevenant being switched in right here. We are charging up to a Weather Ball. This could very close be a KO.
This is what Abomasnow wants to see. No Protect Shields, a Trevenant opposing it on the field. Weather Ball comes down and connects, barely misses the knockout.
We are going to get the Seed Bomb off on Danky Chan's side, but he's shaking his head. This is still not looking good. This is possibly just going to be extra farm for Biblicious. One more Shadow Claw. We have 1.5 fall plays ready. Is Biblicious going to advance to the finals? The return looks like it could be enough. He is charging it up, and the return is going to connect onto the Noctowl. Biblicious enters the final of the Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Malmö.
Let's go, little Sableye, with that return, advancing his trainer to the finals. Well done, Biblicious.
Wow, absolutely fantastic. Of course, Danky Chan is disappointed. He's lost 5-0 to Biblicious in this tournament, but he made it to Worlds and he's come so far.
I mean, the odds were definitely against him. You can see now why. Yes, the games were so close, as we saw time and time again, but you can see why Biblicious was able to defeat him in earlier rounds and still have that dominance in this one. There was just such great piloting. Yes, that game at the beginning with the Medicham switch in looked a little bit unfortunate, but Sableye is the secret to success, making sure that Pokemon was still in your back pocket enabled him to get that knockout in the game 3.
Sableye was again looking absolutely phenomenal here. This is the Pokemon of the tournament. You're absolutely right. Yes, we have the Ice Spice there. We have Abomasnow. We have Sandslash. But the Pokemon that really shine throughout the entire event is that Sableye.
Yes, and we said how Sableye has challenged the Trevenant for being the ghost Pokemon of choice, and particularly as it just took down a Trevenant. Let's have a little closer look at our trainer here celebrating. This is what I love about the Pokemon Go community. The fans are here ready and waiting to support their players, and huge congratulations to BB.
Biblicious just came to 2 finals already. He went to the finals in Arlington, and now he is here to reverse the bracket and to win it all. against Zephy Mastics.
I honestly think Adelian and Amanda are going to be in for a great grand finals when they're commentating it. I'm kind of glad I get to be out in the audience and just witness the magic that's going to be going down between Biblicious and Zephy.
Yes, I'm of course a little bit jealous that we are not casting this together because I have had a great time so far with you, but we are going to enjoy the game just being completely calm and silent.
Yes, and we will then, of course, be there for the award ceremony, which you do not want to miss, because an award ceremony, when you've got someone 5 foot tall and someone much taller than 5 foot, is going to be an entertaining spectacle, I am sure.
Yes, that is absolutely true, but I think we're going to have a fun time there.
For sure.
Biblicious, what a fantastic player. Did you expect him to just go 3-0 here against Danky Chan?
I honestly thought Danky Chan might have had a little bit of an adaptation, taking the knowledge maybe from the loss he had earlier, and particularly with it being a best of 5, you have a little bit more room to maneuver, maybe try something a little bit quirky, a little thing out of the box. But it just seemed like no matter what happened, Biblicious seemed to have an answer for it. And there was so much pressure coming out onto the field with that Sableye that, you know, it was very difficult to maneuver around. I would have liked to have seen the Sand Slash a bit more.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, I had the feeling that he lost game 1 with the Alolan Sandslash and then lost confidence in it. When we had the interviews before, he told me he almost brought it every time and it won all of the games so far, because, I mean, he didn't really lose today, right?
Yeah.
But maybe he lost trust in it, and that was what was missing later on.
And I think as well, BB was able to capitalize on that, because we were talking about how the Shadow Abomasnow would, you know, be weaker to the Alolan Sandslash in the mirror between the two of them. And actually then the Abomasnow came in full force for games 2 and 3, and there wasn't that Alolan Sandslash to try and capitalize on it, slow it down a little bit. It was able to just keep going for these weather balls and start steamrolling through the team.
This Abomasnow, this was the first time we have seen a super effective weather ball ice connect this weekend. Maybe not this weekend, but at least in the featured matches that I have been casting.
Yeah.
And it dealt so much damage. This Trevenant just came in and it was just gone.
It was like hi and bye. I just wanted to show my face here in losers finals and then leave the field. And the other cool thing about this match were the fast attacks. The fact that we saw KOs, even that counter into the Alolan Sandslash, not even needing a fast charge attack, just going counter, 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 getting the knockout. And we saw it again with things like the wing attack, just being able to deal so much damage. It was amazing.
Yeah, and you can see that Medicham has crazy good stats because Sandslash's fast attacks were also super effective. It was Shadow Claw, but it wasn't even close to knocking out the Medicham. It was just, I think, about 6 counters because he didn't even reach an Ice Punch. That was just the quickest KO we have seen.
Yeah, it was amazing. And as well, like the Shadow Claw, we've seen throughout, I think, the whole tournament be a really great fast move of choice. You can see why it is so good on a lot of these Ghost-type Pokemon, particularly with a bit of bulk, like the Sableye, for example. It was just nice to be able to see it kind of dealing big damage into the Medicham, getting a foul play off. And I have to really credit the way Sableye is able to apply pressure with its fast attack. But then those foul plays, they're not necessarily the biggest heavy hitting moves, but because they charge up really fast, you're able to just keep applying pressure. And generally speaking, it's neutral damage apiece.
Yeah, and yeah, you're right. Dark-type attacks are most of the time rather neutral. But let's reflect upon the entire tournament a bit, because this was our last round that we are going to be casting. Amanda and Adelian are going to have the honors of casting the grand finals. So, what was your favorite matchup of the entire weekend? I know it's a tough one.
My favorite matchup. It's a difficult one. Do you know what? I'm going to throw it out there because it stood out for me the most and made me really have to think on my toes, was when we actually saw the Slurpuff. Mostly because we saw the Slurpuff actually doing some good stuff with the Flamethrower down into that opposing Registeel. And for me, it was suddenly a moment where I was like, this Pokemon's come out of nowhere and it's doing good. It wasn't victorious overall in the set, but I really liked the fact that suddenly this Registeel was on the back foot and had to start playing around against this little cupcake Pokemon that looked so unintimidating, but actually was able to apply a lot of pressure onto the field. I mean, other than that, I've loved seeing all the Shadow Swamperts, obviously. You know, if I can't have a Gastrodon, I can at least have a Swampert running around on the field. They kind of look the same. But I think ultimately, and everyone is talking about it, these Sand Slashes that have just been so dominant have been great to see. What about you?
I think that my favorite moment was when Arrow Bubble brought the absolute spice. I always love to see a Toxapex. I really like this Pokemon a lot. And it just worked really well against the Trevenant, against some of the top meta picks. So that was fantastic as well. Congratulations to Arrow Bubble for a great tournament as well at this point. But we have Adelian ready with both of the finalists, so let him take it over now.
Welcome back, trainers. I'm so excited to say that I have both of the finalists here with me, Zephy Mastics and Biblicious here. How are you both doing?
I'm doing very good. I'm feeling fine, not too nervous.
Let's do that. Let's do the hand test. Get your hands out. How much wobble is there? Okay, no, don't see.
A little.
There's a little bit there. Okay, so both of you have been in this interview room before. You've both been interviewed by me, and it's been a great pleasure to see you so many times. But you two have also battled before, and that went very well for one of you. So first I want to ask you, Biblicious, what do you want to do different? And well, don't say too much, but yeah.
Everything, I guess, because 0-3 is not really what I was imagining going into that game. And I do feel like I have, I got some underdog mentality now. I have no pressure because I can't do much worse.
Well, that's one way of putting it. You have been so dominant in your battles, Zephy Mastix. You have the luxury of being able to, not that I'm suggesting this may happen, but you have the luxury of being able to lose once and still be able to recover from that for the fabled bracket reset. So, the key thing is there anything that you would also like to change, or do you feel so comfortable in your team that you're happy?
I think both of us have lots of possible different lines, so we'll just try whatever we think would work best in the moment, and I think we'll probably play a lot of different lines. So we changed up every match. I think our matches were very different from each other. So it might be different, it might be the same, we will see.
Yes, so I think everyone watching at home is going to be super excited to see how this plays out. So, both of you have your own signature Pokemon. This is lovely to see a little bit of spice that you wouldn't unconventionally bring into the meta. So, you have your Shadow Gliscor, or would you say that you had your Shadow Abomasnow? Is that what would be your spice?
Sure.
It's lovely to see the Abomasnow come in, because we haven't seen that in the finals for quite a while, and indeed the Gliscor as well. Unfortunately, Shadow Abomasnow is a little bit stronger against the Gliscor, but how do you want... You've worked around a lot of ice types already, so will it be more of the same as treat this as yet another ice type like the Alolan Ninetales and just avoid putting your Gliscor up against that?
It's similar to Alolan Ninetales because it reaches the Weather Ball as fast. Of course, Gliscor doesn't want to face it. And yeah, that's the main thing about it. And I can pair my own Abomasnow against it.
Yes, that is very, very true indeed. So, you already have your World's Invite, so now this is really for two things. For the Travel Award and
Glory.
Sorry?
And Glory.
And the Glory, absolutely. Both of you are within touching distance of that. What would being a champion mean to you? And I'll start with you, Bibi.
Well, being relatively close in Arlington, I have been looking forward to getting a new opportunity, and it would be extra special doing it here in my home country, in Malmö, so it's... it would be special for sure.
Yes, no, absolutely. And then for Zephy Mastix, for yourself, you've come from Germany. This is actually not too far from where you are. So what would it mean to you to finally go that one step further?
Haven't really thought about it, but I enjoy it, of course, and yeah, enjoy the Glory, enjoy the Travel Award, and just enjoy having it.
No, absolutely. So you had a World's Invite last year from Bremen. Were you the champion there?
I was the runner-up.
You were the runner-up. So for you to go one step further there, you both in a way have been runner-up. So this, for both of you, this will be your first time being champion of a regional if you were you to do it, right?
Yep,
correct.
Ah, right. So something that there is so much honor and glory to play for here and honestly, I have the pleasure that I will be commentating on your battles. So we may see, obviously, we will definitely see a best of 5 for the grand finals. If Bibi is able to work some magic, and despite Zephy Mastix's best efforts, there might even potentially be a bracket reset, so we could see a maximum of 10 battles here. Are you two ready for it, is the question. Are you hyped?
Bring it on.
Okay, though that's the sort of language we want to see. Folks, do not go anywhere. The grand finals are relatively imminent. This is the time to tune in. Tell your friends, get them in. Malmö's regional champion is about to be born.
Very epic words by Adelian, and rightfully so. It is back to us one more time.
We needed one more moment together. But also, I mean, what an amazing final that is being, readied up for us. I mean, for me, coming in and being the newer Pokemon Go commentator, it has been the best learning experience I could ask for. I've got pages and pages of notes, lots of great input from yourself as well, being able to just stand back and marvel at the knowledge that you have. It's been a really awesome weekend through and through.
Yes, this was absolutely phenomenal. I want to say thank you as well for everyone in the Twitch chat, for everyone at home watching this. This has been absolutely fantastic, but this is not an ending moderation because, of course, the best part is yet to come. But, however, we are going to show you a recap of what has happened before at this tournament so far. So don't go anywhere. The final is about to come up.
And from the interview room to the casting booth for the grand finals of the Malmö Regional Championship, I am honored to be commentating this with the lovely Amanda. You've seen her many times, you'll see her again, and here we are to see who is the best trainer in this country.
I am so excited for this. For those of you who are just tuning in, we are having somewhat of a rematch going on. We have Biblicious, who has already qualified for Worlds in Arlington, going for the gold. He was knocked down to the losers bracket a little bit earlier by Zephy in a decisive 0-3 for him, only to claw his way back up to the finals here.
Yeah, absolutely, and it just goes to show his strength and tenacity to fight back after a loss. But what of Zephy as well? This man has not dropped one single loss. He has come through the winner's bracket and he's sitting pretty at the top. He has the luxury as well, as I mentioned in the interview, of being able to lose once potentially against Biblicious in a best of 5, and therefore Biblicious would force what's called a bracket reset, and then he may still have a second chance in order to win. So really, if I wanted to pick between the two, Zephy has a greater chance, right?
And if you think about it as well, you're saying he's sitting pretty. He's also sitting pretty confidently as well, because seems like he knows what he's doing. He said he's not scared of any player. He is just ready to go and get that win.
Yes, absolutely. So both these players are currently preparing mentally before they sit down to finally settle who is the best after all these battles for this entire competition. I know that a lot of the spectators are gathering and they're massing in great numbers behind me in order to see who will be champion. But yeah, the AR we have, before we start any of that, and to give them a bit more time, we're going to go through a couple more AR pictures that we did take while we are here, including this one.
And don't blink and miss Adelian there. He is at the bottom there, sitting pretty, making Medicham almost as tall as the rest of us here. We were trying to figure out who is actually the best fighter. Is it Medicham for this tournament, or is it one of us?
Well, if the meta is anything to be believed, Medicham has been very, very popular here. But if you want, you can pick between Norelka on the right, Lou, Amanda, or Leo as well. So take your pick. I wouldn't recommend the chap at the bottom, although that EUIC top, I must must say, is rather brilliant.
I
but
do like
I'm
that
biased.
as well. We also have Lua. She has a very big affinity for cats, playing with a Litten there, and I'm surprised that her hand isn't getting a little bit scorched. They must have a very good friendship going on.
Yes, absolutely. It's funny. It's a funny thing actually that you mentioned that, because with a lot of fire type Pokemon, apparently they reduce their heat levels for their trainers if they share a strong bond in the Pokemon lore. So maybe this is the case with Litten as well. But yes, I think if I had a pet Pokemon, I think Litten would be up there for me as well. I'm a lover of cats. But yeah, what about yourself? Are you cats, dogs now?
I am more of a dog person. I do like a good cat, but if I had to choose one over the other one, it's going to be a dog.
Yes, absolutely. I think the same. And look, speaking of dogs, look what we've just stumbled across. While we were preparing for our commentary on Friday evening, we stumbled across Suicune, who came to grace us with its presence and gave us its blessing for the Malmö Regional Championships.
Yeah, I noticed you guys are keeping a bit of a distance. Probably don't want to scare it away too much, but I also like his little best buddy badge on there. It's it's looking straight at the camera. He knows who its owner is.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Suicune, of course, has the amazing ability to purify any polluted water that it comes across. And in the Pokemon lore, it is a legendary Pokemon, and of course the mascot Pokemon for Pokemon. Well, my head's just gone black. Pokemon Crystal. There we are. So for those of you who played the old video games on the Game Boy Color, it is a little nostalgia for you there.
This is one of the other casters for the VGC game. This is Zoe, and she is offering up her little baby Altaria to the golden shiny Altaria in the sky.
And Altaria has been super, super popular in Pokemon Go, arguably the strongest dragon type in Great League, would you say?
I would think so, although recently we did see Tonton Batu really make a showcase with that Shadow Dragonair, and I think that's kind of giving it a run for its money. Altaria does have a little bit more bulk to it, however, so it's able to tank some of those moves that a Shadow Dragonair might not be able to survive.
Yes, absolutely, including the Ice Punch that you regularly see launched from a Medicham, which is everywhere in the Open Great League meta. But this Altaria looking so beautiful. Bear in mind, folks, it also does have a Mega Evolution, which makes it even more pretty and swaps out the Flying type for a Fairy type, so it becomes a Dragon and Fairy. I think the only combination of that in the game.
Next we have, I'm a little bit jealous of this. This is another one of the VGC casters, Ben, and he and I were arguing about who got to take a photo with the Sableye, and we ended up compromising, and I said, I already took one with the Sableye, and he said, okay, then make mine shiny. And he's sitting in the content creator lounge. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. There are TCG and VGC people just going around. They have a bounty on them, and you can challenge them to play, and if you win, you can win some booster packs and some other cool prizes and a chance to spin this wheel that you see on the side.
I think that's a really good thing to add to what the sort of things you can do at a regional championship. You know, not only can you compete in the main championship for either Pokemon Go as well as VGC and TCG, but you can also do side events for additional prizes. There are merchandise stands for Pokemon merchandise, and of course there are the bounties you can catch for. You can hunt for the creators for VGC, TCG, and Go in some instances as well.
I believe Azure was one of them for one of our events as well.
Yes, that's right. I think so. I'm trying to recall which one it is, but yeah, Azure for Azure, a content creator hailing from, currently staying in Scotland. Lovely guy, a good friend of mine, and I have a lot of love and respect for the chap. So if he is watching, little shout out to you.
But meanwhile, we're going to concentrate back onto the people who are on the stage. Once again, we have Biblicious versus Zephy Mastix. Zephy in the winner's side of this. Biblicious has already lost once, and in fact, to Zephy in a 0-3. Let's see if he can change it around.
Yes, let's see it. The battlers are getting ready. So folks, for those of you watching, I'm very pleased to say that the grand finals are so imminent now. The players are now just settling in, logging into their phones, making sure they've got their team set up and exchanging the niceties, and of course the team sheets as well that will allow them to make the calculations as to what team of 3 to bring.
Let's take it to the intros. Here we are, the grand final event. This is going to be so intense here. the players have already played each other once. It was really the only loss that Biblicious has had so far.
Yes, and considering how strong Biblicious is as a player, I think some of his local friends were saying how he is pretty quiet on the sort of social media or on the gameplay front, then turns up to the odd tournament either on grassroots or the odd high stakes tournament either on the grassroots or the Play Pokemon scene, and then seems to just absolutely demolish everything. Until he meets Zephy Mastix.
Zephy Mastix, this is a very fun fact as well. Zephy Mastix, so he qualified second overall in the Bremen last year in Germany, and Biblicious got second overall in Arlington. So one of them will keep that second place title, but one of these is finally going to be a regional champion.
Yes, and I can't imagine just how exciting it would be for one of them to say I managed to go that little bit further. Zephy Mastix very much in the driving seat here. He is coming from the winner's bracket of this double elimination tournament. However, Biblicious does have talent. He's got an amazing amount of skill. I am super impressed with him, and a lovely guy to boot as well. He does, in my opinion, have the ability to force a bracket reset. It's just going to be a question of whether Zephy Mastix even allows him to do so, but I have full confidence in one of them.
We also have to remember that Biblicious also has a bit of a home turf advantage because he is a Swedish player, and this is Malmö.
Yes, this is. And in fact, we're not wasting any time. The first match of the Grand Finals is here, and Zephy Mastix launching in with a Sableye to face off against the Medicham.
This is great for Zephy Mastix here, and we'll have to see how Biblicious turns to respond. Immediate click out to that Galarian Stunfisk safe swap, and it looks like Zephy Mastix is staying in.
Yes, this is pretty sensible. Because Zephy Mastix looking to do a little bit of damage on this Galarian Stunfisk to chip it down a little bit more. This foul play certainly will not KO, but it will bring the Galarian Stunfisk to about 55% of its health, and staying in even further to get even more chip damage. And then Biblicious responding with a Rock Slide, trying to get a bait off. Does Zephy Mastix fall for it and commit a shield early on? He does indeed, and the bait is successful at this point.
This is a big indication probably to Biblicious that the backline is also pretty weak to the Galarian Stunfisk, because if you look, there's that Registeel and a Noctowl. I think the Sableye found its spot.
Yes, absolutely, and I think Biblicious may even be recognizing that he's now choosing to shield as well in order to launch that Earthquake at some point. And here it comes, and there's a beautiful catch on the Noctowl. Amazing, amazing play from Zephy Mastix. Biblicious, he has a slight smirk. He's respecting the gameplay there. Brilliant move from Zephy Mastix.
And what a call there, too. You could think maybe he would be doing a Rock Slide bait, but he wasn't, and the Earthquake was just wasted all that energy. Now the Rock Slide going off, and Zephy choosing to go ahead and let that go through. He knows that it takes 3 at least to knock out that Noctowl in the sky. In comes the Medicham.
Yes, so this is quite good because the Noctowl, even though does have a type advantage with the flying type, the counters are neutral on the Noctowl, and the Ice Punch is available from Medicham to do a bit of damage. So Biblicious looking to use this Medicham where possible to try and get some additional energy. Is he going to throw the Ice Punch just at the right time before Zephy Mastix can throw another move? Very sensible, a lot of measured play here by Biblicious to try and make something out of this unfortunately bad lead that he started out with.
As Sableye is coming back in, and unfortunately the Medicham is precariously low, and also the timer is almost done. Going ahead and throwing this Ice Punch, just getting a little bit of chip damage before being Shadow Clawed down.
Yes, it all helps at this point to chip a bit more damage, especially with Sableye being on so much energy. But now the choices are between a Galarian Stunfisk that will be taken out with one foul play, or that Shadow Abomasnow. But what Biblicious doesn't realize is that the Registeel is there in the back, and it's going to be a really difficult thing to overcome. So this foul play is now coming in. It's going to go no shielded, which I think is the sensible play here. But now when will the swap into the Registeel come in? Another foul play from the Sableye. This time a shield does happen, and now I wonder now if the switch will occur.
Yeah, forcing this last shield there from Biblicious, and in comes the Registeel, one of Abomasnow's hardest counters. Unfortunately for Bib, there is a little bit of energy on that Galarian Stunfisk, but it doesn't look like he's going to make it before the Focus Blast goes through. This will be a very big moment, because as we know, the Abomasnow does not want to face this Registeel without a shield either.
Absolutely not. That Focus Blast will KO the Abomasnow, so when it comes in, there's a huge amount of energy on the Abomasnow, and it will be going for either of these two resisted moves, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be any win condition at all. Biblicious recognizes that, not even bothering to waste time throwing a move. Zephy Mastix asserts his dominance straight away. Focus Blast absolutely annihilating the Shadow Abomasnow.
And it looks like Zephy is keeping his streak on Biblicious there, going from a 0 0-3 to now a 0-4 for Bib in this sense. And Zephy just seems to have his number dialed in.
Yes, I'm amazed at how well Zephy Mastix is playing. He seems to be reading Biblicious very, very well. That team composition was perfect for Biblicious' team. Biblicious really needs to reset mentally and go, right, I need to do something different. I need to do something that Zephy Mastix will not expect. But this is the challenge, because it seems like Zephy Mastix is quite literally a mind reader.
At this moment as well, we have to remember that these are best of 5s and not our typical best of 3s, something that a lot of players aren't as used to playing. And normally, you know, if there's going to be a best of 3, you need 2 to win. Right now, Zephy still needs 2 more. Biblicious' mind can think of it as, okay, we haven't even played a game yet. I've just gathered some information.
Yes, we can. Gathering information is always useful, and especially as Biblicious does have the advantage of where he has had some previous games with Zephy Mastix. Sure, they didn't go his way, but I am confident that Biblicious does have the ability to recover from this, to get some wins and try and figure out a way how he can wheedle into forcing a bracket reset. He is 3 wins away from bringing that bracket reset, and for Zephy Mastix, it's only 2 wins away from that regional championship.
And both of them, you can tell, want it very bad. They've both been in this position before. They say second place, you know what, it's not going to be good enough for me. I am going for the gold here. Both of them really thinking through their team compositions before they're going ahead and locking in. Looks like we have some verbal confirmation between the 2 of them that they're about to get locked and loaded.
Alrighty, the excitement rises here. The spectators are waiting with bated breath to see what happens. Here we go into game 2, and we have the Sableye coming in to the Noctowl. And again, Zephy Mastix does have an advantage here. The normal type against the ghost type, an instant swap into the Galarian Stunfisk, which Noctowl won't be too happy to see, but we have seen some matchups where Noctowl can deal with Galarian Stunfisk, and then going for the Shadow Ball here, which is the sensible play against this against the Stunfisk.
You know, I really like these plays by Biblicious. He's been using the Galarian Stunfisk as a bit of a safe swap because there's nothing on the team that really hard walls it too badly. I mean, there's obviously the Gliscor, but the Gliscor needs to land that Earthquake. It's going to be able, in the meantime, to be taking those Rock Slides, which do about half health to that Pokemon.
Yes, because of the Shadow, because it's the Shadow, it takes a little bit more damage from those Rock Slides. The Lantern as well, while it does have water moves available to it, the Galarian Stunfisk can also fight back with the Earthquake. So the 2 Rock Slides now have landed in. The Noctowl is incredibly low at this point, but now another Shadow Ball comes in from the Noctowl onto the Galarian Stunfisk. No shields. I think the Galarian Stunfisk just about survives if we're lucky.
Yeah, looks like it. An immediate now swap out, hoping to snipe and Shadow Claw down, but Biblicious able to throw this Rock Slide, which was one of the things that didn't help him in the last game. He wasn't able to get a Rock Slide off. This time he is able to, getting some chip damage onto that Sableye before going down.
And what's nice now is that he has a choice as to what he wants to run, and he's bringing in the Spark Lantern here, which after the chip damage from the Rock Slide from Galarian and Stunfisk means that this matchup and using Surf does allow for him to farm down if it hits. But Zephy Mastix choosing to shield at this point, which I think is sensible in order to preserve the amazing amount of energy that this Sableye has.
Yeah, Sableye throwing now this first foul play, which looks like it's going to be unprotected into this Lantern here, but we have another one almost already queued up. We'll have to see who gets to it first. Zephy charging up a little bit more, knowing he wins charge attack priority, firing off this foul play, forcing Biblicious to see if he wants to use the shield on the Lantern.
And this will be so close. Foul play is going to be just about KOing. No, it doesn't. Just survives by bare whisker. And here comes the Surf, which again is going to be pretty close on the Sableye. Will this KO the Sableye, or will there be a shield? No shield on Zephy Mastix's side. That is a bold call. It's an instant switch into the Registeel here, and an instant switch back into the Sableye, but there is a shield advantage on Biblicious' side, so he wants to get out as much damage as possible before Zap Cannon is launched from the Registeel.
And this is very important play by Zephy as well, using the shield in case he happens to get that as attack debuff by using the Zap Cannon. That foul play was going to be the one that is going to do the most damage. It's already protected up, and like you said, Biblicious has 2 shields, now down to 1 as his first Zap Cannon goes through.
Yes, and this is and it's very handy here. Normally you would want to preserve shields later, and there is the debuff here at this point, and so we expected that. It's a 66% chance of the Zap Cannon, so another foul play is being connected from the Sableye on the Registeel here. But look at the reduction in damage just from that one Zap Cannon alone.
And speaking one Zap Cannon, about to go another one here. Will he get the double debuff and make it a little bit worse for the wearer? No more protect shields on either side now, as they have to keep this Sableye as healthy as possible.
and this is a race at this point to get as much damage out as possible. What's really nice for Biblicious is that he can swap out if necessary to clear the debuffs, but he probably wants to do that at a very well-timed position. So you can see Zephy maybe considering to try and catch at some point. So it's a farm down. They both try and simultaneous catch, but it's a Lantern into the knockdown. This is advantageous for Biblicious. Knockdown has farmed down. It's incredible. And there is a Surf on the Lantern here, and only 2 Pokemon, and they're both going to get KO'd by the Surf. What's going to happen here?
This is going to be incredibly intense. Choosing to go in with the Sableye only to be met with the Surf. The Sableye is about to go back into his ball, and we have to remember they did a simultaneous swap on this last one. The Sableye is coming back into that Registeel.
Oh, and there's just one bit of energy, and the Registeel does have a move, so it's going to be a charge attack priority event, and Registeel is able to get it off. Incredible. The Zap Cannon hits on the Sableye. Zephy will be going 2-0 in this grand finals.
We have to see for sure if it will knock it out.
Oh, it doesn't knock out! Oh my goodness!
I wasn't sure. We have to remember this is a purified regular Sableye, not a Shadow Sableye, so that 20% more wasn't going to happen. Barely able to survive, even though it got the attack debuff. That Shadow Claw went through to knock out the Registeel, tying the games up 1-1.
That was amazing. I genuinely was genuinely surprised to see that the Zap Cannon did not KO. Wow, that was so close. That to me, the spectators went wild here just to see that brilliant play. Biblicious able to claw a battle back. This is demonstrating why he is worthy of being in the grand finals. And what's amazing for us, that means that it's 1 apiece now. One of these trainers needs to win 2 more battles in order to take this either to a bracket reset or to finish it off.
I think something that's worth noting is when these 2 players played before on Game 3, which was a loss for Biblicious, it came down to a charge attack priority on their Sableyes, and Biblicious lost it, which cost them the game. I think this was also an indication of how high level that and how much bulk this Sableye has. So maybe a regular Sableye would not have been able to actually survive that Zap Cannon. Maybe this one has just really good stats.
Yes, that is always a possibility. And yes, this is the benefit of having a purified Sableye as opposed to a Shadow one. The conventional defenses meant you were just able to tank that Zap Cannon just that little bit better and survive. So now Zephy has actually suffered his first battle loss to Biblicious since this battle, but also the previous time they battled as well. I wonder now what's going to be Zephy adjustment here to accommodate for Biblicious finding his mojo.
Yeah, what an incredibly close matchup, however, too. And you were talked about definitely the Shadow Sableye would not have been able to survive, but you also have to wonder if those foul plays and Shadow Claws would have done more damage before as well, so the Registeel wouldn't have even been at the point to have as much health as it did. So many questions, so many mind games. I'm sure if they even played it out almost exactly the same way, it wouldn't be the same. That's how crazy and how little tiny decisions change the outcomes in Pokemon Go.
Yes, absolutely. And Charles, so when you're this talented, it's those small decisions that count. Speaking of small decisions, here we see the Shadow Gliscor coming in for the first time against the Lantern from Biblicious. Biblicious will be happy to see this, but it is a Spark Lantern, so it cannot do a huge amount of damage here until that Surf comes on. Zephy will be keeping a close eye to see whether he can catch or maybe even land the Earthquake to take the Lantern out. So let's see. First Surf comes in, no shield. Shadow Gliscor can survive 1 Surf.
It looks like charging up to that Earthquake, which is the appropriate thing, waiting a turn there before throwing the Earthquake, and now forcing Biblicious to shield. One time before, the Shadow Earthquake knocked out a full healthy Galarian Sunfist, which is in the back, and Biblicious is not taking that chance again.
No, absolutely. I think this is another sensible play by Zephy. He's done this before. He's used the threat of the Earthquake to take a shield and then bring in his Sableye, which has a shield advantage at this point. And now Lantern is staying in on Biblicious' side. Biblicious is keen to try and soften up this Sableye a little bit more, but the foul play is going to come in first, which is going to put Lantern probably in close to the red, if not in the red itself, just about surviving in the yellow. And now there is a swap. Oh no, there's no swap. This is a charge attack priority event, and a Surf comes in from Sableye, and a shield comes out in response.
I think if you're Biblicious, though, you're maybe a little bit happy to see that Sableye there because you're protecting your Medicham from it, and they just wasted a little bit of energy throwing that foul play. So getting to this Rock Slide before the next foul play goes off, and forcing Zephy to choose if they want a shield.
Yes, I think this is also a very brilliant play by Biblicious. He's throwing the Rock Slide here so that you can potentially even get a farm down with the mud shots. He has to be very close and be very close, so keep a close eye on how much energy he reckons seconds that Zephy Mastix' Sableye has. But Zephy Mastix says, no, I'm going to swap in, and I'm going to bring in my Focus Blast Registeel. Now it's a race to see who comes first, and will the Earthquake be launched first? Yes, it is. Is this a key moment? Is Zephy Mastix? No shield! Oh my goodness, might do a huge amount of damage.
I think the big thing is both players know it takes more than one move, and at this point, there's no baiting going on, going for the Focus Blast. This would knock out the Stunfisk, and with only one shield left, Biblicious says, okay, that's fine. The Stunfisk, you has done your job, because if you look, there's that full health Medicham in the back, and he's going to go ahead and take as much as he can off of this Registeel, hoping to knock it out before it even gets to a move, and it's successful.
Does. Oh, wow, that is amazing. You see Zephy Mastix having a smirk on his face. He knows that was not ideal. He did not want to see the Medicham there, and now he does have the Gliscor, but he has to be careful because the Gliscor is weak to the Ice Punch from the Medicham, and instead going for the Sableye here, and that gets farmed down as well. Oh my goodness.
Medicham now has a ton of energy, almost up to 2 Ice Punches here, throwing the first one through, and let's see if Zephy chooses to shield or if he knows that it's over. Yes, Zephy going ahead and conceding game number 2.
Yes, very well played, and Zephy Mastix recognizing there's no win condition and that Biblicious will have 2 Ice Punches, so there's a lot of decency and honor in between the two battlers here. They recognize each other's superior gameplay in this battle. He's conceding respectfully, and they are now going to start moving on and thinking about game 3. But think about game 4 even. But think about the significance here, Amanda. Biblicious has actually managed to gain a lead on Zephy Mastix for the first time in this entire tournament.
That's incredible, and we have to remember as well, if he gets one more win, we have that elusive bracket reset. You don't see it every tournament, but when you see it, it is super exciting. And like I said, I know that the players probably don't like it as much, but I love to see as many battles as possible.
Absolutely, I am in full agreement here. We love to see these amazing battlers to give it their all time and time again. Of course, we don't want to, that would tire them out too much if they do it infinitely, but for those watching on stream, you are going to see 2 of the greatest battlers here in Malmö giving it their all. Both of them running something unusual. There's the Shadow Abomasnow on Biblicious' side, the Shadow Gliscor on Zephy Mastix' side. This is actually the first time he's brought the Shadow Gliscor in these 3 battles we've had so far, right?
I think he leaned on it very heavily in the first set.
Yes.
That they played, and maybe that is a bit of the mind game as well. These opponents have already played each other. Zephy knocked Biblicious down to the losers bracket earlier. Biblicious has climbed his way back up here, and now he is ahead for the first time in his whole tournament. And oh man, at this point, what is running through each of these players' heads?
I couldn't possibly fathom how the thought process is here. I love battling in Pokemon Go. I really enjoy it. I can appreciate the tactical side behind it to a large extent, but there's a level of ability that these two are just. They just seem to be really just on another level. I couldn't understand. There's so much. There's some of the spectators
Donnie's
watching.
texting me. I've told him to stop.
Oh, shout me out! So yes, we can see. Some of the spectators. They're gathering up to see who's going to be their champion. There is a lot of local support here from the stands for Biblicious, who of course is based from the Scandinavian region. Well, he's Swedish, isn't he? Sorry. But anyway, we get into game 4, and we see a Galarian Stunfisk against the Shadow Abomasnow, which Biblicious will like to see.
Yeah, man, it looks like now Biblicious has turned into a bit of a mind reader here. This is more advantageous for the Galarian Stunfisk, but we also have to remember those, since it is a Shadow, these Powder Snows and everything is going to start adding up over time as well. This is a super effective move, though, and Zephy Mastix choosing to just go ahead and let that go through.
Yes, and now deciding to protect, deciding to protect his Pokemon and bring in the Sableye again to tank this Weather Ball. An interesting play, but I think the additional Shadow Claw will mean that he will have an advantage when Zephy Mastix brings in his own Sableye. Maybe Biblicious was working to expose that Sableye nice and early and get it out of the way with that energy advantage.
I think everything in the back, if you look at it, that Gliscor is back one more time, so we'll have to see where and when it comes into play. Both of them charging up a lot of extra energy, not wanting to let too many Shadow Claws go through on either side before throwing this, and getting the Protect Shield from Biblicious' side because he wants to throw off his foul play as well.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense here. So another foul play from Biblicious. Now Zephy Mastix to debate whether he lets this go. He decides to double shield his Sableye here, so there's no shields on Zephy Mastix' side, and he can get the farm down here. I think because he has so much energy on his Sableye, he'll be able to launch that return, but that's not necessary. Here he goes for the foul play on the Galarian Stunfisk. This is okay. Galarian Stunfisk will be able to tank this first charge attack.
Yes, but they'll be able to tank the first one, but there are two lined up, and Zephy going ahead, charging up a little bit extra, enough that Bib is wondering what is going on and is able to throw this Rock Slide.
Yes, and this is going to be close. I wonder if Rock Slide KOs at this range, because if that happens, then it'll be very problematic for the Sableye. And down it goes, and now you can see Medicham tapping away. You can see Biblicious tapping away with the Medicham. He wants to get that out of the way, and here comes the Medicham into the Shadow Bomber Snow, and Zephy Massive does not like the look of this. A Weather Ball coming in on the Medicham, which is going to soften it up a little bit, but he hasn't revealed his Shadow Gliscor yet, but now he's going to. But now it's a race to see who gets to that Ice Punch first. Is it going to be the Medicham, or is it going to be... Oh, and here we go. The Ice Punch is coming in. This is going to do a huge amount of damage. Double super effective Ice Punch on Gliscor. Oh, it survives! Oh my goodness!
Of course, it survives enough and able to get off this Night Slide. It's not going to be that much damage overall, but we have to remember this Gliscor also learns Wing Attack and is very super effective against this fighter here. Just punching and basically Wing Attacking at each other, it's still going to be close. We have to remember there's one shield left on Bib's side.
Yes, and so this Night Slash is coming in. It might make sense to use the shield at this point, because you could potentially even Mud Shot down if you're Biblicious, but this is a flying type Pokemon, so this is going to take quite a few Mud Shots. It's going to be so close. Oh my goodness! And Biblicious is able to go to able to take that and throw the Rock Slide off and force the bracket reset that Zephy Mastix desperately did not want to see. Applause roaring from the stands here as this bracket reset is now well and truly going to be underway.
And you can see for sure, we have a lot of Scandinavians here cheering for their person up north as well. And my goodness, this is going to be very big. Now, officially, these are the only people these two have lost to in the tournament. And it is each other. We have a bracket reset. We have a brand new best of 5.
Yes, I'm so excited to see. One thing I did like is that, so with Zephy Mastix, is that I feel, though, despite losing his bracket reset, judging from his sort of body language or how he's interacting with his opponent and the judges, I don't think he's been too fazed by that. I think it almost feels as though he was semi-expecting Biblicious to bring his absolute A game, and he goes, right, you've had your turn, now it's my turn to try and switch up and try and recontain myself, as it were, and go, right, what am I going to do differently? It was really close, that last battle. That Shadow Gliscor could have been very, very tricky if he had had a little bit of extra energy. So, what do we do from here? If you're Zephy Mastix, what do you change? Do you change anything?
I think, so there's not like a false sense of security, but if you have not lost any games yet and you've already so single-handedly beat someone that you're playing again, there's maybe a little bit of confidence built up in you.
Yes.
And you can afford to be a little bit riskier. You can afford to make some mistakes. Even starting out with that, Zephy managed to win game number 1, but then almost had basically a reverse sweep to lose the rest of it. Now, however, that doesn't mean that he's out. It just means that he gets one more shot to do this.
Yes, absolutely. So this is the beauty of the bracket reset, and it's our pleasure to give you potentially 5 more battles from these two amazing trainers. So we have Biblicious hailing, of course, from Sweden, and Zephy Mastix hailing just a little bit further south from Germany. So 2 fantastic battlers. Both of them have already secured their world's invite. So this is for 2 things. This is for, first of all, the travel award to go to Yokohama, Japan. But then the key thing, and I know maybe I'm biased here, the key thing, the honor of being called champion.
That's right. We want those bragging rights. We want those in-game shirts, and we just want to give a little clout and the credit over our friends.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yes. So if you are a regional champion, you do get a special in-game shirt from Niantic that you can boast on your avatar. But never mind that. We are going into the battles here. A Bomber Snow into Galarian Stunfisk. Amanda, please feel free to take it away.
This feels like almost a repeat of the game that we just saw here. It looks like almost the exact same Pokemon going ahead. We'll see if they're playing it out the same way. This Rock Slide going through, and again, the first one going unprotected by Zephy Mastix. We'll have to see if there's a swap out like just the game before.
Yes, I think this is sensible here to no shield the first one, and this time Zephy Mastix trying to delay and make sure that there's no catch and throw that energy ball, so no shield on Biblicious' side on this case.
Yeah, also taking that energy ball, no attack or defense debuff either, going in and immediately throwing this Rock Slide, forcing the first shield off of Zephy Mastix. Now he can also win this if he chooses to throw and there's no shield on Biblicious' side.
Yeah, so there's already a difference. And an immediate cut and swap straight away. He's done this before. He's dropped his Sableye in, but and gets one Shadow Claw, but the Weather Ball does come in and it's going to chip away at this Sableye. But now the Abomasnow disappears, and in comes the mirror match, and Sableye are facing off against each other, but there's a one Shadow Claw advantage on Biblicious' side.
And we have to remember that we know this from previous matches that Biblicious' Sableye loses charge attack priority over Zephy's. They both know this was a game-deciding thing, charging up a lot of extra energy. If you're Zephy, yes, you're doing it right before Biblicious is able to get to another one, and now it's Bib's turn again, this double shield, because he's almost at the foul play.
Yes, I think this is sensible because he knows he'll get that shield back, and he knows that his backline might be slightly better when shields are down, especially if it is that Shadow Gliscor in the back potentially. So no shield this time. There's a little bit different, I think. I think in last battle, Zephy Mastic may have shielded, but now he's getting that extra farm. This is clever. Get some extra farm on the Sableye here, and is just able to take it out. That is decisive. That's going to make a big difference to this matchup. And now Medicham's coming in to get some additional farm before he can, and tries to catch it. It's an amazing catch by Biblicious. Absolutely fantastic.
You can hear the crowd, and you can see Bib pumping his fist saying, yes, I know I can count just as well as you can, already up to this Ice Punch now, and just charging up a little bit extra before throwing. And if this isn't going to get the last shield, I don't know what will, Adelian.
Absolutely, and now the only play I feel for Zephy Mastix is to try and get that catch on the Abomasnow, but he is going for the Night Slash again and trying to tease that shield away from Medicham. I wonder if Biblicious chooses to shield or not. No shields in this case, so this is going to be pretty close. Those wing attacks are doing a huge amount of damage on the Medicham. Is there going to be a potential catch? And there is an attempt to the catch, and it's
oh my goodness!
There's a delay.
Biblicious waited a turn, and so Zephy ended up coming in. No chance, countered down, Ice Punch going through to land on the unprotected Gliscor.
What brilliant play from Biblicious. He is in the game so he's being so meticulous, so careful, so he's making sure that there's absolutely no room for error there. This is absolutely brilliant.
Speaking of absolutely brilliant, check out that man on the screen here. That's our co-caster Leo rocking that tie. What do you think? Do you prefer a bow tie or do you prefer an actual tie?
To be honest, this is the first time I've worn a bow tie.
I think you look classy. classy man.
So I think the other nice thing is that whenever my shirt, I need to unbutton my top collar because I'm so excited all these battles, the bow tie can hide it. So that's a trade secret though. You're not meant to know that.
Now, for those of you watching at home, I mean, you guys just saw an incredible matchup, and what made it so incredible was the fact that these two trainers know all the tricks, right? So at this point, they know how many counts it takes to get to an Ice Punch. Biblicious also knows that the switch timer is up for Zephy there, so the only possible win condition Zephy had was to be able to catch that Ice Punch on the Abomasnow, and Biblicious just did not let it happen.
Yes, absolutely. I am super impressed with his control and his self-control to not just throw immediately. This is so for those of you watching at home who may be a little bit new to this tactic, when you are having two Pokemon that have fast attacks that are of the same amount of time, in this case Abomasnow and Gliscor with 2-turn fast attacks, otherwise known as 1 second in this case, you can delay your attack by half a second to check and make sure that your opponent cannot switch out and then throw your move. There's probably a much more concise way of explaining that, but for what it's worth.
That makes absolute sense. And what they did was they both ended up trying to do that. So they both waited a turn to see if the move was going through or if the switch was going to happen. And then it's like they almost waited another turn before the Abomasnow went in, only to get countered down by the Medicham.
Yes, absolutely. So now Zephy Mastix is now thinking, right, I need to somehow wrest away control and momentum from Biblicious. So game 2 is where it may happen for him. We are now going into game 2, and Noctowl is coming in against the Registeel. Oh yes, Zephy Mastix would love to see that all day, every day.
Zephy Mastix has regained a bit of this lead control and a swap out into that Spark Lantern, and it looks like Registeel is going to go up, charge up a little bit of energy, maybe do a little bit of a chip and dip strategy.
Yes, that would make sense, especially to get a nice debuff on the Lantern, but not before Biblicious throws out the Thunderbolt first, which makes sense because you want to get as much damage out on this Registeel as possible before you get debuffed by the Zap Cannon. Here it comes. This is going to do a heavy amount of damage, but will it tease the shield from Biblicious? Who knows? The shield does come out at this point. He wants to protect that Lantern. Is there a debuff here? There is a debuff, and here comes the Sableye. Very, very clever there to get that debuff and swap out.
going ahead and charging up to the big move and not fooling around, going ahead and throwing that Thunderbolt one more time. Zephy not choosing to shield it. He knows that the attack has been dropped a little bit, that it's not going to be as effective as if it was a full health. And meanwhile, just charging up a ton of energy, almost 2 foul plays before releasing the first.
Yes, and now here he's going for the foul play. This is a bait attempt because he could have gone for the return here. But the foul plays at this range will bring it really close to being KO'd, but not before a surf does come from the Lantern, which at this range may not KO. Well, definitely won't now because Zephy Mastix throws in a shield at this point. And now there is a swap into the Noctowl, so we're back to the lead Pokemon for Biblicious' side. And now the Noctowl can do some real damage here, resisting those Shadow Claws.
Resisting the Shadow Claws, but does not resist these foul plays, even though they're not from a Shadow Pokemon, which can almost knock it out. Still able to get off 2 before, and I wonder if at this point Biblicious is going to have an aggressive farm down, because we have to remember that Registeel is also there, ready and primed to knock that Noctowl out of the sky.
And I think Biblicious recognizing that the Registeel may come back very soon and not permit that farm down, so he's gone straight for the Shadow Ball here, which bear in mind as a Steel type, Steel does not resist Ghost, so that is a good neutral damage done. But now it's a race to see whether Zap Cannon comes in. Will he throw a Sky Attack? No, he's not able to throw it. And here comes the Focus Blast. Zephy Mastix recognizing there's no need for the Zap Cannon. The Zap Focus Blast is enough to KO. Will there be a shield? No shield in this case.
No shield. The Noctowl goes down out of the sky. We still have a Lantern and a Galarian Stunfisk, both of those that do super well against Zephy's very last Pokemon, which has not been revealed yet. That is that Noctowl. In comes the Galarian Stunfisk just to get a lot of farm here. And we always wonder, is the Rock Slide enough? He's not even going to risk it at this point.
And it's a beautiful catch.
Focus Blast on a Lantern.
Yes, this is the play that Biblicious needs. That Galarian Stunfisk is so dangerous, so dangerous for the Noctowl. Now this Registeel really needs to put in work to try and get to another Focus Blast, and I don't think he'll manage it. It's a full farm down by Biblicious, and now the final Pokemon may come out. It will probably be firstly the Sableye, but will there be an attempt to catch? He sees the Sableye. He's trying to farm this down as well. No, he isn't. He's going straight from the Rock Slide here. There is a shield on Zephy Mastix' side, and now it looks like Zephy Mastix is actually going to bring in his Noctowl with the shield and try and play out this matchup here.
He's got to bring in the Noctowl because it is his only Pokemon left. 2 Rock Slides are already formed on this Galarian Stunfisk. It takes 3 to knock it out. There is 1 more shield left, so it will technically take 4. It's still going to be a race. It's still going to be close, but Bib is feeling pretty good about it. He also has a shield left on his side.
Yes, absolutely. The Shadow Balls are still going to do a respectable amount of damage, but the problem is that this Galarian Stunfisk has so much energy. Already the Noctowl is in the red, and now it's a race. How many Shadow Balls can Zephy Mastix get off to weaken this Galarian Stunfisk? Biblicious is reassured that his G-Stun can survive 1 Shadow Ball without needing to shield, and now here comes the next Rock Slide. It is on its way. Zephy Mastix can feel it. Which one is going to throw first? And it is the Rock Slide from the Biblicious first. This one will take out the shield. What will happen? Will the next one be launched straight away? Here comes the shield, and what is the next move? They're both, it's a charge attack priority event which Noctowl wins, but there's a shield on Biblicious' side.
Yeah, it's shielded up, even though it's a Sky Attack. It doesn't really matter at this point, let's go ahead and say, because the Rock Slide is coming through, which will be enough to knock it out, and Biblicious has taken game number 2.
This is absolutely incredible. We have gone, ladies and gentlemen, from a bracket reset to a 2-0 sweep so far. Now, it looks like Zephy Mastix has to win 3 games back-to-back to become champion, so the pressure really is on.
If anyone can do it, though, it is Zephy. He has been playing phenomenally all day, and we have to remember that before, he 0-3'd Biblicious, only now to basically, if you think about how many games that he won in a row, Zephy Mastix won 4 games in a row, and now Bib has run 5 games in a row.
Wow, talk about a shift in momentum, ladies and gentlemen. So but we do know that Zephy Mastix has, if he's been able to 0-3 Biblicious before, he can do it again. So I would not rule anything out. Stay glued to your seats, ladies and gentlemen, and those of you watching in the stands. This is going to be a really significant battle. It might be that any of these 3 battles that we come across now, there will be a champion, one way or the other. So don't go anywhere. We are watching 2 of the greatest battlers in this continent, if not in the world, in action.
Just a reminder, these 2 have already both qualified for Worlds, so this is, essentially for the title. I do want to bring up the point that I brought up a couple times just because I find it so interesting. Zephy last year got 2nd place in Bremen.
Yes.
And Biblicious got 2nd place this year in Arlington. These boys have both been 2nd place finishers in the regional tournaments that they've competed in the past. this is the first time one of them guaranteed will become a regional champion.
And that is just beautiful to see, like the growth in these players to go that one step further. It just goes to show how talented these players are, that they are able to consistently play, consistently do well from season to season. And I am so excited to see what this Game 3 will be. And here it comes. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. It is an Abomasnow against the Sableye, so a real change in the lines of 3. Amanda, take it away.
I think we know here that who wins charge attack priority, getting to the move a little bit first, and since this is a shadow, going ahead and just getting off that little extra damage, chipping away at this Sableye, and Biblicious choosing not to shield it up, going to go ahead and farm up a little more energy.
Yes, I think this is okay because you can tank one Weather Ball here if you're the Sableye and then throw this Foul Play. This may tease a shield from Zephy Mastix because the Foul Plays will do a fair amount of damage on the Abomasnow. So the first shield is up and then there's a swap out into the Galarian Surface to try and catch, and Zephy Mastix is sensible enough to hold back and decides to go for the Energy Ball, which Biblicious chooses to no shield. But this is the new, it will do a bit more damage than the Weather Ball.
A bit more indeed, look at that. And also a potential for a defense drop, did not get it. In comes the Noctowl. You don't often see a Noctowl coming into a Galarian Sunfist, but when it is this low already, we know that it takes 3 Rock Slides to knock that Noctowl out of the sky. Biblicious almost at 2.
Yes, absolutely. So the nice thing here is because of the health on Galarian Stunfisk and how low it is, this one Shadow Ball is probably going to KO, but not before Biblicious puts a shield up to say, nope, I'm going to make sure I really damage this Noctowl quite a bit. This is a charge attack priority event, and the next Rock Slide comes in. This won't KO, but this will force the Noctowl into the red, making it a lot more easy to beat further along in the game.
Yeah, we'll have to see how these two choose to play it out here. Almost at another Rock Slide. The switch timers aren't up, forced now to either shield or take this Rock Slide and take the Noctowl out of the game. Looks like Zephy is deciding to let that go, but we have to remember that Galarian Sunfist is pretty low. We have a fully healthy Medicham, but also a fully healthy Sableye in the back.
Yeah, so if I was Zephy Mastix, I'd probably be leaning towards the Sableye here and get that Shadow Claw off, and I think that's what he's going for. This is going to be a very aggressive farm down. The question is, will he be able to get an Earthquake off in that time? No, definitely not. Biblicious has recognized that he can't close the Rock Slide. This is sensible and meticulous gameplay by Biblicious, and Zephy Mastix lets the Sableye tank the Rock Slide, doing some respectable damage, and a swap into his own Sableye just to drain some of the energy from Zephy Mastix's Sableye on his own. But there's a shield!
Of course there's a shield at this point because he's almost at a foul play himself, and with that Medicham in the back, he needs to try to strip away a shield from the Sableye. I think Zephy also recognizing what is in the back there, saying, okay, if you're shielding this low of a health, the Sableye, it's got to be that Medicham.
Yes, absolutely, and this is where, in reading the team compositions in the back, there is a farm down here, so much energy on the Sableye from Zephy Mastix, and Biblicious is in a tight spot here. No shields. The Medicham does not want to see the Sableye at all. Brings it in, and nonetheless, is there a potential for a catch? No, the switch timers are not up, so this is going to be a brute force battle between the Sableye and the Medicham. The Medicham's desperately trying to get to that Ice Punch to KO this.
Yeah, there's so much energy on that Sableye, though, going for those foul plays instead because he was at 2. It looks like he was going for it, and then now this other foul play, but it's not enough to take out the Medicham at this point, and the Medicham is at the Ice Punch. We do have to remember, though, there's a big Abomasnow in the back coming in right now.
And it was like an attempted catch there to catch the Ice Punch, and Abomasnow, and it's a beautiful catch by Galarian Stunfist there, and so the Weather Ball goes onto the Galarian Stunfist, and now Zephy Mastix has to start all over again. We're charging up the energy towards the Medicham, but unfortunately, there's just not enough in the tank for the Medicham, and Zephy Mastix goes, I'm not allowing this sweep, I am fighting back. It is 2-1.
Yeah, Biblicious doing everything he could, including a pretty masterful catch, showing that he is good at counting and also knowing when his opponent is going to be throwing those charge attacks. However, not quite enough for this round. I believe if you're doing a score in your heads, it's 5-5.
Yes, that's true, actually. Yes, absolutely. Considering the previous best of 5 as well, these players have been trading blows all throughout this entire competition, and it's very poetic that it's been so close in this grand finals, in the bracket reset of these grand finals. So. Honestly, at this point, I think by now we've exhausted almost every single combination of lines of 3 between both these players because they've battled so much. I think when you're in this situation, you have to measure obviously the patterns that your opponent has been playing with. I've noticed from Zephy that he really likes throwing a move and then bringing in his Sableye as a safe swap to do the rest of the work if he gets the lead advantage. Maybe that's something Biblicious needs to consider. Maybe he'll have Noctowl as a safe swap in this next game. I'm just throwing out ideas. These players may know. I mean, well, will definitely know way better than me.
I think that's partially the problem and also the beauty of a best-of-5 as well, because you may notice some patterns in your opponent, and you may notice they like to favor certain Pokemon, but people get risky. People start playing really unique things when so much is on the line. It's a high-risk, high-reward scenario, and it would be not surprising to me if we're seeing completely new lineups from both of these players, just because they've battled each other so many times before. 10 battles have already taken place.
Yes, they are probably tired of each other's Pokemon by now. So both of them are now are just tapping into their phones, locking in their teams. There's a smile there from both competitors. It's lovely to see that even at this sort of high stakes, the niceties are being exchanged. They have locked in, ready to go, and Shadow Gliscor comes up against the Medicham. This is pretty good for the Zephy, but he does have to be mindful that Ice Punch is a big problem. In comes the Noctowl, and the response is the Registeel, and oh no, Biblicious will not be happy to see this.
Already at a Shadow Ball, though, doing some good counting, knowing he's going to throw right before that Focus Blast is even reached, in case he decides to go Focus Blast instead of Zap Cannon, which will still do a lot of damage, but let's face it, we're going for this Zap Cannon here and hopefully for a potential attack debuff if you're Zephy.
Now bear in mind, folks, there is a 2/3 chance of the debuff happening, so it's more likely to happen, but it's very exciting when it doesn't. So there's a huge amount of damage, and no debuff on this case, so that means the Shadow Ball from Noctowl is going to do much more damage, well, the same amount of damage it normally would do rather than a debuff. No shield still from Zephy, which means Registeel will definitely go into the red.
And at this point, you have to wonder if it's able to get to another move, or if we're going to see an aggressive lock on farm down. Zephy is trying to go for the farm down, but the Sky Attack will happen, and Zephy choosing to let that go, saying, I know it's just a Sky Attack. I don't think it's going to knock me out at this range.
I don't think it will either, but it does.
Oh my goodness, but it does!
Oh, incredible plays. And now Gliscor gets another wing attack in, and now switch advantage to Biblicious' side, so now it's a debate. Ooh, what do I go with? The Medicham isn't the answer. Will it be the Galarian Stunfisk? But the Galarian Stunfisk has to fear the Earthquake. But no, he's choosing to stick with the Medicham.
He knows there's a Sableye in the back.
What a great read by Biblicious to bring in his Medicham here and going for the Earthquake, which Biblicious no shields. This is going to do a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, so this is a Shadow, so it's going to indeed put that Medicham deep into the red, but the Ice Punch has already been queued up as well, forcing one of the shields off of the Gliscor here. Could this be the big win condition? Now it's a baiting game because, again, you need to hit that heavy-hitting Earthquake against the Galarian Stunfisk, which is now in. Biblicious has also swapped away that Medicham. He's been really good at catching those charge attacks.
Yes, that's right, he has been, and I think that Medicham is going to prove very useful if Biblicious is able to time catch at the perfect time, but not before a Rock Slide comes in from the Galarian Stunfisk, and now Zephy is looking to bait here, and this is where the bait game does come in. Is he going to shield or not?
Oh
this
my
is so much pressure. He does fall for the bait, and yep, it was always a tricky one here, but now they charge on they tie on a charge attack priority event, so this is going to be the next Night Slash. I think Biblicious might know this is Night Slash. No, he doesn't, and this is where another shield comes in. This is looking very good now. Zephy has got the shield advantage here and is choosing to no shield at this point as well. This Rock Slide will KO.
Yeah, he knows that they're a little bit upset with himself. You can see it on his face. But in return, the very first time that they played, he had 2 shields left, and he didn't shield, and it was an Earthquake. So I think he was getting a little bit of a recoil there. Already this foul play is going through. No Protect shields left remaining on Biblicious' side, taking this full front.
And this is like now going to be a race to get to that next foul play. But the shield immediately from Zephy side, and I think this is the win condition that Biblicious needed. But unfortunately, it's going to go shielded here. There is nevertheless scope for a catch, but we know Zephy likes to delay his throws. So let's see what happens. He is getting so close, and there's no throw, and it is a catch, and he catches, and he throws the return of all things onto the Medicham as well. Oh dear, this is going to knock out the Medicham, but this is going to drain so much energy from the Sableye. Oh, this is going to be so problematic. But is Earthquake enough? That is the key question.
Will Earthquake be enough? One of us is waited with bated breath to see if this will knock out the Sableye. It does not, and the Shadow Claws are doing so much damage. Zephy, despite doing that return to the Medicham, still manages to take game 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in decisive game 5 in a bracket reset to see who the Malmö regional champion will be.
Oh my god, these incredible scenes. 2-2 in a bracket reset. It does not get more exciting than this, ladies and gentlemen. This means this next battle determines it all. One of these two fine gentlemen on screen is going to be your Malmö regional champion, and it all boils down to this.
We got to hear from you guys in the chat. Tell us, who do you think is going to win? Who are you cheering for there? Press 1 for Zephy, press 2 for Biblicious. We want to see spam. We want to see the support of these teammates. We have a lot of people here. You can hear the crowd roaring for each of these players. I don't know, guys. This is the closest matchup I've seen in a long time.
I know the energy here. The spectators are waiting with bated breath. They have been waiting for they've been waiting through the winners final, then the bracket reset as well, and I'm sure some of them, while they would have loved to, while they are loving the fact that it's going to a full-on best of 5, some of them may have not thought, is it ever going to get that far because of how dominant Zephy Mastix was in the winners final. And now Biblicious had a huge swing in the momentum and got 4 or 5 wins almost back to back, and now Zephy Mastix is going, right, it's time for thank you very much, I'd like my momentum back, I'm now going to bring it in. And now let's see, does Zephy Mastix's momentum last for one more game, or does Biblicious manage to steal it back? I'm almost lost for words as to how excited I am to see this.
I know, I think like if you're both players, I'm surprised how calm and collected both of them look. My nerves would be absolutely raging at this point. To them, I suppose, they don't have anything to lose, but they have so much to win in one single match in, like, what, 2 minutes?
I know, right? It's just, I am in awe of both of them. There's so much pressure. I love how they're both. The one nice thing about when you're in the stream, and you're sat down there with those headphones. They are noise-canceling headphones, though they can't hear anything of what we are saying, or indeed what the spectators are saying, for that matter. They're nodding to each other, locked in, giving each other good luck. There's a lot of. I always say this about the Pokemon Go battling community. There's a lot of camaraderie and respect for each other. Always wishing each other well before the battle. They've locked in. Here we go, Amanda. Game 5, the grand finals.
Oh, indeed.
Let's go. You first, my dear.
Okay, so that was a horrible lead there for Biblicious. Immediate swap out to what has been his most typical safe swap of this Galarian Sunfist, only to be met by this Gliscor.
Yes, so the Rock Slide coming in first from Biblicious here onto the Shadow Gliscor. No problem. Shadow Gliscor can tank one Rock Slide. Zephy Mastix not perfectly happy to no shield here, but now we're playing the games as to whether it's going to be. It is a charge attack priority event, but this is the Earthquake, and this is the key decision. Biblicious making the right call here to shield. This would have been so painful if it had connected, but the right call here to shield, and now Rock Slide coming in response.
Biblicious saying, you fooled me twice already, finally managing to get the call correct there and throwing off this Rock Slide. Doesn't take out the Gliscor. We have to remember this thing is, I mean, it's a Skybird.
Yes, absolutely. So now it's the question of when does Biblicious choose to throw. He does throw the Rock Slide at this point. Now, will Zephy Mastix respond with a shield? Because he could shield and potentially try and get another shield teased away from this Galarian stuff. It does choose to do so, and is now going to the Earthquake. And is he going to throw? He does throw again. Is Biblicious going to give him 2 shields here or not? Yes, both shields are being used. Another brilliantly correct call from Biblicious.
And if you look to, Biblicious was trying to click, but his timer wasn't quite up yet on the Bomb Stone, trying to catch that Earthquake. He knows the energy. He's counting very meticulously. He knows where Zephy is at here. Zephy could choose to shield this and get another one. No, choosing to finally let that Gliscor go, but now Biblicious has got the alignment, but no shields left.
Yes, and I think this is quite nice for Zephy Mastix because the Registeel is here, and it does, and we know how well Registeel does in a shieldless scenario, and with a shield advantage. Here comes the Registeel. Now the Biblicious can throw an Earthquake to do a bit of damage here, but not before, the Earthquake does come through, but the shield may be used by Zephy Mastix. Is this going to be a shield? Yes, it is. Another correct call by Zephy Mastix this time.
This is a huge thing, going ahead and charging up just a little bit extra, throwing this Focus Blast, getting that Galarian Sunfist off of the field, and I am going to go ahead and guess, if you're Bib, you want to bring in that Lantern, and Zephy is a little bit concerned, I would be, because if you look at the back line, most of those things are going to do a lot of damage to that Noctowl.
Yes, absolutely. So I think it's key here that Zephy Mastix eliminates this Lantern nice and early and preserve as much health as possible on the Registeel, but it's going to take time. Registeel isn't necessarily the fastest despite having lock-on, but this is going to get very, very close, and now the Zap Cannon is coming in. Zephy Mastix will need 2 Zap Cannons, so a debuff here would be really, really handy. Let's see if there is one. We're counting down to 3, 2, 1, and there is a debuff.
There is indeed. Still going up a little bit extra, almost up to another Focus Blast here. Who's going to reach their move first? The Focus Blast does come through. Will it be enough?
Oh, and I think Biblicious did not want to see that. He was hoping to get another Thunderbolt off, so this might be quite problematic now. There goes the Lantern.
The Lantern goes down. This Abomasnow comes into the Registeel. We have to remember there are no shields left on either side here, and the Noctowl.
And it's a beautiful catch!
Energy ball! This is huge for Zephy Mastix. I think they're both smiling, and it's not over till it's over.
But it is getting really good for Zephy Mastix. Oh my goodness. So the wing attacks are coming in. It is the race here. Will the Powder Snows come through first? The Weather Ball, sorry. And it is a Sky Attack coming in on the Shadow Abomasnow. This is going to bring it pretty close to KO. The audience kind of know this might be it. This might be it. This might be it. And there we have it. Zephy Mastix is your Malmö Regional Champion.
What an incredible play between the two of those there. For those of you who just tuned in and saw this matchup, it went till the very end of this tournament. Zephy going ahead, beating Bib in the winners finals there, knocking him down to the losers bracket. Bib crawling his way back up, flipping the bracket, and then it came to the decisive Game 5 and best of 5 in the grand finals. You couldn't ask for closer matches.
It was so poetic, and to be fair, when I saw the catch on the from the Abomasnows, an energy ball on the Noctowl, I was like, that was absolutely sublime. Zephy Mastix knew he had to catch. That was his win condition. But the problem was also for Biblicious, he had to get that that Registeel taken out of the way ASAP, and we knew the Weather Ball would not cut it. The energy ball would be the only play to do it. So this was really sensible, and I think Zephy Mastix recognized Biblicious' win condition and shut the door on it. Brilliant play from a very worthy player who can now add to his accolade as a regional champion.
Now, congratulations to Zephy. It looks like those were very close matches. A lot of fun things being discussed on screen as well, wondering what's going on. But the look at the two of them, they've already hugged them. They're talking about their battles, what has been going on between the two.
Yes, I think this is where the sort of decompressing begins. It's all smiles for Zephy Mastix there, who has played so well. It was so close there. I wonder, he was very even with his hands when I was interviewing him, and now I wonder now if his hands are shaking a little bit. So taking his mascots, they've got his Nidoqueen and his Dragonair there. So Biblicious heading back to the crowds of his supporters, and Zephy Mastix walking away as well. What have we just seen? Another champion crowned. Zephy Mastix puts his name into the record books.
But not to count Biblicious out at all, because I have to make one more point about him. He has only entered 2 Play Pokemon tournaments in his whole PvP career here, and he has got second in both of those. I think he's the first trainer to ever do that. Only 2 tournaments and qualified in both tournaments that he has played in.
That is an incredible track record as well. There's almost an argument of I'm not sure if I wanted to compete anymore, because then I don't want to lose that 100% world invites record. As
I thought you were saying for yourself. You're like, I almost don't want it because you don't want to go.
Oh yeah, no.
Your record. I was like, what record are we talking about?
What record are we talking about? But no, bear in mind, folks, because Biblicious does already have a world's invite from his exceptional performance in Arlington in the United States earlier this season. That means his world's invite will drop to 3rd place, which is Danky Chan, I believe.
That was Danky Chan, and a very close matchup, and a Lowland Sand/Mirror matchup against a Mind Joke, which ended up Mind Joke getting 4th place overall. Very close as well. Congratulations to all the top, the day 2 competitors, right? I mean, they played fantastic from the beginning. We were seeing some fantastic battles and also some heartbreaking losses, but some really triumphant wins as well.
Yes, I have all the players. Bear in mind there was 101 competitors signed up for Malmö. To whittle that down to being in the top 8 is a huge honor in itself. It is surely a statement where you can say I am one of the best trainers to come from such a large and stacked tournament all the way to the top 8 here. So there's certainly accolades to be had in that, but the biggest accolade is for Zephy Mastix. He is your Malmö regional champion. So what's happening at the moment is that there is going to be a presentation ceremony for all the champions and runners-up and whatnot. So we're just waiting for the professors here to set that all up. So don't go anywhere. There is more to be seen. But really, I lost count of how many catches I saw in those battles.
I think that also just goes to show, I mean, I don't know if he just has like a mental clicker in his head going on, just a metronome saying, okay, he's got to be at this energy. And even still, both of them waiting a turn, right? And so it's not like they were just throwing immediately when they got the turns either. It's a bit of a mind game within that as well. So while we are actually going ahead and getting everyone set up on stage and introducing you to everyone, we're going to show you just a little of the caster B-roll. Some you might have noticed that we are wearing some really fun outfits, some things that are just showcasing how it's been in Malmö.
Hi, I'm Arsenio. I'm a Norwegian Pokemon Go player. I've done decently in the past. I hope you've noticed me. And my favorite partner Pokemon is Totodile because it was my first one. I think what makes Pokemon Go most unique is how it brought and still bring people together. I remember especially the first month when Pokemon Go was released, back in July 2016. In my opinion, it was the happiest month of everyone's lives. I mean, everyone was happy back then. And what worry was there even? You were meeting all your friends, driving around in cars or walking around collecting Pokemon. And I remember so vividly, like the city center where I basically grew up, just filled with lures everywhere, and people were sitting outside and just socializing a lot. And I think Pokemon Go is very unique in that aspect, that it brought people so close when it launched, and still does with that the remaining active players at least. And I still have friends actually like picking the game back up again and talking to me about, oh, are you doing this 5-star raid? Can I invite you? And etc. And I think it just brings me so much joy when people are bringing it back up. And I'm so happy to share like my, whatever I know about the game. And it's grown to be a lot over the years. So I'll have to talk about my experience from where I live. And we have a local rivalry, to put it that way, with the Ingress players. So because the way it works is that you have to make a portal in Ingress to get a Pokestop in Pokemon Go. And the Ingress players in Oslo are so incredibly stuck up. Yeah, we don't get a lot of Pokestops and gyms, new Pokestops and gyms in Oslo. So you have to walk a lot for raid hours. You cannot stay in just one area. You have to walk and take the bus to go here or there to actually get as many raids as possible during the hour, like raid hour. And that makes it, you travel basically the entire city just for within the hour. And Oslo is very hilly, so there's a lot of climbing that you have to do. So we kind of try to plan the routes so that we go more downhill than uphill. It's fun, but I wish there were more Pokestops in Oslo. I'll have to agree. I'll have to admit that. I qualified for day 2 in Lille, and when I did, I went to Lille not expecting anything, and I had my girlfriend help me pick my team, and she just picked the Pokemon she thought were cute. So I had Lapras at the time, which is one of my favorite Pokemon, and I love to play Lapras. But and it was doing super well, and I had no expectations going in. So when I did that well, I just cherished the moment and didn't expect anything. So when I eventually was knocked out, I wasn't too bummed about it. But then I made day 2 in Bochum, and in Bochum my expectations were different. And I went into day 2
totally undefeated. I think I dropped one game day one, and I lost the winner semifinals narrowly, and I was super disappointed. And I made 4th place, which I'm proud of, and yeah, I'll have to look back at it with pride, but it was super disappointing when I was so close to getting my invite, which is what we're all here for, like, eventually. What makes me enjoy these events are the social parts and the community, but what we go for and compete for is the World's ticket. I hope you enjoyed listening to me answering these questions. We'll be back with several more later.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. It has been a fantastic event so far. We have seen so many crazy plays, and now it is time to crown our champion.
It certainly is. Yesterday we started with 101 registered players, whittled it down to a top 8 that we started this morning, and now we have our Malmö regional champion. This really is their moment.
Guys, are you ready to meet your finalists?
Sorry guys, I can't hear you. Are you ready to meet the finalists? Okay, without any further ado then, let's introduce our 4th place finalist. He was the only Shadow Swampert player in top 8. Came so close to the dream, but still a player to watch out for at the future event in Torino. Give it up please for A Mind Joke!
In 3rd place, we had a player who is also now qualified for the World Championships in Yokohama, and he piloted this Shadow Alolan Sandslash to perfection. Give it up for Danky Chan!
And now for our runner-up. He reset the bracket, tried to run it all the way back, but fell at just the final hurdle, but still is a hero for bringing a Bomber Snow all the way to the finals. Please give a big cheer to the runner-up, Biblicious! Well done.
And now, the moment you all have been waiting for. He has caught an earthquake on a Noctowl in the grand finals. He came back after being 2-0 down in the bracket reset. Here is Zephy Mastix!
Well done. You're gonna have to
Norman. Zephy, you must feel incredible right now. How are you?
Great, obviously. Yeah, I'm very excited having won it all and going to Japan. It was very exciting matches, and especially in the end, happy to have made it.
After you were 2-0 down in this bracket reset, what was your thought process? How did you come back from that?
I just played what I thought would work and didn't think too much what would happen if I lose. I just tried to play my best, and it worked out in the end.
What was this Noctowl catch on the Earthquake in, I think, game 1? Did you think you had the game after that?
It's so long ago, I don't remember that match, but yeah, when I caught the Earthquake, I was in a very good spot. Yeah.
And of course, one last question. You are now the regional champion here in Malmö. There's been so many people out here supporting you, people online as well, sending their thoughts. Is there anyone you would like to give shout-outs to, either here or back home?
Yeah, Martin, Chiara, and Reni are watching at home, and my parents and all my crew, Benji, Stone, Jan.
Fantastic. I'm sure they would love to have heard those words.
All right. Thank you very much, Zephy Mastix. Guys, one more time, give it up for your Pokemon Go regional champion in Malmö, Zephy Mastix! Now the time has come, and what a weekend it has been.
It certainly has been. Of course, this was the last regional on the European circuit, but there is a special event in Torino on the 3rd and 4th of June, and they are the last 2 coveted spots where players can qualify for the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. So, see you next time.